Chapter 559. Yang Yi, since you refuse to let us live, then we won't let you have it easy as well. Meanwhile, Han Yu roared ferociously as he charged at Yang Yi, Su Qingshi, and the others. His stomach started swelling up, and it wasn't long before he seemed like he'd been pregnant for 9 months. Countless strands of violent energy surged incessantly from within him. It was self-detonation. The Exalt Realm experts behind Han Yu hesitated for a moment before more than 10 of them pounced towards Yang Yi's group as well, because as far as they were concerned, they had no chances of survival, so it was better to just drag Yang Yi's group down with them. The expressions on the faces of Su Qingshi and the others changed when they saw these Exalt Realm experts pouncing over with the intention of detonating themselves. However, a strand of invisible force enveloped all of them. Sword domain. Han Yu and the others seemed like they'd seen a ghost, and they gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief. In the next moment, bang! An enormous explosion resounded as over 10 Exalt Realm experts exploded apart in unison. Numerous torrents of terrifying energy surged out like storms in front of everyone. However, the storms hadn't been able to spread before they were frozen on the spot by an invisible force. After that, everyone here watched with astonishment as the storm shrunk bit by bit before it finally transformed into a ray of light and vanished into thin air. Everyone here was astounded. Even Su Qingshi had disbelief in her eyes as she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi has comprehended sword domain, which is said to have only been comprehended by the founding ancestor. Thump. Meanwhile, all the disciples who had betrayed the sect just now fell to their knees, and they ceaselessly begged for mercy from Su Qingshi. At this moment, they finally noticed that they didn't have any ability to resist when facing Yang Yi. The precondition to trying to bring someone down with them was the ability to actually injure that person. But now, detonating themselves was only equivalent to committing suicide for Yang Yi to watch. Su Qingshi shook her head and said, "Cripple their dantians and expel them from the sword sect. The heavens will decide their fate." Even though all of them had committed a terrible crime, they'd made contributions to the sword sect in the past. So, ordering their deaths would disappoint the last remaining disciples of the sword sect. Yang Yi didn't deny her decision, and he just nodded. Dejection and despair instantly covered the faces of all those disciples. Sky Hall. Su Qingshi sat upright at the seat of the host while Yang Yi was by her side. The remaining disciples of the sword sect were below, and there were less than 1,000 of them. They were all the disciples that the sword sect had now. Silence filled the entire hall as the faces of all disciples were covered in gloominess. Even though the sword sect had overcome the danger it faced, they were clearly aware that it was only temporary. If the Origin School and the other sects were to attack again when the sword sect only had so few disciples, then how would it even resist their attack? By relying on Yang Yi? Could he resist the joint forces of 4 great sects by himself? Even though Yang Yi was very strong, no one felt that he could resist the Origin School and the other sects by himself. Right at this moment, a figure appeared within the hall, and all of their spirits were raised upon noticing this figure because it was the one and only Monarch Realm expert of the Sword Sect, Su Muzha. 2 days ago, Su Muzha had been challenged by a Monarch Realm expert of the Origin School, and that expert had promised that the 4 sects wouldn't dispatch Monarch Realm experts if he agreed to the battle. So, Su Muzha had no choice but to accept. At that time, all the disciples of the Sword Sect were very clearly aware that Su Muzha would probably be unable to return, yet now had actually returned alive. That was undoubtedly like a pill of confidence for all the disciples of the Sword Sect. Su Qingshi had happiness on her face as well while she said, "Father, are you all right?" Su Muzha shook his head and said, "It was all thanks to the founding emperor, otherwise, I might have really been unable to return." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Muzha gazed at Yang Yi and nodded. "You're back?" Even though Su Muzha was the previous sect master of the Sword Sect, he was also Su Qingshi's father, so Yang Yi didn't want to make her unhappy. He immediately nodded and said, "Fortunately, Senior Su is fine." Su Muzha nodded and said, "Go on with the discussion. Qingshi's decision is my decision." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Muzha vanished from the hall. Yang Yi frowned slightly because he noticed that Su Muzha seemed to be injured. Su Qingshi seemed to have noticed something as well, and the happiness on her face gradually vanished. Meanwhile, an elder of the sword sect stepped forward, cupped his fists to Su Qingshi, and said, "Sect Master, only a few disciples of our sword sect are left, and even the sect guarding Grand Formation has been destroyed. Our sword sect can be said to be facing a hopeless situation. May I ask, Sect Master, what our sword sect should do right now? Of course, I'm willing to live and die with the sword sect regardless of what Sect Master decides." A trace of sorrow arose in Su Qingshi's heart as she gazed at the disciples in the hall. She hadn't expected that the sword sect would actually decline to the point of only having less than 1,000 disciples while it was under her command. Presently, the sword sect was probably even inferior to some clans. After all, what could it do when it only had such a small number of members? Not to mention resisting the origin school and the other sects, even maintaining its inheritance was a problem. At this moment, a strand of powerlessness arose in Su Qingshi's heart. Meanwhile, she felt her hand being grabbed, and she saw Yang Yi smiling at her, causing her heart to instantly feel warm. She said, "From this moment onward, Yang Yi is the sword-commanding elder of the sword sect. His orders are like mine. All disciples of my sword sect must obey him. Otherwise, the punishment is having your Dantian crippled and immediate expulsion from the sword sect." All of the disciples practically didn't hesitate at all to bow lightly to Yang Yi before they said, "Sword-commanding elder." Yang Yi didn't refuse and nodded. He hadn't intended to be the sword-commanding elder, but he didn't want Su Qingshi to shoulder such pressure on her own. He said, "I know that all of you are quite lost when it comes to the future of the sword sect. But do not worry. While the sword sect is facing a hopeless situation right now, it's far from destruction. Moreover, I personally feel that experiencing this tribulation was a blessing in disguise for the sword sect." That elder who spoke earlier bowed slightly to Yang Yi and said, "Sword-commanding elder, please enlighten us." Yang Yi said, "I'm sure all of you are clearly aware about how the sword sect used to be. Most disciples had lost their edge, and they even lacked the courage to draw their swords when facing the disciples of the other sections. Just like what happened earlier. As disciples of the sword sect, they actually chose to surrender. Haha. What do all of you think the future of the sword sect would be like if the sword sect didn't experience such a tribulation and those fellows were allowed to remain in the sword sect and become part of the sword sect's higher-ups?" That elder laughed bitterly. The sword sect would decline further. Yang Yi nodded and said, "This tribulation can be said to be a process of elimination. Since all of you were able to remain here, it proves that regardless of whether it's in terms of strength or loyalty, all of you aren't lacking at all. So, I believe that with all of you as the foundation, the sword sect would only need a certain amount of time before it would definitely rise from the ashes." That elder from before continued, "Sword-commanding elder, we've obtained information that all the disciples of the four sects have rushed over to our sword sect. How would we resist them with our current strength?" Yang Yi smiled. "Don't worry, we have reinforcements as well, and they'll be here soon. Now, 500 disciples shall stay behind to bury their fellow disciples who sacrificed themselves for the sect, and the other 500 shall form a provisional patrol to patrol the various peaks of the sword sect. Immediately slaughter any disciples of the other sects who dare to try and sneak in." Understood. All of them withdrew from the hall. Right at this moment, Little Yao suddenly ran into the hall and spoke anxiously. "Big brother, sister-in-law Yushi is gone." Chapter 560. Yang Yi was just about to chase after her when he seemed to have thought of something, and he stopped and looked at Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi walked over to Yang Yi's side, and then she hugged him lightly and said softly, "Go bring her back." Yang Yi was extremely touched by this. He kissed her, and then his figure flashed and vanished from the hall. Su Qingshi sighed lightly in her heart as she watched Yang Yi's figure vanish. Meanwhile, Little Yao walked over to her, took her hand, and then said, "Sister-in-law Qingshi, Little Yao will help you beat Big Brother later for not just concentrating on you. You have a little baby right now, so you absolutely can't get angry, otherwise, it wouldn't be good for you or the baby." Su Qingshi smiled as she rubbed Little Yao's head in silence. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to catch up to Xiao Yushi with the divine gold dragon as his steed. Both of them stood face to face on the divine gold dragon. A short while passed before Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, Yushi, no words are able to make up for the injustice both you and Qingshi have suffered. I just want to say that I won't give up on the two of you no matter what. You can call me shameless or even immoral. In any case, I will absolutely not allow the two of you to leave me. Yang Yi had decided that even if he had to wipe the floor with his face, he would still not allow Su Qingshi or Xiao Yushi to leave him. Xiao Yushi fell silent. This was exactly what Yang Yi feared the most. He walked over to Xiao Yushi and then took her hand. He heaved a light sigh of relief in his heart when she didn't resist, and he said, Yushi, do you know? I was actually almost unable to return to the Southern Territory. Xiao Yushi's hand trembled slightly, and then she raised her head to gaze at Yang Yi. Yang Yi continued, Yushi, I experienced some things and found out about some secrets that even the half-saints of this world aren't aware of. One of those secrets is that our world is on the verge of destruction. I don't know when it'll be destroyed, and all I want to say is that if I'm unable to lead all of you to safety, then I hope I can die with all of you. In that way, we would have no regrets at least, all right? Xiao Yushi remained silent. Yang Yi spoke softly. I know asking both you and Qingshi to stay with me is quite shameless, but I really don't want to lose any one of you. I'm unable to endure losing any one of you. Xiao Yushi still remained silent. Yang Yi sighed lightly, and then he wrapped his hand around Xiao Yushi's waist and said, Come, let's go home. He issued a command in his heart as he spoke, and the divine gold dragon transformed into a ray of golden light that flew towards the sword sect. Even though Yang Yi seemed to be very domineering right now, he was actually extremely anxious in his heart. He was clearly aware that he couldn't allow Xiao Yushi to leave, otherwise, they would be parting forever. Because once Shed made a decision, it was very difficult to make her reconsider it. So, he couldn't allow her to leave regardless of whether he used words or force. Xiao Yushi didn't resist and allowed Yang Yi to hold her as they flew to the sword sect. The sword sect, Yang Yi, Su Qingshi, and Xiao Yushi sat facing each other in a room. Yang Yi was the first to break the silence and said, It's all my fault. Yushi, Qingshi, tell me what your decisions are. Don't worry, It'll be fine no matter what decision both of you make. I want collapse and be eternally unable to break through into the monarch realm. Su Qingshi rolled her eyes at him. This husband of mine is actually still threatening me at a time like this. Needless to say, she was really worried that such a thing would happen to Yang Yi. She was very clearly aware how much importance Yang Yi placed upon all of this. If the two of them were to choose to leave him, then while he might not collapse from sorrow, he would definitely suffer a blow. Xiao Yushi glanced at Yang Yi as well, but she still remained silent. A short while passed before Su Qingshi said, Do you know why Yushi was angry? Yang Yi glanced at Xiao Yushi, and then he said, Because, in any case, you understand why, Qingshi. Su Qingshi was both annoyed and amused, and she glared at him before she said, No one likes to share their husband with another, and it's the same for me as well. However, the real reason for our anger is that you kept it from us. Tell me, how long more would have you kept it from us if Yushi hadn't come to the Southern Territory and met me? I was afraid that... Su Qingshi interrupted him and said, Are you afraid that the two of us would fight? Yang Yi hurriedly nodded. Su Qingshi sighed and said, How foolish. Both of our hearts belong to you. So we wouldn't do anything that puts you in a difficult position or hurts you. The true cause of our anger is because you kept it from us. We're both people who are very close to you. So keeping it from us makes us feel like you lied to us. Husband, do you want to be lied to by your loved ones? Yang Yi hurriedly shook his head. Su Qingshi said, Leave for now. We have something to discuss. Yang Yi was slightly hesitant. They won't start fighting each other, right? It wouldn't be a problem if it were at any other time, but Su Qingshi is pregnant right now. Well, leave if you want. Su Qingshi was about to stand up while she spoke, but Yang Yi hurriedly stopped her and said, Just talk properly. They'll be right outside. As he spoke, he glanced cautiously at them before he left. Su Qingshi shook her head and grinned when she saw him leave, and then she walked over to Xiao Yushi and took her hand before she said, We really terrified him by doing that. Xiao Yushi finally spoke. He deserved it. Su Qingshi nodded and said, we can't let him off that easily. How do you think we should punish him? Xiao Yushi fell silent for a while, and then she shook her head. Su Qingshi sighed lightly, and then she tightened her grip on Xiao Yushi's hand as she said, he has been living his entire life in anxiety, and he hasn't been able to relax at all since he was young. Once he grew up, he came to the sword sect with hopes of becoming a disciple for the sake of changing the living conditions of both mother-in-law and little Yao. However, he encountered an unexpected event that didn't just cause him to be unable to become an inner court disciple, he was even reduced to a labor disciple. In the end, he finally became an inner court disciple with great difficulty, yet the Flower Palace caused him to be expelled from the sword sect. After that, our mother-in-law was killed by the Flower Palace, and you know the rest. He can really be said to have never had a day of peace and stability throughout his life. Xiao Yushi was visibly moved, and her eyes drooped. Tears flickered in Su Qingshi's eyes as she said, Yushi, have you realized? His viciousness and killing intent are very strong. He really doesn't attach any importance to the lives of anyone but the few of us. If it weren't in the Southern Territory, and if I didn't care for the Sword Sect, then he would have definitely disregarded the fate of the Southern Territory once he annihilated the Flower Palace. He'd become very lonely if he loses us, and then hell become a downright peerless god of death. He has always been lonely. Xiao Yushi sighed lightly. Su Qingshi nodded and said, he has to go through all sorts of dangers and battles in the outside world. So let's not make it impossible for him to enjoy peace when he returns home. All right? Xiao Yushi remained silent for a short while before she said, I never thought about leaving him. Su Qingshi smiled lightly and said, even though we've forgiven him, we can't allow him to continue being such a player, right? Yes. Xiao Yushi nodded and agreed. Su Qingshi spoke a few words by Xiao Yushi's ears, and then her fair face instantly turned rosy. But she still nodded in the end. Yang Yi was burning with impatience as he waited outside. He could be vicious and ruthless to his enemies, but he wasn't able to be ruthless to his own wives at all. Moreover, he was even in the wrong. A long time passed before the door was finally opened. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw that both of them were fine, and then he walked over to them and said, both of you are fine, right? We forgive you, said Su Qingshi. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he was overjoyed. But he quickly restrained the happiness on his face because he couldn't allow himself to become puffed up pride and happiness. Otherwise, it would be very likely for extreme sadness to ensue. Yang Yi suppressed the happiness in his heart and took both their hands. He was just about to embrace them when Su Qingshi stopped him and said, while we've forgiven you, you still can't avoid punishment. From tomorrow onward, you can't stay in the same room with us for a year. Su Qingshi blushed as she finished speaking. Yang Yi smiled bitterly when he heard this, but he quickly let it go, because it was countless times better than the outcome had expected. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he said, Qingshi, Yushi, let me bring you somewhere. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and the three of them instantly arrived in the 1st level of the primordial pagoda. Where are we? Both Xiao Yushi and Su Qingshi gazed at the surroundings with shock. This is my greatest secret. Yang Yi said, we're in a pagoda, and this is the 1st level. This world is equivalent to our continent in size. Su Qingshi and Xiao Yushi were visibly moved when they heard this, and they glanced towards the surroundings. Sure enough, they were actually unable to see the end of it even with the strengths they possessed. Yang Yi flipped his hand, and then Sheer Wing appeared in his hand. He passed it to Xiao Yushi and said, Yushi, give it a try and see if it suits you. A wisp of fondness flashed through Xiao Yushi's eyes when she saw Sheer Wing. She didn't refuse at all, and just took it before swinging it casually. The space before her was like a piece of paper that was split apart by a sharp blade, and a fine pitch-black rift appeared before them. Amazing! Xiao Yushi praised. Yang Yi smiled and said, do you like it? Xiao Yushi nodded. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then the mortal emperor armor appeared before Su Qingshi. He said, Qingshi, this armor is for you. Even if a monarch realm expert attacks you in the future, you'll still be able to resist for a while by activating this armor. The mortal emperor armor? Xiao Yushi's voice carried a trace of surprise. Su Qingshi was slightly moved by this gesture, but she hurriedly shook her head and was about to refuse when Yang Yi said, "Don't refuse. It's useless to me because my current physical body is much stronger than it." Su Qingshi hesitated for a moment before she accepted it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi wrapped his arms around their waists, causing both of them to blush slightly. However, they didn't resist. Su Qingshi said, "We told you just now. You have to wait a year before you can. I remember that you said it would be from tomorrow onwards. In other words, I'm still allowed to today." Both of them were at a loss for words. Chapter 561. The three of them didn't do anything in the world within the pagoda. Su Qingshi was pregnant, so Yang Yi wouldn't touch her regardless of how thirsty he was. On the other hand, it was impossible for anything to occur between Yang Yi and Xiao Yushi because of Su Qingshi's presence. The three of them just played around within the pagoda for a while before leaving it. Because the reinforcements Yang Yi spoke of had arrived at the Sword Sect Sky Hall, Yang Yi had just entered Sky Hall when he saw a few familiar figures. It was Shu Xian from the Tranquil clan. Lu Jianyao had returned to ancient domain city earlier, and Ding Xiaoyao had entered into conflict with him the last time they'd met. This was quite surprising to Yang Yi because had only expected ancient domain city and the Tranquil clan. "Young Master Yang, we meet again." Ding Xiaoyao smiled. "I never expected that Miss Ding would have come as well." Yang Yi nodded lightly while he smiled. Ding Xiaoyao said, "I wasn't the only one who came today. I heard the Sword Sect was in danger, so how could my Ding clan stand by idly when we're allies with young Master Yang? So, I brought all the Exalt Realm experts of my Ding clan with me. There is a total of 107 Exalt Realm experts, and 40 of them are at the 5th rank or above. I hope they'll be of help to young Master Yang." Yang Yi was visibly moved. He hadn't expected that Ding Xiaoyao would actually bring all the Exalt Realm experts of the Ding clan. This displayed that she intended to bind her Ding clan with him. Yang Yi instantly came to an understanding upon giving it a little thought. He realized that she was probably aware about him possessing a master at the Half-Saint realm. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for Ding Xiaoyao to act in this way. "Thank you for the assistance, Miss Ding," said Yang Yi. "It's only something that I should do." Ding Xiaoyao smiled before she moved to the side, and then her gaze descended onto Su Qingshi and Xiao Yushi. She glanced at the two of them, glanced at Yang Yi, and seemed to be lost in thought. "My city governor's estate of Ancient Domain City brought a huge gift for you this time." Lu Jianyao smiled. "My ancient god city annihilated all the forces of the Soul Eater Corps while you were at the Sword Sect. Besides the Tuan clans, all other powers related to Luo Jun within Ancient Domain City have been wiped out." The expressions of everyone here changed, and it even included Yang Yi. They'd experienced the strength of the Soul Eater Corps, so it surprised them that the city governor's estate was actually capable of annihilating 90,000 members of the Soul Eater Corps in such a short period. Moreover, except the Tuan clans, it had even eliminated all the other powers in Ancient Domain City which were related to Luo Jun. Yang Yi said in his heart, "Looks like I underestimated the city governor's estate a little." Lu Jianyao continued, "I came here today with 100 Exalt Realm experts which my father ordered me to bring over, and 60 of them are at the 5th rank or above. My father said that the agreement between the two of you came into effect when you obtained the world portrait, and it will be in effect for eternity as long as you don't go back on your word." "I never betray those who don't betray me," said Yang Yi. Lu Jianyao smiled. "That's exactly what I told my father." Yang Yi nodded. Meanwhile, Shu Xian said, "Young Master Yang, all the members of my Tranquil clan have settled down in the mountains around the Sword Sect. Perhaps they might be quite weak in terms of offensive strength, but their defensive capabilities will definitely not disappoint you. Unless a Monarch Realm expert acts against them, otherwise, even 1,000 Exalt Realm experts wouldn't be a problem for us." "Thank you," said Yang Yi. Shu Xian smiled. "My Tranquil clan is bound to you now, so there's no need to be courteous." Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Ding Xiaoyao and said, "Miss Ding, you're the best at tricks and schemes amongst us all. So, do you think we should be on the offensive or defensive right now?" Ding Xiaoyao rolled her eyes at Yang Yi and said, "I've done some investigating. The Origin School has around 100 plus Exalt Realm experts. The Flower Palace is slightly weaker but only has around 70 plus left after it suffered heavy losses, and the Ghost Sect has around 80 as well. As for the Bright Moon Sect, it only has around 50 plus. In overall, the amount of Exalt Realm experts they possess surpasses our forces, but we have that divine gold dragon, and it's sufficient to make up for the difference. So you're saying that we should go on the offensive? Said Yang Yi. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head and said, that would have been the case, but the plan has to be changed now. Why? Yang Yi was puzzled. Ding Xiaoyao's expression became slightly serious as she said, you should have heard about the Exalted Han Empire possessing a group made completely out of Exalt Realm experts, right? Yang Yi frowned and said, Luo Jun has dispatched that group? Ding Xiaoyao said, not all. He only dispatched 3,000 Exalt Realm experts, and there are 1,000 amongst them who are at the 5th rank or above. Moreover, it's a well-known general of the Exalted Han Empire whole be leading the troops, Zhao Zhangfei. It's that fellow who just conquered the entire Eastern Territory. He is only at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm, but he's extremely skilled in commanding his troops, and he's even able to raise the spirits of his troops. In other words, he can raise their morale to improve their strength, so facing him is like facing an army. Yang Yi took a deep and long glance at Ding Xiaoyao before he said, since you knew that the Exalted Han Empire had dispatched such a formidable army, then why did you still come to the Southern Territory to help me? Isn't it better to offer timely assistance in a time of need instead of trying to improve the strength of a mighty titan? Ding Xiaoyao smiled. I'll remember this kindness, said Yang Yi. Ding Xiaoyao smiled and continued. The Grand Qin Empire and Dark Beast Empire will definitely assist us. However, we'll be attacking sects and not cities, so their armies would be quite insignificant. Only their experts at the Spirit Realm and Exalt Realm would be of use to us. However, even if we include the Exalt Realm experts of both empires, the amount of Exalt Realm experts we possess is still too few when compared to the Exalted Han Empire and all of those sects. That is a problem. Yang Yi frowned. He was quite confident in his ability to annihilate a few dozen Exalt Realm experts by joining forces with the Divine Gold Dragon, but it was only limited to ordinary Exalt Realm experts. However, the Exalt Realm experts from the Exalted Han Empire were definitely far from ordinary, and their numbers were so huge as well. Not to mention anything, just a few spatial cages would be sufficient to trap both him and the Divine Gold Dragon completely. There's another problem. Ding Xiaoyao said, we've been only speaking about Exalt Realm experts. After all, there's the Monarch Realm above the Exalt Realm. Perhaps the Monarch Realm experts of the Exalted Han Empire and those sects wouldn't attack Yang Yi, but what if they attack us? They wouldn't dare. Yang Yi said, Luo Jun wouldn't dare take that risk, because once he uses Monarch Realm experts, then the Demon Emperor and my master would definitely act as well. Once experts of that level join the fight, then it wouldn't just be a fight to seize territory, and it could even destroy the continent. That isn't something he wishes to see. Ding Xiaoyao thought for a moment before she said, I overlooked that. The Mo clan's patriarch, Mo Sinew, has come to pay a visit to the sect master of the Sword Sect. Right at this moment, a sonorous voice resounded from the horizon. The Mo clan? Yang Yi's brows knit together once more. Chapter 562. A Visit. A mocking smile appeared on the corners of Ding Xiaoyao's mouth when she heard these words. Even though the Mo clan was just a hidden clan of the Central Territory, not to mention the Sword Sect, even the Origin School couldn't compare to it. Yet now, the patriarch of the Mo clan had actually come to pay a visit to the Sword Sect's master. Ding Xiaoyao knew that it was definitely because the Mo clan knew that Yang Yi had a master at the Half-Saint realm. Who was the Sword Sect's master? It was Su Qingshi. Who was Su Qingshi? She was Yang Yi's wife. A master was like a parent. In other words, Su Qingshi was equivalent to the daughter-in-law of a half-saint. The Mo clan could give no face to Yang Yi, and it could give no face to Su Qingshi as well. However, it absolutely didn't dare to give no face to a half-saint. Su Qingshi's eyes were filled with a bewildered expression. The Mo clan? Meanwhile, Xiao Yushi spoke a few words by her ear, and then Su Qingshi instantly came to an understanding, so she looked at Yang Yi. Let's go. Since they've come politely, then we can't be rude, said Yang Yi. All of them left Sky Hall, and they saw a middle-aged man and a woman. Yang Yi knew the woman. It was Mo Qingyue. The middle-aged man sized up Yang Yi carefully before he said, "You really do look like your mother." "She's dead," said Yang Yi. The middle-aged man sighed softly and said, "I know you have some resentment towards the Mo clan, and I want to argue about it with you. I've brought 350 Exalt Realm experts with me today, and 100 of them are at the 5th rank or above. I don't have any other intentions, and just want to tell you that the blood of the Mo clan runs through you no matter what. You're a member of the Mo clan." Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, "It was a member of the Mo clan that caused the death of my grandmother and forced my mother to flee for her life, right?" The middle-aged man said, "The culprit was the daughter of the last patriarch of the Mo clan, and the Mo clan has crippled her Dantian and sentenced her to eternal imprisonment in the Mo clan's jail." Yang Yi said, "Just a single person?" The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, and then he laughed bitterly. "This nephew of mine is really as ruthless as the rumors said. If only father paid more attention to that younger sister of his that was born of a maidservant, then he wouldn't have been forced by his grandson to personally cripple and imprison his own wife, and he wouldn't have been removed from the position of patriarch by our clan's ancestor. It was a half-saint. Even if the Mo clan were to side with Luo Jun, wouldn't it be extremely easy for a half-saint to destroy the Mo clan? If the Mo clan wanted to avoid destruction, then the only way was to obtain Yang Ye's forgiveness. Because not only would the danger it faced be resolved upon obtaining Yang Ye's forgiveness, it would even obtain the support of an extraordinary genius and a half-saint to become the #1 hidden clan in the Central Territory. But now it would seem like it wasn't that easy to obtain Yang Ye's forgiveness. Fortunately, it wasn't my mother who caused the death of my younger sister's mother and forced my younger sister to flee the clan. Otherwise, not to mention becoming the Mo clan's patriarch, even surviving would be a problem for me." The middle-aged man pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "That's the best my Mo clan can do right now, because she's your grandfather's daughter, no matter what. Moreover, she's the daughter of the Situ clan's patriarch. If I were to kill her, then it would definitely cause war to erupt between our clans. So, if you do want to kill her, then you have to attain the monarch realm or ask your master to do it." "I'll make a trip to the Mo clan." Yang Yi said, "I'm not an unreasonable person, and I want to act against the entire Mo clan. But I'm not someone who's easy to deceive as well. Regardless of what her identity is, I'll definitely kill that person myself." The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It's fine so long as he doesn't act against the entire clan. Because our Mo clan really can't endure the rage of a half-saint realm expert. Even if that half-saint doesn't act against our Mo clan, once Yang Yi attains the monarch realm in the future, then he wouldn't need anyone's help, because the natural talent he possesses would probably allow him to crush the Mo clan on his own." The middle-aged man smiled. "The ancestor of our clan said that you're a member of the Mo clan, so the Mo clan will stand on your side no matter what, even if it's against the exalted Han Empire." Yang Yi wasn't a pedantic fellow, so he naturally didn't refuse. Of course, if it was the entire Mo clan which had caused the death of his grandmother and forced his mother to leave, then he wouldn't hesitate to kill this man and woman who stood before him. Right at this moment, a wave of fluctuation arose in the space before Ding Xiaoyao, and a short while passed before her beautiful brows knit together. "What's wrong?" asked Yang Yi. "Zhao Zhangfei has arrived at the Southern Territory." The first thing he did was immediately stop all the disciples of the 4 sects from coming to the Sword Sect, and then he gathered all of them together. After that, he sent the assassins of the League of Doom to ceaselessly assassinate the high-ranking officials of the Grand Qin Empire. At this moment, many areas of the Grand Qin Empire have started to fall into disorder. What a plan. "He's actually thinking of throwing our alliance into disorder as soon as he arrived," said Ding Xiaoyao. Yang Yi said, "Since Monarch Realm experts can't join the fight, it'll become disadvantageous to us if such a situation were to continue." Ding Xiaoyao nodded and said, "He's forcing us to fight an all-out and decisive battle. Unfortunately, he never imagined that it's exactly what we want as well. If it was just a while ago, then their side had no chance of victory against Zhao Zhangfei's forces. But now that they had the Emo clan's support, even though the amount of Exalt Realm experts they possessed was still inferior, they had Yang Yi and the Divine Gold Dragon. Regardless of whether it was Yang Yi or the Divine Gold Dragon, both of them were invincible in the same realm of cultivation. "Are we really going to fight a decisive battle right away?" asked Shu Xian. "This is only the beginning," Ding Xiaoyao said. "If I'm not wrong, then Zhao Zhangfei's objective is to annihilate us if possible, and if it isn't possible, then he'll seek to exhaust our strength. Luo Jun has become the emperor of the Central Territory, but that will definitely cause unrest in the exalted Han Empire. For example, all of those other princes would definitely be unwilling to accept it. So, Luo Jun must deal with the internal matters of the exalted Han Empire before he can march on the Southern Territory. He will definitely not allow us to have an easy time during that period, and that's why he sent Zhao Zhangfei here. We don't just have to win. We must attain an overwhelming victory," said Yang Yi. Ding Xiaoyao nodded and said, "You're right. We must attain an overwhelming victory. Only then will we be able to make those in the Southern Territory who haven't chosen a side to feel inclined to join us. So long as we have a chance to win, then I believe that they will definitely not be willing to be dogs for Luo Jun. After all, no one is willing to hand their territory over to another. How will we attain that overwhelming victory?" It was Lu Jianyao who asked this question. Ding Xiaoyao grinned, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "The one step is to boost the morale of our forces." Yang Yi nodded and said, "I understand." At this moment, all the experts of the Ghost Sect, Flower Palace, and Bright Moon Sect had been summoned to the Origin School by Zhao Zhangfei. Zhao Zhangfei was very clearly aware that if the experts of these sects were to swarm the Sword Sect like bandits, then all of them might be annihilated by Yang Yi regardless of how numerous they were. If they weren't united, then no one could resist Yang Yi and that Divine Gold Dragon. "General Zhao, we have almost 5,000 Exalt Realm experts right now. Isn't it extremely easy for so many experts to annihilate the Sword Sect? Why are you still unwilling to launch the attack until now?" An expert from the Origin School gazed at Zhao Zhangfei, who sat at the seat of the host within a grand hall in the Origin School. Zhao Zhangfei glanced coldly at that elder and said, "I know that all of you aren't soldiers and don't have the understanding of a soldier, but allow me to warn all of you that I have my own plans for everything. All of you only have to obey my orders and cooperate with me, not question me. I'll let it go because it was your first offense, but I'll definitely kill you without mercy if it happens again." The face of that elder from the Origin School and all the other elders of the Origin School flushed red when they heard this, but they didn't dare flare up at all. At the same time, they felt very uncomfortable in their hearts. After all, they were elders of the number 1 sect in the Southern Territory. It had always been others who acted according to their will. When had they ever had to act according to the will of another? "Have you figured out the forces Yang Yi possesses?" Zhao Zhangfei glanced at a refined man at the side. The refined man took a step forward and nodded. "General, everything has been investigated clearly. If the Grand Qin Empire and Dark Beast Empire aren't included, then Yang Yi has less than 800 Exalt Realm experts on his side. If the two empires are included, then there should be over 2,000. If those two empires use all their trump cards, then it should be around 3,000 instead. However, their strengths are much inferior when compared to ours, and they'll definitely lose in a head-on battle." "You missed something. You missed Yang Yi and that Divine Gold Dragon." Zhao Zhangfei spoke coldly. Regardless of whether it is Yang Yi or that Divine Gold Dragon, it's utterly impossible to go against them without at least 50 Exalt Realm experts at the 5th rank or above, especially Yang Yi, who possesses numerous Dao artifacts. I think that even the joint forces of 100 Exalt Realm experts would be helpless against him. The refined man said, "Even then, we still have an absolute advantage." Zhao Zhangfei said, "What would we do if our armies collide and both Yang Yi and that Divine Gold Dragon charge into our army? Would we be able to harm them with the physical defenses they both possess? So, we have to think of a way to deal with Yang Yi. Otherwise, that Divine Gold Dragon and him will definitely be able to strike a disastrous blow against us during the battle." The refined man said, "Besides the mortal emperor and in Nanjing, there's probably no Exalt Realm expert in the entire world that can go against him." Zhao Zhangfei's face fell. If the army of the exalted Han Empire could get here, then even if he couldn't defeat Yang Yi with the forces of an entire army, he could still keep Yang Yi busy. It was even to the extent that if he had another 1,000 Exalt Realm experts, then it might even be possible for him to kill Yang Yi. Unfortunately, besides Exalt Realm experts, other troops couldn't arrive at the Southern Territory in time at all, because only Exalt Realm experts could tear through space. The refined man suddenly said, "Should we use the grand formation of blood sacrifice?" Zhao Zhangfei's pupils constricted, and the expressions of the others who'd come here with Zhao Zhangfei from the Central Territory had changed drastically as well. Zhao Zhangfei remained silent for a long time before he said, "Allow me to give it some thought. Exalted Han Empire, do any of you dare to fight me?" Right at this moment, a voice resounded from outside the hall. "It's Yang Yi. What's he doing here?" One of the elders from the Origin School spoke with shock. Chapter 563. Yang Yi stood on the divine gold dragon in the air above the Origin School, and he pointed Lag towards the Origin School down below, while revealing a cold and indifferent expression. Countless disciples of the Origin School ran out onto the square outside their grand hall and gazed at both Yang Yi and the divine gold dragon in midair. "That's the sword sect's Yang Yi? What powerful sword intent! I'm actually affected by his sword intent while he's that far away. My God, exactly how strong is his sword intent? That enormous dragon beneath his is a legendary divine gold dragon? How terrifying! It's even more terrifying than the descriptions in the ancient texts. According to legend, the dragon race is extremely proud and looks down upon humans. How could a dragon actually be willing to become Yang Yi's mount? My God, could it be that another founding ancestor of the sword sect has been born? His sword intent is at the 8th level at least. There's probably no one in our Origin School who can rival him at the Exalt Realm. Alas, our Origin School will be utterly disgraced, just like the Flower Palace, if no one is able to defeat him in battle." Zhao Zhangfei's expression changed when he heard Yang Yi's voice that came from outside the Grand Hall. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually dare to come here to the Origin School by himself and issue a challenge. Does he really think he is invincible? He intends to dampen the morale of our troops. Meanwhile, the refined man spoke in a low voice. An elder of the Origin School smiled as he said, "Isn't it great that he has come? It just happens to be the best opportunity to deal with him. I refuse to believe that he can escape from a few thousand Exalt Realm experts." The refined man glanced at that elder and spoke flatly. "Didn't you hear him? He's asking for a one-on-one battle. We would be the ones who lose face if we sent a group to besiege him, and it would even make the entire Southern Territory and some of the clans in the Central Territory think that my exalted Han Empire is afraid of him. If the group of a few thousand Exalt Realm experts could really kill him, then it wouldn't be too bad to lose some face. But the problem is, what if they aren't able to kill him? At that time, it would be like Yang Yi smashing our faces on the ground before trampling all over it." "How could that be possible?" That elder said. "How could Yang Yi possibly be a match for a few thousand Exalt Realm experts? Advisor Zhuge, aren't you thinking a little too highly of him?" The refined man glanced at that elder yet didn't speak another word. That elder was instantly infuriated from being disregarded, but he didn't dare criticize the refined man and could just shoot a fierce glare over. Could it be that all the members of the exalted Han Empire and Origin School have no balls? How about we do this? I'll allow you to fight me in a 2-on-1 battle, all right? Right at this moment, Yang Yi's voice resounded once more by their ears. He's going too far. That elder from the Origin School who spoke before exploded with rage. "Elder Yuan Che, why don't you go fight Yang Yi since you're that angry? Yang Yi is only at the 3rd rank of the Exalt Realm while you're already at the 9th rank of the Exalt Realm. It should be easy for Elder Yuan Che to kill Yang Yi with the strength you possess." The refined man spoke in an indifferent tone. The corners of that elder's mouth twitched. Even though he hadn't fought Yang Yi in the past, had heard about Yang Yi's deeds. Yang Yi had even killed a few 9th rank Exalt Realm experts in succession while he attacked the Flower Palace. Moreover, Yang Yi had slaughtered 10,000 troops from the Soul Eater Corps with that golden dragon. So, he was clearly aware that if he were to fight Yang Yi, then he wouldn't be a match for Yang Yi at all. However, if he didn't head over and face Yang Yi after that refined man spoke like that, then it would really bring huge disgrace to the origin school. But if he went to face Yang Yi, then it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to return. Didn't Yang Yi say so just now? He allows us to fight him in a 2-on-1 battle. Since it's like that, then let's send one expert from my origin school and another from the exalted Han Empire, alright? Meanwhile, one of the other elders of the origin school spoke abruptly. Right. Yuan Che hurriedly said, Yang Yi didn't just provoke my origin school. He provoked the exalted Han Empire as well. General Zhao, you're a great general of the exalted Han Empire who possesses countless experts under our command. So wouldn't you be able to annihilate Yang Yi by casually sending any one of them? Zhao Zhangfei glanced coldly at Yuan Che. These elders are really utterly useless yet good at causing trouble. If it wasn't out of consideration of the overall situation, Zhao Zhangfei really wanted to kill Yuan Che on the spot. I'm willing to fight that fellow, Yang Yi. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man who was covered in armor had stepped forward. Zhao Zhangfei frowned, and then he said, Yang Yi is practically invincible amongst those of the same realm of cultivation. The two of you will probably be no match for him, even if you join forces. There's no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. But he can't be allowed to continue mouthing off from outside. The man spoke in a deep voice. Allow me and Elder Yuan Che to test his strength. We'll flee if we can't fight him. Zhao Zhangfei was quite hesitant because Luo Jun's message to him contained Luo Jun's warning to be cautious of Yang Yi. He could imagine how strong Yang Yi was. Otherwise, the mortal emperor would definitely not attach such importance to Yang Yi and ask him to be cautious. Just let them test Yang Yi's strength. Meanwhile, the refined man said, we need to have a clear understanding of Yang Yi's strength. Only then can we know our enemy well enough to formulate our strategy for the upcoming battle. Perhaps Elder Yuan Che and Qi who are no match for Yang Yi, but it should be possible for them to escape him. Even if they can't, we have all of our forces here, and we can lend them a hand. Zhao Zhangfei hesitated for a moment before he nodded and said, retreat immediately if the two of you are no match for him, understand? Even though Luo Jun had asked him to be cautious, he didn't have a good understanding of Yang Yi's strength at all. Just as the refined man had said, he needed to understand Yang Yi's true strength. If Zhao Zhangfei was aware of Yang Yi's accomplishments during the battle outside the Saint Ruins, then he probably wouldn't allow them to fight Yang Yi. Unfortunately, he didn't because Luo Jun had sealed off the news about his loss to Yang Yi. As the mortal emperor, how could he let others become aware of his loss to Yang Yi? After all, it would be a lethal blow to his reputation. So, he hadn't told Zhao Zhangfei about Yang Yi's true strength, and he just asked Zhao Zhangfei to be careful. The man in armor nodded while a little disdain arose in Yuan Chi's heart. He admitted that he might not be able to fight Yang Yi in a one-on-one battle, but he refused to believe that the joint forces of two 9th-rank Exalt Realm experts would lose to Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi was only at the Exalt Realm and not the Monarch Realm. So, Yuan Che truly felt that these profounders of the Central Territory were too cowardly. The two of them left the Grand Hall and shot up into the air. Yang Yi, how dare you come here and run wild at my origin school? I'll teach you the meaning of the word death today. Yuan Che glared angrily at Yang Yi upon arriving in the air, and his imposing aura swept out violently. Yang Yi laughed coldly as he swung lag, and then an indistinct ripple flashed by. Yuan Chi's expression changed slightly, and he was just about to counterattack when the speed of that ripple suddenly rose explosively. Yuan Che was astounded because it arrived almost instantaneously in front of him, and he was just about to dodge it. Unfortunately, he felt a strand of strange energy envelop him at this instant, and the ripple had vanished when that energy vanished. Yuan Che was stunned, and then he roared madly with laughter and said, Yang Yi, is that your sword chi? Is that all? Yang Yi gazed at Yuan Che as if he was looking at an idiot. Chapter 564. Pooh. Yuan Che was about to continue ridiculing Yang Yi when a strand of fresh blood suddenly sprayed from his neck, and then his eyes opened wide while his last thoughts flashed through his mind. What's going on? After that, his head tilted to the side and fell off towards the ground. The surroundings were deathly silent. Yang Yi instantly annihilated a 9th-rank Exalt Realm expert just like that? He didn't even have the strength to resist? Is Yang Yi a Monarch Realm expert? Your sword in tint. The man in armor gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment, and he was just about to say something with a ripple shot through his neck, and it made his voice stop abruptly. He's annihilating 9th-rank Exalt Realm experts with just a swing of his sword. Everyone watching in the surroundings gazed at Yang Yi with terror, and the legs of some comparatively weaker disciples had even started to tremble. Yang Yi glanced indifferently at all of the figures on the ground below, and then he said, "Too weak. Send another 2 up here." Zhao Zhangfei had an extremely gloomy expression on his face, while his right hand clenched tightly onto the hilt of his sword that hung on his waist. The refined man by his side had an extremely solemn expression on his face as well, and his brows were knit together tightly. As for the other elders of the Origin School and the Exalt Realm Profounders here, all of them had fear covering their faces while they looked at Yang Yi, as if they were looking at a monster. They were very clearly aware that Yang Yi was extremely strong, but they hadn't imagined that he would be strong to such an extent. There isn't a single Exalt Realm expert throughout the Southern Territory who can be a match for him. An elder of the Origin School spoke after a short while passed. "What should we do now?" One of the experts from the exalted Han Empire spoke in a low voice. Everyone shot their gazes towards Zhao Zhangfei. After a moment of silence, Zhao Zhangfei revealed a ferocious expression as he said, "Zhuge, prepare the grand formation of blood sacrifice." Zhuge's eyelids twitched, and then he glanced up at Yang Yi before he sighed softly and left. Zhao Zhangfei looked up into the sky, and then he said, "Intermittently dispatch an Exalt Realm expert to fight him. He must be delayed here for 24 hours. Meanwhile, one of the elders of the Origin School spoke abruptly. "Will it be the Exalt Realm experts of the Origin School or the exalted Han Empire?" The hearts of the other elders shook when they heard this, because all of them were clearly aware that anyone who is sent up there would be killed. Zhao Zhangfei glanced coldly at that elder of the Origin School and said, "Since you've sided with my exalted Han Empire, then you must understand your own status. If you don't, then I wouldn't mind personally making you understand. After all, had annihilated countless sects like the Origin School while he conquered the Eastern Territory. What are you trying to say?" The expression of that elder changed. "I'm saying that if my exalted Han Empire were to retreat, then what would your Origin School do?" said Zhao Zhangfei. That elder's countenance instantly turned pale. If the exalted Han Empire were to retreat right now, then not to mention Yang Yi, just that divine gold dragon would be a huge problem for the Origin School. Moreover, if Zhao Zhangfei were to act against the Origin School, then how would the Origin School resist him? Some of the elders had realized that, so their faces had turned paler. At the same time, they felt even more uncomfortable in their hearts. What was it like to bring disaster upon oneself? This was exactly it. An elder of the Origin School appeared near Yang Yi. "Sword Emperor, you're invincible amongst those at the same realm of cultivation. So aren't you bullying others by coming here and challenging the members of my Origin School? Wouldn't it be bad for your reputation if news of this were to spread?" That elder spoke in a very polite tone, and he seemed to have no interest in fighting Yang Yi at all. "Reputation?" Yang Yi laughed coldly. "They call me the Sword Demon. What reputation do I have? As for bullying, haha, you're at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm at least, right? I'm only at the 3rd rank of the Exalt Realm, so it should be you who is bullying me, right? Cut the crap and just attack." "You." That elder was infuriated. He intended to continue speaking, but Yang Yi suddenly moved his hand slightly. That elder was astounded by this development, and he didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. In less than a breath of time, that elder had vanished from Yang Yi's field of vision. Yang Yi was stunned. That fellow fled just like that? All the disciples on the ground below were stunned. An elder of our sect fled just like that? He didn't even have the courage to fight? Countless disciples of the Origin School felt unbearably aggrieved. After all, when had the Origin School been humiliated like that? When that elder returned to the hall, everyone within it looked coldly at him, while their eyes carried undisguised ridicule. This even included most of the experts from the Origin School. They wouldn't act like this even if Head just exchanged 2 blows with Yang Yi before fleeing. After all, everyone had witnessed Yang Yi's strength. But Head actually turned around and fled before even fighting, and he was afraid of death to such an extent. That elder's face flushed red, but his face quickly returned to normal. He said, "I know that all of you look down upon my actions. Humph. If you are confident in your ability to resist an attack from Yang Yi, then go ahead and give it a try." All of them were speechless because besides a few people here, all the others weren't confident in their ability to resist even a single attack from Yang Yi. So the Origin School is actually full of such trash. This is the #1 sect of the Southern Territory? Haha, but it still isn't that bad. At least the Origin School has backbone unlike the exalted Han Empire and dares to step forward to face me. However, the exalted Han Empire only knows how to hide at the back and doesn't even dare to step forward. TSK, the subordinates of the mortal emperor? What a joke. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's voice resounded from outside. The members of the Origin School were infuriated to the point their faces turned livid when they heard Yang Yi, but it wasn't long before it felt much better for them, and then they smiled coldly as they gazed at the members of the exalted Han Empire. Motherfucker. That bastard, Yang Yi, is going too far. Let me fight him. A fatty who held hammers in each hand spat on the ground and was about to charge out of the hall. Zhao Zhangfei commanded, "Get back here." The fatty stopped, turned around, and gazed at Zhao Zhangfei as he said, "Big brother Zhao, that fellow insulted us and insulted the mortal emperor. I truly can't swallow such an insult. If worse comes to worse, Lao Fei, will just take him down with me. You're prohibited from heading out there." Zhao Zhangfei gazed at Lao Fei as he spoke with a trace of anger. The fatty's face was covered in rage. He gazed at Zhao Zhangfei for a short while before he sighed softly in the end, and then he returned to where he stood earlier. He knew that he would definitely be punished according to martial law if he were to leave the hall. However, he was truly unable to swallow this insult and humiliation. Elders of the Origin School, head out and meet him in battle. Zhao Zhangfei withdrew his gaze and spoke indifferently. The expressions of all the members of the Origin School changed drastically, and their eyes were instantly filled with flames of rage. This fellow clearly intends for us to go and give our lives away. General Zhao, are you trying to make the members of my Origin School give our lives away? One of the elders spoke furiously. Bang! Zhao Zhangfei suddenly slapped the table before him with his right palm, and it was instantly transformed into power. He glared angrily at that elder and said, "Members of the Origin School, I'll only repeat myself once more. All of you must realize your status. Since you've sided with the mortal emperor, then you're naturally obliged to obey the orders of my exalted Han Empire. They'll kill you on the spot if you dare to question my orders again. Your Origin School can try and see if the mortal emperor will uphold justice for you." The elders of the Origin School were almost overwhelmed with rage, but not a single one of them dared to talk back to Zhao Zhangfei. Zhao Zhangfei spoke in a furious tone. "Immediately send someone out to keep Yang Yi busy. Don't force me to make things difficult for all of you." The members of the Origin School were at a loss for words. Kingly City. It was a city of around 5 million inhabitants, which was only a few hundred kilometers away from the Origin School. Even though Kingly City belonged to the exalted Han Empire, it was in the control of the Origin School's forces. So, the orders of the exalted Han Empire were completely useless here. At this moment, 1,000 masked experts were carrying out a crazy slaughter throughout Kingly City. Everywhere they passed, howls of sorrow resounded, and none could stop them, because every single one of them was an Exalt Realm expert. Just a single Exalt Realm expert was extremely terrifying, let alone 1,000. So, less than 10 hours passed before the entire Kingly City had been transformed into a city of the dead as all 5 million inhabitants had been slaughtered. The aura of blood, evil, and resentment shot into the sky. A refined man stood at the center of the city, while numerous mysterious and scarlet-red strings of blood resided beneath his feet. The strings of blood swept towards the surroundings, and it wasn't long before the entire city was suffused by these strings of blood. A black-clothed figure arrived before the refined man, and he cupped his fists and said, "Advisor Zhuge, the inhabitants of the entire city have been annihilated." The refined man nodded and said, "Everyone leave the city and head back to assist General Zhao in trapping Yang Yi." Yes. Countless black-clothed figures tore space open and vanished from Kingly City. The refined man flipped his right palm, and then a skull appeared in his hand. As soon as it appeared in his hand, the energy of blood, evil, and slaughter surged madly towards the skull. As it surged incessantly into the skull, a strand of monstrous killing intent and baleful energy appeared within Kingly City. The skull revolved incessantly as it absorbed the energy of blood and evil in the city, and it actually started growing a body while it absorbed the endless energy. After that, a blood-red saber slowly appeared within its grasp. Yet now, only half the energy of blood and evil within the city had been absorbed. As he gazed at the skeleton in front of him, Zhuge had a solemn expression on his face, and he held tightly onto a wooden tablet in his right hand. If it wasn't for the sake of killing Yang Yi, even he didn't want to utilize such a ruthless and immoral grand formation to summon a terrifying being that shouldn't exist in the world. However, it couldn't be helped because there was probably no one in the world that could stop Yang Yi if experts at the Monarch realm or above didn't interfere. A dark blue ball of flames gradually appeared in the right eye of the skeleton, and the skeleton itself grew even more wicked. The refined man's expression grew even more serious as well. 2 hours later, a fiery red ball of flames suddenly appeared in the skeleton's left eye. As soon as that ball of flames appeared, the space before the skeleton instantly collapsed while the houses in an area of a few thousand kilometers around it were instantly transformed into powder. Chapter 565. The skeleton raised its head and looked up into the sky. Bang! 2 blood-red rays of light shot out from its eyes and surged into the sky. At this moment, all the experts throughout the Southern Territory were shocked. At the imperial palace of the Grand Qin Empire, the founding emperor was in a meeting when his expression suddenly changed, and then he glanced towards Kingly City before he instantly vanished on the spot. All the other officials in the palace were shocked. At the Grand Myriad Mountains, the expression of the Beast Emperor who was cultivating had suddenly changed, and then he glanced towards Kingly City. In the next moment, he vanished from his palace. Kingly City, after tens of thousands of years. The human world. Blood, thick blood. Souls, so many souls. The skeleton glanced towards the surroundings while its voice carried coldness that instilled horror in the hearts of others. Corpse ancestor, I used the blood and resentment of millions to revive you because I want you to help me do something. Accomplish it, and I promise on behalf of the mortal emperor that you'll be provided with the blood and resentment of billions to rebuild your body, said the refined man. The skeleton turned to look at the refined man, and then he pondered deeply for a moment before a ray of blood-red light shot towards the refined man. The refined man seemed to have expected it, and his expression didn't change at all as his profound energy surged into the wooden tablet in his palm. "Ah!" The skeleton suddenly cried with pain, and that ray of blood-red light instantly vanished as well. Corpse ancestor, since I dared to revive you, am naturally confident in my ability to deal with you. The refined man spoke indifferently. A soul control tablet? The skeleton's voice trembled slightly and carried shock as it said, You're from the Zhuge clan." The refined man didn't answer the question and just pointed at the surroundings before he said, "Corpse ancestor, do you sense it? This world is filled with fresh blood and souls. If you want to rebuild your body, then adopt the right attitude. After all, you aren't the same corpse ancestor from all those years ago. Human, don't think that you can order me around like a slave just because you possess that soul control tablet. Do you believe me if I tell you that I can still kill you if I resolve to bring you down with me?" The saber formed from blood within corpse ancestor's grasp spun incessantly. The refined man nodded and said, "But why should we fight to the death? If we work together, then I can accomplish my goal while you'll be able to rebuild your body. Isn't that very good?" If it wasn't because they'd encountered a peerless monster like Yang Yi, he would never revive this fellow before him because it was too evil, immortal, and went against the balance of the world. It seemed to be fine now, but he was actually covered in bad karma now, and the punishment which the heavens would strike down upon him when he advanced into the monarch realm would be extremely terrifying. However, so long as Luo Jun unified the continent and utilized the karmic luck of the mortal emperor to cleanse the bad karma he possessed, then he would be able to endure a normal heavenly tribulation and advance like a normal person. After a moment of silence, the skeleton said, "Who do I have to kill?" The refined man revealed a slight smile as he said, "The Sword Emperor, the Sword Sect." At the moment the rays of blood-red light had shot into the sky, the expressions of all the girls who were discussing the plan within Sky Hall had changed, and they flew out of Sky Hall and gazed towards Kingly City. Su Qingshi asked, "What's that? What a thick aura of death." Ding Xiaoyao fell silent for a moment before her expression suddenly changed. "That doesn't seem good. Zhao Zhangfei and the others are definitely about to stop at nothing to besiege and kill Yang Yi. Yang Yi might be in danger." Their expressions changed when they heard this. Xiao Yushi intended to charge out of Sky Hall without the slightest, but she was stopped by Ding Xiaoyao, who said, "He only might be in danger. With the strength that both he and that divine gold dragon possess, it's impossible to kill him with just the joint forces of 3,000 Exalt Realm experts. You'll only distract him by going there by yourself." "Then are we supposed to just do nothing?" said Xiao Yushi. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head and said, "Of course not. Immediately summon all the Exalt Realm experts and set out to the Origin School." All of the others were shocked, and Lu Jianyao said, "We're going to fight an all-out battle right now?" Ding Xiaoyao said, "It can't be helped. Even though I don't know what they're planning, based on Zhao Zhangfei's character, he is definitely confident in his ability to deal with Yang Yi if he has made a move. If Zhao Zhangfei's plan fails to deal with Yang Yi, then we'll have a good chance of success even if we fight an all-out battle with them. However, if Yang Yi is killed or heavily injured by them, then all our plans would be meaningless. Thus, we must go there." All of the others didn't object. It wasn't long before over 1,000 Exalt Realm experts tore Spare apart and rushed towards the Origin School. At the same time, over 300 Exalt Realm experts from the Grand Qin Empire and over 300 Exalt Realm experts from the Dark Beast Empire rushed towards the Origin School as well. The Flower Palace, Ghost Sect, and Bright Moon Sect refused to show weakness as well. All the experts from their sects had set out towards the Origin School. At this moment, the gazes of everyone within the Southern Territory had shot towards the Origin School. The Origin School. Hiss. Yang Yi waved his hand, and then a strand of sword chi flashed out before the head of an elder of the Origin School instantly flew into the air. Yang Yi laughed coldly, and he was just about to say something when he suddenly turned to look towards the horizon. Two blood-red rays of light had shot into the clouds there, and it seemed like it could pierce holes through the heavens. A slight feeling of danger arose in Yang Yi's heart. He glanced down to the ground below, and then his heart shook. At this moment, he finally understood why members of the Origin School had come out incessantly to give their lives away to him. It was because they wanted to keep him here. So, as soon as he thought up to this point, Yang Yi didn't hesitate at all to issue a command, and the divine gold dragon roared furiously and was about to leave. Right at this moment, 2,000 experts in dark golden armor appeared around him. All of them were Exalt Realm experts. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly, and he thought to himself, "As expected, they really were trying to keep me busy. Those two blood-red rays of light are definitely from the scheme they've prepared for me. Yang Yi, it's too late to try and leave now." Meanwhile, Zhao Zhangfei appeared in midair with a group of experts, and he said, "Yang Yi, you could have avoided all of this, yet you just had to come and court death. No matter how monstrous you are, right here and now will be where you are buried." "With just all of you?" Yang Yi laughed coldly. 2,000 Exalt Realm expert? Haha. If I decide to leave, then what could all of you possibly do even if there was another 1,000 amongst you? As expected of the Sword Emperor, you're actually still so calm and composed even when facing 2,000 Exalt Realm experts. Zhao Zhangfei smiled and said, "I know we're unable to stop you as well, so I specially prepared an opponent for you." Yang Yi was just about to speak when an extremely thick smell of blood suddenly appeared in the air above the Origin School, and then everyone watched with astonishment as the sky above the Origin School actually turned blood red. Meanwhile, a blood-red figure flashed through the air towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically, and he was just about to counterattack, but that blood-red figure's speed suddenly shot up explosively and smashed against his chest at a speed which he wasn't able to avoid at all. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted flying, and his body smashed against a mountain behind the Grand Hall of the Origin School. Bang! The upper half of the mountain immediately collapsed. All the spectators in the surroundings were astounded by this scene. Roar! The divine gold dragon roared furiously, but the skeleton suddenly appeared on the divine gold dragon's back. That's the Sword Emperor of this era? How weak! The skeleton stomped with his feet as he spoke. Bang! The divine gold dragon howled with pain. The golden scales it had around it, which represented the divine dragon armor, had instantly cracked apart while its figure crashed towards the ground. Bang! The divine gold dragon smashed a deep hole into the ground, and there was no further movement from it after that. The spectators were stunned speechless by this scene. Chapter 566. Chapter 566. The physical body of a half-saint? A monarch realm expert? Killing intent flashed through both the founding emperor and beast emperor's eyes as they stood high above amidst the clouds, and they slowly clenched their fists. However, it was long before they relaxed their fists again because the skeleton wasn't a monarch realm expert. What exactly is that monster? The beast empire revealed a solemn expression. The founding emperor shook his head and said, "I've never seen or heard of something like that. I wonder if Yang Yi will be able to deal with it." The beast emperor wasn't really confident in Yang Yi this time because while the skeleton wasn't at the monarch realm, it was truly too unusual. "Let's just watch for now," said the founding emperor. The skeleton below gazed at the refined man and said, "That's the person you wanted me to kill? The Sword Emperor? How weak. All right, I've killed him. So give me blood and souls." Right at this moment, the skeleton suddenly looked towards the direction which Yang Yi had been blasted towards and said, "Interesting." The others looked along the gaze of the skeleton and saw Yang Yi flying slowly towards the skeleton, and they noticed that Yang Yi was actually completely fine. Hiss! The skeleton waved his hand, and then a ray of blood-red light tore through the sky and shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi grunted coldly, and then he swung lag. A strand of sword chi collided with the blood-red light. Bang! Both of them rumbled as they exploded apart, and then countless blood-red threads and threads of sword chi shot towards the surroundings. In an instant, numerous shrill cries resounded from below, because all those who were struck by the threads of blood-red light or sword chi had been instantly blasted apart, and it was the same even for some Exalt Realm experts. They were utterly unable to resist the blood-red threads and threads of sword chi. Yang Yi revealed a solemn expression because that strand of sword chi carried his 10th level perfect sword intent. However, it was exactly such an attack which had actually only been an equal match for the skeleton's attack. What sort of monster is that skeleton? The profound energy within Yang Yi's body surged violently. He had to fight seriously, otherwise he might really make a careless mistake and suffer a horrible defeat. Perfection in sword intent? The skeleton's voice carried a trace of surprise before it said, "Not bad. Even if it were during the ancient times of over 20,000 years ago, you would still be a monstrous genius amongst the human race based on your ability to attain perfection in sword intent at such a young age. Now I understand why Zhuge would have revived me. It's because there really isn't anyone beneath the monarch realm who can kill you." Yang Yi said, "Are you a monarch realm expert?" The skeleton said, "I'm not." "Then what are you acting all arrogant about?" Yang Yi interrupted the skeleton. As soon as he spoke that last word, he relied on the speed boost from the stellar shuttle to instantly arrive before the skeleton, and then he stabbed lag at the skeleton's chest. Clang! A resounded sound of metal colliding resounded. Yang Yi's pupils constricted because lag had actually curved. He didn't hesitate to flash 300 m away, and his expression was unprecedented solemn as he gazed at the skeleton. Lag was a Dao artifact. Even though it was an artificial Dao artifact, it was still a Dao artifact. This Dao artifact of mine is actually not as solid as that pile of bones. Meanwhile, the skeleton said, even though I'm not at the monarch realm, my physical body is comparable to the physical body of a half-saint. Not to mention a mere ant at the exalt realm like you. Even ordinary monarch realm experts wouldn't be able to break through my defenses with ease. All right, I don't want to waste my breath on you anymore. Just die. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 strands of flames sprayed out from the skeleton's eyes. The flames expanded as they moved forward, and they instantly transformed into 2 almost 3 kilometers long flame dragons that swallowed Yang Yi. The skeleton said, "These flames of mine are mysterious flames from outer space. You'll definitely die even if you possess perfect sword intent." Suddenly, his voice stopped abruptly, because the 2 enormous flame dragons had suddenly roared furiously, and their roars carried traces of pain. After that, Yang Yi charged out from within the enormous dragon, while a flaming vest that seemed as if it was made from flames covered Yang Yi. Those 2 flame dragons roared furiously without end as they gazed at the flaming vest, but they didn't dare try to swallow Yang Yi as they had just now. Nether Ghost Flame. The flame dragons flew back into the skeleton's eyes, and he said, "I really underestimated you a little. I never expected that you would possess the Nether Ghost Flame. However, it's useless even if you possess the legendary Heaven Incinerator because you're dead." As he spoke, the skeleton suddenly swung the blood-red saber in his hand, and then an almost 3 kilometers long blood-red pillar of saber chi blotted out the sky as it slashed down towards Yang Yi. As soon as he executed this attack, many disciples of the Origin School and troops from the exalted Han Empire were instantly knocked unconscious by the bloody aura within the saber chi. The entire Origin School was enveloped by the aura of blood. Countless profounders fled madly towards the surroundings. Yang Yi was just about to activate his sword domain when the pearl of baleful blood suddenly appeared at the center of his forehead. After that, a ray of red light enveloped Yang Yi before a blood-red vortex appeared in front of him. The skeleton's blood-red saber chi entered directly into the vortex, and then Yang Yi's hair instantly turned scarlet red while his eyes became blood-red again. Fortunately, Yang Yi hurriedly utilized his sword domain to suppress this aura of blood. Otherwise, he might go mad or explode on the spot because of this aura of blood. How could that be possible? The skeleton's voice carried undisguised shock and bewilderment. "Do you know what my other nickname is? It's the Sword Demon. You're a demon, but so am I, understand?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi had appeared before the skeleton, and Lag swept horizontally towards the skeleton's throat. Clang! Sparks shot towards the surroundings, but Lag wasn't able to leave even a mark behind on those bones. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to retreat when the skeleton smashed a punch against his chest. Yang Yi was blasted flying once more. However, he merely flew for 300 m before he stopped. It would really be great if a Nanjing were here. Her sky split would definitely be able to blast this pile of bones apart. Yang Yi thought in his heart while he gazed at the skeleton. The skeleton said, "You've really surprised me. I never expected that your physical body would actually be so formidable as well. Even though it's inferior to mine, it's probably comparable to some monarch realm experts who have utilized the might of divine lightning to temper their bodies. All right, let's cut the crap. I still have to go devour fresh blood and souls, so you should just die right now." The skeleton took a step forward, and the space beneath his foot instantly collapsed while he pointed his blood-red saber at Yang Yi. In an instant, the blood-red saber seemed as if it had come to life, and a strange skull actually appeared on its tip. In the next moment, the blood-red saber swished forward like a bolt of lightning and instantly arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly while he swiftly swung Lag. A snow-white strand of sword chi shot forward. However, that strand of sword chi which carried 10th level sword intent was instantly blasted apart by the skull. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. He suddenly stomped his right foot down as he activated his sword domain. In an instant, the skull stopped, and then Yang Yi stretched out his hand and grasped while he shouted, "Mince! Countless rays of light flashed incessantly within his sword domain. Roar! The skull's howl resounded from within the sword domain. The sword domain. You've actually comprehended sword domain. The skeleton's voice carried terror as he said, "How could that be possible? You're only a little over 20. How could you have possibly comprehended sword domain? How could that be possible?" Bang! The skull was minced apart to the point it exploded apart within the sword domain. The Beast Emperor and Founding Emperor finally heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this because they felt that Yang Yi was in an invincible position with the sword domain at his disposal. As far as they were concerned, Yang Yi was extremely important right now, because he was the one and only person who could restrain the monarch realm experts of the Central Territory, and he was the only one capable of going against Luo Jun. If Yang Yi were to die or lose, then it would be a calamity to the Southern Territory. On the other side, the faces of Yuan Tian and the others twitched incessantly. Moreover, it was especially so for Qian Huagu. Yang Yi must die. He must. Yuan Tian clenched his fists tightly as he spoke in a low voice. After all, if Yang Yi didn't die and was given the time to mature, then he would definitely become a figure like the Sword Sect's founding ancestor. At that time, wouldn't it be beyond easy for him to annihilate the Origin School? If he doesn't die now, then we'll be the ones who die in the future. The Ghost King of the Ghost Sect revealed undisguised killing intent. The sect master of the Bright Moon Sect, Kuang Yu, said, "He has a master at the Half-Saint Realm. Anyone who kills him will die as well." All of them instantly fell silent. A short while later, Qian Huagu said, "Luo Jun desires his death more than we do." Zhao Zhangfei and the refined man's expressions weren't composed and indifferent any longer when they saw Yang Yi reveal his sword domain, and there was only shock left in their eyes. The sword domain. That's something which only the legendary founding ancestor of the Sword Sect comprehended, yet Yang Yi has actually comprehended it as well. My God! Even the Sword Sect's founding ancestor had only comprehended it at around the age of 100. But how old is Yang Yi? Even the Sword Sect's founding ancestor can be considered to be trash when compared to him. Everyone heed my command. Attack at full force to kill Yang Yi. Right at this moment, Zhao Zhangfei's voice suddenly resounded in the sky above the Origin School. Over 3,000 Exalt Realm experts flashed through the sky. Right at this moment, the skeleton swung his blood-red saber at those Exalt Realm experts, and a ray of blood-red light shot out violently from it. The expressions of countless Exalt Realm experts changed drastically, and they hurriedly joined forces and created spatial barriers before they were finally able to stop that blood-red ray of light. Don't you fucking interfere. I'm going to crush him myself. The skeleton's sonorous voice resounded through the air above the Origin School. Zhao Zhangfei's expression changed, and he shot a glance at Zhuge. Zhuge said, "Listen to him. He was once a Saint Realm expert at any rate. Even though he isn't even at the Monarch Realm right now, he's not weak to the point of even being unable to kill an Exalt Realm Profounder." Zhao Zhangfei nodded. Palm of Doom. Right at this moment, the skeleton roared furiously. An enormous black-colored palm seemed like it was descending from the sky as it appeared in the sky above the Origin School. Moreover, the formidable pressure emanated by the enormous palm instantly blasted the Grand Hall below into powder. Everyone move 3 kilometers back. No, move 5 kilometers back. Zhao Zhangfei's fearful voice resounded in the sky above the Origin School. Chapter 567. Yuan Tian's expression changed when that enormous palm appeared in the air, and he waved his right hand and instantly transported some of the disciples on the ground below by over 5 kilometers away. However, he wasn't able to transport some of them away in time. They were instantly struck by the terrifying aura emanated by that enormous black palm to the point of death. That's a Dao technique of legend. The founding emperor's expression became extremely solemn while he spoke in a low voice. The beast emperor's eyelids twitched while shock filled his eyes, because even he had only heard of Dao techniques from legends. To be more precise, Dao techniques had only existed during the ancient times, and it practically didn't exist in the continent now. What exactly is that fellow's origins? Why does he possess a Tao technique? The founding emperor clenched his fists tightly as he spoke in a low voice. The beast emperor shook his head and said, "Will Yang Yi be able to resist it?" The founding emperor said, "Be prepared to act." The beast emperor glanced at the founding emperor, and then he nodded. "Human, you've never seen a legendary Tao technique, right? Haha." The skeleton's voice was filled with complacency. A Tao technique. Yang Yi took a deep breath as he flipped his palm, and the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp before he sheathed lag within it. Truthfully speaking, he really didn't want to utilize the heaven ren drawing technique because every single time he used it would represent the destruction of a Tao artifact. The destruction of Void Flash really hurt, and he really didn't want to lose lag as well. But it couldn't be helped because he would probably be unable to stop that enormous palm without heaven rend. Yang Yi stopped hesitating and suddenly exerted strength with his right hand. Clang! A sword howl resounded through the entire southern territory while the world dimmed down. Heaven rend! Yang Yi drew with all his strength before slashing swiftly, and then a ray of light shot into the air and stabbed that enormous palm. On the other hand, lag exploded into countless pieces. Bang! The enormous palm and the ray of light collided, and then it seemed like a star had exploded into pieces. The heavens and the earth trembled while countless strands of black-colored energy and sword energy shot madly towards the surroundings. It simply seemed like the end of the world had arrived. Zhao Zhangfei and the others were astounded. They hadn't imagined that Yang Yi was actually strong to such an extent that even a Tao technique of legend couldn't kill him. Is he really only around the age of 20? Is he really not a monarch realm expert? The flames in the skeleton's eyes surged incessantly as he said, "How could this be possible? What sword technique was that? It was actually not inferior to my Tao technique." Sword of elements. Yang Yi's voice suddenly resounded, and then an enormous sword that was formed from natural treasures shot through the sky and smashed against the skeleton's chest. Yang Yi never had the habit of discussing things with his opponents while in battle. Bang! Flames instantly enveloped the skeleton, while countless bolts of violet lightning attacked him incessantly. Bang! Meanwhile, the divine gold dragon that had been smashed into the ground just now had charged out and circled in the sky above Yang Yi. Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face as he gazed at the divine gold dragon which was covered in injuries, and then he waved his right hand and sent it into the tiny vortex. The divine gold dragon was extremely helpful to him, so he refused to allow it to be destroyed. Bang! A blood-red ray of light shot out from within the ocean of flames, and the three natural treasures were blasted away. Everyone in the surroundings watched as the skeleton walked out slowly with the blood-red saber in his hand, and he said, "My body is comparable to the physical body of a half-saint, so how could it be destroyed by an ant like you? What a headache!" Yang Yi stomped his right foot on the ground and shot forward explosively. He instantly arrived in front of the skeleton before smashing his fist against the skeleton's head. Bang! The skeleton was blasted flying. However, Yang Yi suddenly appeared before him again, and then Yang Yi stomped his foot against the skeleton's throat. The skeleton was about to block this strike when a golden rope shot forward like a bolt of lightning from Yang Yi's arm, and it instantly bound the skeleton. After that, bang, bang, bang. Yang Yi's fists and feet were like a raging storm that descended incessantly onto the skeleton. Zhao Zhangfei and Zhuge's expressions were unsightly to the extreme as they watched Yang Yi beat the skeleton around like a sandbag. "That's the ancient corpse ancestor you spoke of? That's the existence you said was capable of obliterating the world during the ancient times? Mr. Zhuge, are you kidding me?" Zhao Zhangfei spoke with a gloomy expression on his face. Zhuge shook his head and said, "It's not because he's too weak. It's because Yang Yi is too strong. We've really underestimated Yang Yi's strength since the beginning. He must be killed, otherwise, he would absolutely be more terrifying than the Sword Sect's founding ancestor in the future. The mortal emperor can dream of unifying the continent while he's alive. If he were to assist the mortal emperor, then unifying the entire continent wouldn't be difficult at all. What a pity." Zhao Zhangfei shook his head. "Order them to prepare themselves to join forces with the corpse ancestor to crush Yang Yi," said Zhuge. Zhao Zhangfei nodded. After all, anyone could discern that the skeleton wasn't able to kill Yang Yi at all. Bang! Yang Yi stomped his foot against the skeleton's face, and he instantly stomped the skeleton deep into the ground. This time, Yang Yi didn't pursue the skeleton anymore because he noticed that it was completely useless. At this moment, his hands were swollen while his legs were slightly puffed up. Now, he really believed that the skeleton's body was comparable to a half-saint. If he had more Dao artifacts to execute Heaven Rend, then perhaps he would be able to kill the skeleton. However, he didn't have a single one on him now, so he couldn't execute Heaven Rend at all. How should I destroy this monster? Yang Yi had quite the headache. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud explosion resounded from within the hole in the ground, and then Yang Yi's expression changed because he noticed that the immortal binding rope had been destroyed. What a loss! Yang Yi's face turned gloomy because the battle with this monster had made him lose 2 Dao artifacts. His heart was really bleeding. Bang! The skeleton shot into the sky, and then he instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi and said, "Aunt, you actually dared to humiliate me like that. I'll drink you blood, suck out your marrow, chew on your bones, and take your soul." Meanwhile, 3,000 Exalt Realm experts appeared around them and surrounded them. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. The profound energy within him surged madly into the stellar shuttle as he was about to flee. Fuck off! The skeleton roared furiously at those Exalt Realm experts, and he was about to attack them. Right at this moment, the refined man on the ground below suddenly withdrew a wooden tablet, and then his profound energy surged into it. The skeleton in the sky above instantly screamed, and then he glanced at the refined man. "Join forces with him to kill Yang Yi, otherwise, you can go back to deep sleep," said the refined man. The skeleton tightened his grip of the blood-red saber in his hand, and then he hesitated for a moment before he roared and swung his saber at Yang Yi. On the other hand, the 3,000 Exalt Realm experts pounced at Yang Yi as well. The faces of the Founding Emperor and Beast Emperor changed. Yang Yi's expression changed as well because he noticed that the space around him had been frozen, and he wasn't able to flee at all. Swish! Suddenly, a ray of violet light flashed, and then the wooden tablet in the refined man's grasp had vanished. The skeleton stopped moving. The refined man was stunned. Zhao Zhangfei was stunned, but Yang Yi started smiling instead. Chapter 568. A violet mink appeared on Yang Yi's shoulder, and it was holding a wooden tablet in its little claws. It was that exact same wooden tablet which the refined man was holding just a moment ago. At the same time, the spatial barriers around Yang Yi had been instantly destroyed. The violet mink gazed at Yang Yi, blinked, and then placed its little head against Yang Yi's face before rubbing it incessantly. Yang Yi took the violet mink in his arms and kissed her on the forehead. The little fellow's round and chubby face instantly blushed red. Yang Yi was amused by this and kissed her on the forehead again before he smiled. "What is it? Little fellow, are you embarrassed? Aren't you supposed to be able to take human form after you receive the inheritance? Have you still not received it?" The violet mink glared at Yang Yi with embarrassment, and then she passed the wooden table to Yang Yi before she covered her face with both of her claws and hid behind Yang Yi's head. Yang Yi chuckled. He stopped teasing the little fellow and held the wooden tablet in his grasp before he sent a strand of profound energy into it, just like the refined man had. Meanwhile, the skeleton suddenly let out a shrill cry. "Oops, what's wrong with you?" Yang Yi gazed at the skeleton in an exaggerated manner and said, "You seem to be in great pain?" As he spoke, he sent another strand of profound energy into the wooden tablet. The skeleton rolled about incessantly in midair while roaring furiously. "Stop! Stop! Human! Stop! Otherwise I'll drag you down with me." "You're even threatening me? Come give it a try. Let's see if you can bring me down with you." Yang Yi sent another strand of profound energy into the wooden tablet while he spoke, and the skeleton started howling incessantly with pain. "Kill him! Kill him!" Meanwhile, the refined man's quite exasperated voice resounded from below. Just thinking about the corpse ancestor being in Yang Ye's control made the refined man's face turned ghastly pale. After that, that was undoubtedly a calamity to them. Spatial cage. The voices of 3,000 Exalt Realm experts resounded in midair, and then numerous spatial barriers overlapped each other around Yang Yi. However, the violet mink just waved her claw, and then those spatial barriers around Yang Yi instantly warped. Merely a moment passed before an explosion resounded as all the spatial barriers were instantly destroyed. The expressions of Zhao Zhangfei and the others changed. Yang Yi glanced at the little fellow. She revealed a complacent smile, and then she started scratching Yang Yi's ears as if she were saying, "I'm amazing, right?" Yang Yi smiled, and then he gazed at the skeleton and said, "Now, help me kill these Exalt Realm experts. Of course, you can choose to refuse, but it's in your best interest to avoid doing that. Otherwise, it'll make living worse than death for you. Besides that, don't threaten me. Because unless you really attain the Half-Saint realm, or the Monarch realm perhaps, otherwise, you can dream of taking me down with you." The skeleton's body trembled incessantly as if he was hesitating. Yang Yi's gaze turned cold, and he was about to make the skeleton experience terrible pain. Meanwhile, the skeleton hurriedly swung his blood-red saber at those Exalt Realm experts. Countless rays of blood-red light shot out, and it instantly annihilated some of the nearby Exalt Realm experts. "Corpse ancestor, how dare you?" The refined man was furious. "Dare my ass, you idiot." The corpse ancestor was exasperated. If it were a choice between Yang Yi and Zhuge, he would rather Zhuge had the soul control tablet. But he hadn't expected that Zhuge would actually lose the soul control tablet. How stupid does he have to be to let that happen? Every time he thought about how he would be controlled and enslaved by Yang Yi, the corpse ancestor was furious to the point he wished he could destroy the entire world. Swish! Countless rays of blood-red light shot incessantly towards the surroundings. Some Exalt Realm experts joined forces and were barely able to resist them, but the problem was that their attacks simply had no effect when they struck the corpse ancestor. He was completely unharmed. So, how could they fight such a battle? The corpse ancestor's physical body was invincible before Exalt Realm Profounders. Kill! Right at this moment, a furious howl resounded in the sky. Yang Yi was delighted when he heard this voice because it was Ding Xiaoyao. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to issue a command in his heart, and his swords flew out and shot towards the Exalt Realm Profounders of the exalted Han Empire. The violet mink on his shoulder didn't stand by idly as well. She waved her claws incessantly, and then numerous rays of violet light flashed off incessantly. Practically every single profounder struck by the violet light perished immediately. Even though some profounders at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm and above were able to avoid death, they were heavily injured at least, and they'd completely lost their ability to fight. No one was able to resist Yang Yi, the skeleton, or the little fellow. Everywhere they went, their enemies would either die or be injured. After Ding Xiaoyao led the Exalt Realm experts into the battle, it instantly became a one-sided battle, and just around 5 minutes had passed when almost 500 Exalt Realm experts from the exalted Han Empire had perished. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Immediately! Zhao Zhangfei roared madly from below, and then he was the first to leave and lead a group towards the Exalt Han Empire. If there was no one to keep Yang Yi and the corpse ancestor busy, then even if they could win the battle in the end, they would have barely come out on top, and that wasn't something he wanted. "We're finished." Yuan Tian's face turned pale as he watched Zhao Zhangfei and the others retreat, and his eyes were filled with the color of death. Once the exalted Han Empire retreated, how could the Origin School possibly resist Yang Yi's forces? At this moment, he finally understood that the Origin School was merely a pawn that the exalted Han Empire could abandon at any moment. "Yang Yi, you've won. My Origin School surrenders." Right at this moment, Yuan Tian's voice resounded from the sky above the Origin School. Everyone stopped fighting. "How many Exalt Realm experts of the Origin School are left?" Yang Yi asked Ding Xiaoyao. Ding Xiaoyao said, "Over 100. Yang Yi nodded, and then he said, Kill all Exalt Realm experts of the Origin School. As for those below the Exalt Realm, kill any who dare to resist." Could Yang Yi trust the Origin School after it surrendered? The answer was no. Yang Yi believed if Luo Jun were to come to the Southern Territory again, then the Origin School would probably immediately pounce into Luo Jun's arms again. So, if he didn't annihilate this potential trouble when he had an absolute advantage, then even Yang Yi felt that he would be an idiot. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at Yang Yi, while there was a trace of admiration in her eyes. She was afraid that Yang Yi would agree to Yuan Tian's request, because if that happened, then the Origin School would become an unstable variable. After all, it might betray them at any time. Moreover, Yang Yi had killed so many experts of the Origin School just now, and those experts definitely had friends, loved ones, or disciples in the Origin School. How could those fellows not hate Yang Yi? Fortunately, Yang Yi didn't show any short-sightedness or soft-heartedness. Kill them all. Ding Xiaoyao's voice resounded in the air above the Origin School. In an instant, countless howls resounded. Yang Yi. Yuan Tian's roar that carried resentment resounded from high above amidst the clouds. Yang Yi paid no attention to Yuan Tian and just led both the corpse ancestor and the little fellow in pursuit of Zhao Zhangfei. After Zhao Zhangfei's forces had retreated, the Origin School wasn't able to resist Ding Xiaoyao at all, and it was practically a one-sided slaughter. Countless disciples of the Origin School were falling one by one. Yuan Tian's expression was quite horrifyingly ferocious. "Allow me to kill him." Right at this moment, a supreme elder at the monarch realm who stood behind Yuan Tian flashed over towards Yang Yi. "Don't!" Yuan Tian roared furiously. However, it was still a little too late. When that monarch realm expert arrived in the air above Yang Yi and was just about to attack, a palm had passed through space, instantly appeared above the old man, and then slapped down forcefully. Bang! That elder and that expanse of space instantly vanished. Yuan Tian and the others were astounded. A half-saint realm expert is actually formidable to such an extent. Meanwhile, the members of the Origin School had been completely slaughtered, and the once number one sect of the Southern Territory had been annihilated just like that. Yang Yi, they'll kill you or die trying. Luo Jun, just you wait. Even though he hated Yang Yi, he hated Luo Jun and the exalted Han Empire even more. Because if the exalted Han Empire hadn't abandoned the Origin School, then it wouldn't have been slaughtered at all. At the very least, it would be able to maintain some of its inheritance. But now, the entire Origin School had been slaughtered, and only a few Monarch Realm experts remained. Let's go. Yuan Tian took one final glance at the Origin School, which was now a scene of desolation, and then he led the other supreme elders of the Origin School and vanished from there. "Are we just going to let them leave?" said the Beast Emperor. "Unless Yang Yes Master makes a move, otherwise, we aren't able to kill all of them," said the Founding Emperor. "It'll lead to endless potential troubles," said the Beast Emperor. The Founding Emperor chuckled and said, "That may not necessarily be the case. Even though he wishes for nothing more than to kill Yang Yi, I think that he wishes for nothing more than to kill Luo Jun as well. After all, it really hurts to be abandoned. Let's pay more attention in the future so as to prevent him from playing any tricks," said the Beast Emperor. "Of course." The Founding Emperor nodded. When Zhao Zhangfei and the others fled to ancient Domain City, countless black-clothed experts had flown out from the city, and then they charged into Zhao Zhangfei's group. Countless rays of cold light flashed before over a dozen Exalt Realm experts instantly fell from the sky. "I've been waiting for all of you." City Governor Lu's voice resounded in the sky above the city. "Lu Yuanhao, how dare you?" Zhao Zhangfei roared furiously. "Aren't you afraid that my exalted Han Empire would crush the entire ancient Domain City?" "They'll be waiting," said Lu Yuanhao. Meanwhile, Yang Yi, the corpse ancestor, and the little fellow had caught up. They didn't waste their breaths at all. They just charged into the group of Exalt Realm experts and killed any enemy who stood before them. "Ha! Let's kill to our heart's content. Ha! The corpse ancestor roared madly with laughter as he killed them. Zhao Zhangfei's face had warped as he watched Yang Yes group of three slaughter his forces, and then he roared towards ancient Domain City. "And clan, why aren't you taking actions yet? Could it be that you intend to betray the mortal emperor?" After a moment of silence, countless black-clothed figures flashed out from the city. All of them were ninth-rank Exalt Realm experts, and there are at least 100 of them. A black-clothed woman stood in front of the group of black-clothed figures, and it was that assassin sovereign who was at the Monarch Realm. Yang Yi didn't even shoot a glance at them before he said, "Continue the slaughter. I swear that it'll definitely annihilate the Southern clan today if they dare to attack us." Chapter 569. Alright, I like your character a little. Haha. The corpse ancestor roared with laughter as he waved the blood-red saber in his hand, and then a ray of blood-red light flashed horizontally and instantly severed the heads of a few Exalt Realm experts in front of him. When the experts under the city governor of ancient domain cities command heard Yang Yi, they continued attacking as well. The black-clothed woman's eyes narrowed slightly while coldness flickered in her eyes. However, she didn't dare to attack, because Yang Yi really could destroy the clan now. Clan, what are all of you still watching for? Quickly lend us a hand. Zhao Zhangfei roared furiously. After all, had already lost 500 Exalt Realm experts at the battle outside the Origin School. Even if the Exalted Han Empire was a huge power, it still couldn't endure such losses. Now, those losses would grow even greater if the clan didn't lend them a hand. From this moment onward, the Southern clan is withdrawing from the alliance with the Exalted Han Empire. Right at this moment, the black-clothed woman spoke abruptly. Zhao Zhangfei's expression changed. He was just about to speak when another voice resounded from ancient domain city. From this moment onward, the Northern clan is withdrawing from the alliance with the Exalted Han Empire as well. How dare you? Zhao Zhangfei roared furiously. My Exalted Han Empire will definitely annihilate you for this betrayal. The black-clothed woman grunted coldly before she led the others away and vanished in midair. When Monarch Realm experts couldn't act against Yang Yi, were there any other Exalt Realm experts who could stop Yang Yi? How would the clan stop Yang Yi if he attacked it? The Northern clan had in Nanjing, but what about the Southern clan? They did possess a huge number of experts, but none of those experts could go against Yang Yi. So, if they didn't separate themselves from the Exalted Han Empire, then it would really be possible for Yang Yi to destroy them with the help of the city governor's estate. Let's go. Zhao Zhangfei's face twitched when he saw her leave, and then he issued the command to flee. Yang Yi and the others didn't give up on their pursuit as well, and they only stopped after chasing them all the way to the border of the Exalted Han Empire. Yang Yi wanted to continue pursuing but had no choice but to give up, because there was an army of almost 500,000 at the border, and practically every single one of them was at the King Realm. The joint forces of 500,000 King Realm Profounders and 2,000 Exalt Realm experts really was sufficient to kill both him and the corpse ancestor. Let's continue the attack. There's no need to fear them. Those humans can't do anything to us. The corpse ancestor encouraged Yang Yi with all his ability. His body was equivalent to the body of a half-saint, so unless it was an expert at the Monarch Realm or above, ordinary people weren't able to harm him at all. Swish! Right at this moment, 500,000 armor-piercing arrows shot into the air and enveloped down towards the three of them. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. Meanwhile, the corpse ancestor who had been shouting about fighting them had immediately vanished on the spot. He fled. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and then his profound energy surged madly into the stellar shuttle before his figure flashed and vanished on the spot. Even though Yang Yi's group had left, Zhao Zhangfei and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. His expedition to the Southern Territory could truly be considered as an enormous humiliation to him. Actually, if Luo Jun told him about Yang Yi's true strength, then he wouldn't have suffered such a miserable defeat. It was exactly because Head misjudged Yang Yi's strength that Yang Yi was able to catch him off guard. Right at this moment, a soldier in golden armor appeared before Zhao Zhangfei, and he said, "General Zhao, the Mortal Emperor is aware of what happened in the Southern Territory. The Mortal Emperor asks that you disregard what happened in the Southern Territory, and the Mortal Emperor will deal with Yang Yi himself. Moreover, the Mortal Emperor has ordered General to lead troops to the Northern Territory to support General Zhang Ming and conquer the Northern Territory as soon as possible." Zhao Zhangfei bowed slightly and said, "Understood." After he finished speaking, he took a long glance at the direction Yang Yi left towards, and then he led the troops away. Ancient Domain City, the Northern Clan. Young Master Yang, my Northern Clan has already declared its separation from the exalted Han Empire. Could it be that young Master Yang still refuses to let us go? It was the patriarch of the clan, Enku, and he was Nanjing's father. Enku was rather displeased right now because had announced his clan's withdrawal from its alliance with the exalted Han Empire, but Yang Yi was trying to take a yard when given an inch and force his clan to leave Ancient Domain City. Yang Yi gazed at him and said, Patriarch N, the reason I'm here to notify you about this is out of consideration for a Nanjing. Enku's eyes narrowed slightly while his voice contained a trace of anger. Yang Yi, aren't you going a bit too far? Yang Yi stood up and stared Enku in the eyes as he said, if it wasn't for a Nanjing, I wouldn't be standing here and talking nicely to you. I've never been benevolent to my enemies. The only reason the Northern Clan is still fine and well is because I'm friends with a Nanjing. The geographical location of Ancient Domain City was very important. If Luo Jun's army were to break through the ocean of anarchy, then Ancient Domain City would be the Southern Territory's last barrier. So, he could only be at ease when Ancient Domain City was in the hands of an ally. Even though both clans had withdrawn from their alliance with the exalted Han Empire, he wasn't able to trust them completely. After all, if they were to suddenly side with Luo Jun again during a future battle and coordinate an attack from both within the city and outside it, how would they possibly defend the city? Enku was exasperated. Yang Yi paid no attention to him and just left. Damn it! Enku slapped the table before him, and it instantly transformed into powder. Move the clan from Ancient Domain City. Right at this moment, a voice resounded from outside. Enku's figure trembled because it was the voice of the clan's ancestor. A short while later, Enku laughed bitterly and said, Ancestor, besides the Southern Territory and Northern Territory, practically the entire human world is under the exalted Han Empire's control. Where would we go? The Southern Territory. Enku was at a loss for words. The Southern Clan. If the Southern Clan still remains within Ancient Domain City tomorrow, then be ready to bear the consequences. Yang Yi's voice resounded in the sky above the Southern Clan, and practically everyone within the city could hear him. He's going too far. The black-clothed woman spoke in a cold voice within a room, and a strand of killing intent surged incessantly around her. Well, just leave. And Bairu sighed lightly. Bairu, when has our clan suffered such humiliation? Could it be that we're going to just endure it? Said the black-clothed woman. What else can we do? And Bairu laughed bitterly. Presently, the Southern Territory's Dark Beast Empire and Grand Qin Empire have formed an alliance, and even the city governor of Ancient Domain City is standing on his side. Besides them, the Ding clan in the Ocean of Anarchy and the Emo clan have formed an alliance with him as well. How would we go against such an alliance? But, and Bairu shook her head and said, there are no buts. Even if those powers hadn't allied themselves with him, just Yang Yi himself would be sufficient to strike a huge blow against us, while under the condition that Monarch Realm experts can't attack him. A short while passed before the black-clothed woman sighed lightly and said, perhaps we shouldn't have chosen sides that quickly. Otherwise, the city governor's estate wouldn't have been able to obtain such gains so easily. After all, it has obtained the entire Ancient Domain City without even using a single soldier. Haha, Lu Yuanhao really knows how to seize opportunities. And Bairu stood up and said, notify the clan that we're leaving Ancient Domain City. Where are we heading? The Southern Territory. Chapter 570. After they left Ancient Domain City, the corpse ancestor asked, hey, where are we going now? In the beginning, he was very displeased, but after going through all of this, he noticed that the way this human did things was really like him, so he wasn't that against Yang Yi anymore. Continue killing. Yang Yi held the violet mink in his arms as he flew towards the Southern Territory. The corpse ancestor's laughter was quite ghastly, and he said, kid, return that soul control tablet to me, and then join me in the Devil Dao. With your character and natural talent, you'll definitely be able to bring my devil Tao to great heights. Yang Yi glanced at the corpse ancestor and said, Is your devil Tao as strong as my sword Tao? Of course. Corpse ancestor said, The sword Tao is nothing. During the ancient times, the sword Tao was trash before my devil Tao. No, it was even worse than trash. What sort of monster are you? Asked Yang Yi. He was quite afraid of this monster who stood before him. After all, besides the heaven rin drawing technique, Yang Yi didn't have any other ability that could harm this skeleton's physical body that was comparable to a half-saint. Moreover, even if he utilized heaven rin, he would probably be unable to kill this fellow. You're the monster. Corpse ancestor spoke furiously. I'm the corpse ancestor, the ancestor of all corpses. Understand? The ancestor of all corpses? What's that? I've never heard of it. Yang Yi insulted him without holding back at all. How ignorant! Corpse ancestor's voice was filled with contempt, and he said, Allow this ancestor to give you a class today. All those years ago during the ancient times, a myriad of Daos vied for supremacy. There was the Sword Dao, Martial Dao, Saber Dao, Dao of Karmic Luck, Ghost Dao, and Devil Dao. I cultivated in the Devil Dao. The more I killed, and the more blood and souls I absorbed, the stronger I would become. All those years ago, my Devil Dao was the strongest beneath the Martial Dao. Why don't you just call it the Dao of Slaughter? It harms the balance of the world. So how could the heavens have tolerated your Devil Dao's existence? Said Yang Yi. It didn't. Corpse ancestor said, It's exactly because the heavens didn't tolerate its existence that my Devil Dao has declined to the point of being on the verge of extinction. But it's fine. It'll definitely rebuild the Devil Dao once I've recovered my physical body. Yang Yi suddenly said, Around how many people do you have to kill in order to accomplish that? Corpse ancestor spoke casually. Just a little over 100 million. Yang Yi nodded and said, We'll head to the exalted Han Empire if we have the chance, and then you can kill to your heart's content, all right? Really? Corpse ancestor's voice carried undisguised excitement. Yang Yi said, Of course. We're going to kill people right now. Will you really not consider joining my Devil Dao? So long as you do, I guarantee that you'll definitely become a peerless demon in the future. Even the heavens would be helpless against you. Corpse ancestor continued his attempts to tempt Yang Yi. Cut the crap. Do you best, and kill to your heart's content later. Alas, what a pity. The Flower Palace. After the Origin School had been destroyed, countless disciples of the Flower Palace left the sect. Presently, it had less than 10,000 disciples, and their numbers were decreasing incessantly. The entire Flower Palace was covered in a gloomy aura. Flower Hall. Elder, almost 2,000 Exalt Realm experts have surrounded our Flower Palace. We aren't able to escape. A woman ran into the hall and spoke with a trembling voice. Qian Huagu took a deep breath and said, Yang Yi intends to annihilate us. Let's fight him to the death. Those bastards from the exalted Han Empire actually abandoned us. They really deserve death for that, otherwise, how could our Flower Palace be reduced to such a state? Could it be that our Flower Palace is going to vanish from the southern territory today? The hall was filled with sorrow. Summon our ancestor. A short while later, Qian Huagu spoke abruptly. What? Qian Huagu was shocked. Senior sister. Qian Huagu said, Did you not see what happened to the Origin School? Do you think Yang Yi would let us go even if we surrender? He won't. He'll annihilate every single disciple of our Flower Palace. Since he wants to destroy our Flower Palace, then it'll make him pay a terrible price even if he has a master at the half-saint realm. Qian Hui said, Senior sister, do we really not have another choice? Qian Huagu shook her head and said, Our Flower Palace isn't able to resist him at all while Monarch Realm experts can't join the battle. I know you can't bear to do so, but does our Flower Palace have another way out? They are going to die anyway, so why not die a meaningful death? Perhaps the founding ancestor would even be able to avenge them. Alas, we really shouldn't have killed Fengyu that day. Qian Nianci sighed softly. It's pointless to speak about all of that now. Qian Huagu spoke coldly. Qian Hui, activate the 100 flower formation to slow them down, and then summon our ancestor? Qianhui hesitated for a moment before she nodded. It wasn't long before countless multicolored petals appeared in the air above the flower palace and formed a barrier around it. Outside Flower Palace, Yang Ye's expression became slightly solemn when he saw that light barrier formed from petals. He was planning to lead his forces into the Flower Palace, but he hadn't expected that these petals would appear around it. This is the 100-flower formation, the strongest defensive grand formation of the Flower Palace. Ding Xiaoyao said, I shouldn't have waited for you before attacking. Alas, now it'll be quite troublesome. After the Origin School was destroyed, Ding Xiaoyao had immediately led the other experts to the Flower Palace. Because it was the best time to destroy the Flower Palace, Ghost Sect, and Bright Moon Sect. So long as these three sects were destroyed, then the Southern Territory could form into a united front that would make it countless times more difficult for Luo Jun to attack it in the future. The reason she hadn't given the order to destroy the Flower Palace was because she was very clearly aware of the enmity between Yang Yi and the Flower Palace. She knew that Yang Yi definitely wanted to destroy it himself. That was why Shed ordered them to surround the Flower Palace, but not attack until Yang Yi arrived. But she hadn't imagined that the Flower Palace would actually activate the 100-flower formation to resist them until the bitter end. Yang Yi said, It's fine. I'm annihilating the Flower Palace today no matter what. At that time, he didn't possess sufficient strength, and he could only leave with hate in his heart. Now, there was nothing that could stop him from annihilating the Flower Palace and avenging his mother. Ding Xiaoyao nodded and said, I've ordered over 1,000 Exalt Realm experts to attack the Ghost Sect and Bright Moon Sect. They would definitely be unable to stop our forces with the strength they possess. Now, only the Flower Palace remains. The disciples of the Flower Palace are easy to deal with, but it has 4 Monarch Realm experts. Don't worry, they won't be able to escape today. Right at this moment, the founding emperor suddenly appeared by their side, and both Li Si and Bai Qi had appeared with him. I'm of the same mind. Meanwhile, the Beast Emperor appeared here as well, and 2 more old men were standing by his side. 6 Monarch Realm experts. Count us in as well. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianji and the White Dragon appeared here as well. Senior, Yang Yi was quite surprised as he hadn't expected that the elusive Xiao Tianji would make an appearance here as well. Ding Xiaoyao walked over quickly when she saw Xiao Tianji, and then she bowed respectfully and said, Greetings, Senior. I'm a descendant of the Ding clan. If it wasn't for Xiao Tianji, the Ding clan would have been annihilated a long time ago. So, no one within the Ding clan dared to forget Xiao Tianji's kindness. Xiao Tianji nodded lightly and said, You're Ding Xiaoyao? The one who rejected the opinion of the majority and made the Ding clan ally itself with Yang Yi? Yes. Ding Xiaoyao spoke respectfully. Xiao Tianji smiled and said, Trust me, your choice is right. I think so too. Ding Xiaoyao grinned. If their prospects were said to be bleak if they sided with Yang Yi before this, then the forces Yang Yi represented now could definitely rival the exalted Han Empire. Even though its overall strength was inferior to the exalted Han Empire, she believed that more and more would definitely side with them because of Yang Yi. Luo Jun's biggest mistake was to become enemies with Yang Yi for the sake of the Flower Palace. If Luo Jun had abandoned the Flower Palace or helped Yang Yi destroy it, then it would absolutely be extremely easy for the exalted Han Empire to unite the Southern Territory. Because no power within the entire Southern Territory could stop the exalted Han Empire's footsteps without Yang Yi. Unfortunately, Luo Jun had been too confident and felt that the exalted Han Empire would definitely be able to destroy Yang Yi's forces if it launched an attack against the Southern Territory. However, the facts prove that he was wrong. Senior, what are you doing here? Asked Yang Yi. Xiao Tianji's expression grew more and more solemn, and he gazed at the Flower Palace as he said, I have a bad feeling. The expressions of everyone here changed upon hearing this. Who was Xiao Tianji? He was a terrifying existence that was capable of predicting the future. But he actually said that he had a bad feeling. Could the Flower Palace have some sort of formidable trump card? Xiao Tianji frowned, and then he shook his head and said, I can't determine what exactly that bad feeling points at, and it's just a very bad feeling. We must be careful after we break open the Grand Formation. Beast Emperor and Founding Emperor, please help me protect Yang Yi later. Because my intuition tells me that he might be in danger. The Beast Emperor and Founding Emperor nodded with solemn expressions on their faces. Senior, since it's like that, then why don't we retreat for now? Ding Xiaoyao had a solemn expression on her face. They absolutely couldn't allow anything to happen to Yang Yi right now. Because once something did, then the united front head just formed would instantly crumble apart. Xiao Tianji shook his head and said, some things can't be avoided. Come, let's go in and have a look. Let's see what sort of tricks the Flower Palace is playing. As he spoke, Xiao Tianji gazed at the Founding Emperor and Beast Emperor before he said, please lend me a hand. They nodded in reply. The three of them smashed their fists forward, and then three enormous fists flashed over and smashed directly against the light barrier of petals. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded as it exploded into pieces, and then an extremely dense aura of blood drifted out from within the Flower Palace. All of their expressions changed. Ding Xiaoyao spoke in a low voice. Why is there such a strong aura of blood? What exactly is the Flower Palace doing? Yang Yi shook his head and said, let's go. We'll naturally find out once we head in and have a look. After they entered the Flower Palace, all of them were shocked by the scene that laid before their eyes. Chapter 571. There was no trace of life throughout Flower Palace. An enormous pool of blood resided before Yang Yes Group, and a few thousand disciples of the Flower Palace were within the pool of blood. At this moment, all of them were howling incessantly. They wanted to fly out from within it, but an invisible force stopped them from doing so. Qian Huagu, Qian Hui, and Qian Nianci were standing by the pool of blood. Qian Huagu had an emotionless expression on her face, and it was like she hadn't seen the scene within the pool of blood. On the other hand, Qian Nianci and Qian Hui had their eyes closed tightly while their faces were covered in an expression of pain. Martial Ancestor, why? Why treat us like this? Ah, you old hag. I'll never forgive you even if I have to come back as a ghost. I'll never forgive you. Ah. Ha ha ha. I never expected that I, Fu Rong, didn't die at the hands of Yang Yi, but I died at the hands of my own sect instead. How truly laughable. How laughable. Ha 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 ha. Karma will come for all of you. Ah. Qian Huagu remained indifferent while hearing the screams of those disciples within the pool, whereas Qian Hui and Qian Nianci clenched their fists tightly while their figures were trembling slightly. In next to no time, the screams quieted down and vanished. It's still not enough. Qian Huagu sighed lightly as if she hadn't noticed Yang Yes Group. Qian Hui opened her eyes while a trace of resolve could be seen within her eyes. She walked slowly towards the pool of blood but was stopped by Qian Huagu, who said, I watched both of you grow up, and both of you haven't done anything bad throughout your lifetimes. There are some things which both of you shouldn't shoulder, and it shouldn't be done by the two of you as well. Senior sister. Qian Hui spoke with a trembling voice. Qian Huagu shook her head, and then she gazed at Yang Yes Group and said, based on your forces, it seems like you aren't even willing to let the three of us go. Yang Yi glanced at the pool of blood before he said, I once swore that I would definitely eliminate the Flower Palace from the Southern Territory while I lived. Now, I've come to keep that promise. Don't worry, even those disciples who fled will be coming to accompany all of you. My mother's life will be repaid with the lives of everyone from the Flower Palace. Qian Huagu said, actually, I felt regretful from the moment I found out you'd become the Sword Emperor. I regretted killing your mother because I knew that ID made a formidable enemy for the Flower Palace. So, I tried my very best to eliminate you, and I even didn't hesitate to convince both the Origin School and Ghost Sect to side with Luo Jun. But I never expected that even Luo Jun wasn't able to do anything to you. It's pointless to say all of that now, isn't it? Said Yang Yi. Qian Huagu nodded and said, it's pointless indeed. Because regardless of the outcome today, the Flower Palace will cease to exist, and am bound to become a sinner of the sect. Right, there really wasn't anything within the coffin of my Flower Palace's founding ancestor when you opened it up in the graveyard of flowers that day. Do you know why? Yang Yes' eyes narrowed slightly as a bad feeling arose in his heart. Qian Huagu continued, because my Flower Palace's founding ancestor isn't dead. Understand? Yang Ye's expression changed. The founding ancestor of the Flower Palace had established it over 10,000 years ago, and she was a Saint Realm expert at that time. Of course, Saint Realm experts were a legend to the current continent, but while they were still rare during the ancient times, there were quite a few of them. Since the Flower Palace's founding ancestor hadn't died, didn't that mean she was still living in this world? Even the expressions of Xiao Tianji and the others changed when they thought of such a possibility. If the founding ancestor of the Flower Palace was still here, then it wouldn't have declined to such an extent. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyou's voice resounded abruptly. Qian Huagu suddenly started laughing, and she laughed for a while before she said, "Since the Sword Sect could summon its founding ancestor that day, then why can't my Flower Palace do the same? Yang Yi, you caused the destruction of my Flower Palace, and it'll make you pay with your life today." As she spoke, Qian Huagu suddenly flew into the pool of blood. Senior sister. Qian Hui and Qian Niance's expressions changed drastically while the expressions on the faces of Xiao Tianji and the others had become unprecedentedly solemn. Ha ha ha. Yang Yi, let me see who will be able to save you now. Let's see who can save you. I offer my blood to summon the soul of my ancestor. As her voice resounded, an explosion resounded from within the pool of blood. Everyone watched with shock as her figure exploded apart, and then the blood within the pool instantly seemed as if it was boiling and enormous scarlet red bubbles ceaselessly bubbled out from within it. Bang! A pillar of blood shot into the sky. In an instant, the entire world seemed as if it was dyed red with blood. The expressions of Xiao Tianji and the others had changed once more because they sensed a feeling of danger. Yang Yi, leave before us, said Ding Xiaoyao. It's too late. Qian Hui spoke softly. Bang! Another enormous explosion rumbled through the horizon, and the world trembled. After that, countless bolts of multicolored lightning and dark red heavenly flames appeared in the sky. At this moment, even the sun was blotted out by the lightning and heavenly flames, and the countless experts throughout the continent were shocked. This is impossible. This is impossible. Impossible. 10-colored divine lightning and dark heavenly flames. How could this be possible? Is a real Saint Realm expert about to make an appearance? The founding emperor's voice trembled slightly as he gazed at the horizon. Founding ancestor. Both Qian Hui and Qian Niance's eyes burned with a fervent glow. At this moment, Yang Ye's eyes were filled with shock. Could it be that the Flower Palace is really able to summon a Saint Realm expert of legend? If they really summoned a Saint Realm expert, then not to mention Yang Yi, even the demon territory and devil territory could be annihilated in an instant, let alone the exalted Han Empire. Right at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. Countless bolts of 9-colored divine lightning suddenly appeared in the horizon. These bolts of divine lightning transformed into numerous enormous lightning dragons that pounced at the 10-colored divine lightning and dark heavenly flames. Xiao Tianji revealed a slightly delighted expression as he said, "This world is resisting it." Right? If a Saint Realm expert were to make an appearance here, then it would definitely cause the world to be threatened. But I never imagined that the Flower Palace would actually be able to summon a Saint Realm expert. Rumble, rumble, rumbled suddenly resounded throughout the horizon as the lightning dragons collided with the dark heavenly flames and 10-colored divine lightning. In an instant, they exploded apart and transformed into countless arcs of electricity that rained down from the sky. Meanwhile, a ball of dark blue light descended swiftly from the horizon, and then everyone watched with shock as it entered Qian Hui's body. A short while passed before Qian Hui suddenly opened her eyes, and a cold glow flashed through them. Moreover, the space before Qian Hua was instantly crushed into powder. Who destroyed my Flower Palace? A completely emotionless voice resounded from Qian Hui, and it caused Yang Yi and the others to feel cold. Chapter 572. A Saint Realm Expert? Yang Yi and the others were shocked to the limit. Right at this moment, a black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and it covered the entire sky above them. After that, all of them watched with astonishment as an enormous black, colored finger emerged slowly from within the vortex and descended towards Qian Hui. Yang Yes pupils constricted. That's the same enormous finger that descended when Taoist Zue tried to overcome the heaven path. Even the one who's in control of the heaven path refuses to tolerate the founding ancestor of the flower palace? Oomph! Qian Hui grunted coldly as she waved her hand, and then a pillar of flowers charged into the sky and collided with the enormous finger. Bang! The entire finger hadn't even been able to emerge completely from the black vortex when it was blasted into pieces. How audacious! A furious roar resounded from the sky, and the voice carried a strange energy that made the souls of Yang Yi and the others tremble uncontrollably. Yang Ye's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly utilized his sword intent and sword domain to resist its effects before he felt slightly better. As soon as that voice finished resounding, an enormous palm emerged from within the vortex, and then it dropped quickly down towards Qian Hui. Qian Hui's expression was icy cold as she flipped her right palm swiftly, and then the energy within the world suddenly surged explosively towards her. In just an instant, the energy within an area of 500 kilometers had been completely extracted, and a dazzling and beautiful flower which was formed from energy had appeared on her palm. After that, she suddenly tossed it up into the sky. The gorgeous flower left a long trail of light behind as it collided with the enormous hand. Bang! Rumbling resounded like a thunderclap, and all the profounders throughout the southern territory heard it, causing them to feel astonished and shoot their gazes in the direction of the flower palace. What exactly has happened? It seemed like a volcano had erupted in the sky above the flower palace, and countless torrents of energy were raining down towards the surroundings. All the mountains in an area of 500 kilometers around the flower palace were instantly obliterated into powder from the force within these torrents of energy. Saints are prohibited from appearing in profounder continent. If you still refuse to leave, then today will be the day that you perish. A voice resounded once more from within the vortex. 2 hours. They'll leave in 2 hours. Qian Hui's icy cold voice resounded. A short moment of silence ensued before the vortex vanished in the end. The hearts of Yang Yi and the others sank when they witnessed this scene. After all, they'd personally witnessed Qian Hui's strength, so even if she wasn't a true Saint Realm expert, she was at the half-Saint Realm at the very least. So, how would they go against her? Can Elder Mu fight her? She's a living Saint Realm expert. Even though only her soul has descended here, she's still a Saint Realm expert. Qian Hui withdrew her gaze after the vortex in the sky had vanished, and then she glanced at the surroundings before Shed immediately taken in the entire situation within the flower palace. Qian Hui's gaze grew even more icy cold when she noticed that only less than 200 people remained in the flower palace. Qian Nianci knelt on the ground and said, "Your unfilial disciple, Qian Nianci, greets the founding ancestor." Qian Hui said, "What exactly did my flower palace do to suffer such a calamity?" As she spoke, Qian Hui closed her eyes for a short while before she opened them once more, and then her gaze descended onto Yang Yi as she said, "So it was because of you." The expressions of Xiao Tianji and the others grew even more vigilant. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "It was indeed I who wanted to destroy the flower palace." Qian Hui said, "It was Qian Huagu who killed your mother, so it would be sufficient just to kill her. However, you slaughtered all the disciples of my flower palace. Is there any difference between such actions and the profounders of the Devil Tao in the past?" Yang Yi shrugged and said, "You're mistaken. It wasn't I who slaughtered the disciples of your flower palace, and it was those 3 good disciples of yours. It was they who sacrificed the lives of all the disciples of your flower palace. Even though I would still kill them even if the 3 of them hadn't, the facts are that they killed those disciples. So, you should take revenge on those 3 disciples of yours if you intend to seek revenge." "Do you know why I still haven't killed you?" Qian Hui spoke abruptly. Yang Ye's heart shook. "So this woman has wanted to kill me since the beginning." Qian Hui said, "You were able perfection in sword intent, the enlightened sword heart, and comprehend the sword domain at such a young age. Your natural talent would be rare even if it were all those years ago. Once you grow stronger, you'll definitely become a peerless warrior of my human race. Unfortunately, your actions have forced me to kill you, otherwise, Wouldn't the disciples of my flower palace have died for nothing? As soon as she finished speaking, Qianhui intended to attack. However, a little girl suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he hurriedly pulled her towards him and stood in front of her before he said furiously, "What are you doing here?" The little girl wasn't even able to defeat ninth-rank Monarch Realm experts, but Qianhui was at the half-saint realm at the very least. So, wasn't she courting death by coming out here? Yang Yi hadn't noticed that Qianhui was stunned upon noticing the little girl, and then a wisp of bewilderment appeared in her eyes. The founding emperor, Beast Emperor, Xiao Tianji, and the others were stunned as well because even they didn't know how the little girl arrived here. Both the founding emperor and Beast Emperor took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi. They noticed that Yang Yi seemed to have become even more mysterious. The little girl glanced at Yang Yi and said, "That woman has imprisoned that master of yours. No one in this world, not even the world itself, can do anything to this woman. Understand?" Yang Yi was stunned. Head thought that Qianhui was a half-saint at most, but he hadn't expected that she would actually be able to trap Elder Mu. Even Elder Mu is helpless against her. Then can anyone in this world resist her? A short while later, Yang Yi laughed bitterly and shook his head. "No wonder you showed yourself. It's because both of us will be unable to escape death no matter what, right?" Yang Yi felt that Head tried his best, and Head worked very hard to become stronger. But it couldn't be helped because the people his opponents summoned were constantly growing stronger, so how could he fight them? Yang Yi believed that if he could bring that old Taoist within the tiny vortex here, then the old Taoist should be able to deal with the Flower Palace's founding ancestor. But the problem was that he couldn't. Do the heavens really intend to kill me? Had been constantly trying to become stronger and stronger, and he was really quite tired now. Don't be so dispirited. I can deal with her. Meanwhile, the little girl spoke abruptly. Yang Yi's eyes lit up, and then they dimmed down again. After all, the little girl couldn't even deal with 3 geezers at the 9th-rank Monarch realm, so how could she deal with this woman who was countless times stronger than them? "You're an outsider." Meanwhile, Qianhui suddenly gazed at the little girl as she spoke, and her voice carried a trace of seriousness and confusion. The little girl turned around to gaze at Qianhui while the scepter in her hand ceaselessly emanated a blue glow. She said, "Woman, it doesn't matter where you are or who is backing you. You'll definitely die if you kill him. Are you threatening me?" Qianhui's voice became cold. The little girl grunted coldly as she flipped her palm, and then a ball of red threads appeared in her hand. The little girl tossed it in the air, and it instantly transformed into countless red threads. Half of those red threads shot over towards Qianhui while the other half enveloped down towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi was stunned but didn't resist. He just allowed all of them to enter him because he believed that the little girl wouldn't harm him. Otherwise, he would have probably died countless times by now. After it entered his body, Yang Yi felt like there were some changes to his body, but it also seemed like no changes had occurred. It was a very strange feeling. Qianhui's expression changed when she saw those red threads surge towards her. Countless petals formed from energy suddenly floated out, and then they slashed down towards those threads. However, the petals were instantly transformed into nothingness upon colliding with those threads. Qianhui's expression changes drastically. She was just about to draw over the energy in the world when those red threads had transformed into a ray of red light and entered her body. Qianhui was stunned, and then she said furiously, "What exactly were those things? What have you done to me?" Yang Yi gazed at the little girl as well because even he wanted to know what she was up to. The little girl spoke coldly. "These are called red threads. It's a treasure I stole from a geezer called Senior Yu. So long as 2 similar threads tie themselves within a man and a woman, then they will fall in love until they die. For the sake of making the 2 of you fall in love, I used all the red threads I had. Now, both of you should be really in love with each other. In this way, you'll definitely be unable to kill Yang Yi." Yang Yi finally understood what the little girl meant just now. She couldn't deal with those 3 old geezers, but she could deal with the Flower Palace's founding ancestor. Because those 3 old geezers were men, but the founding ancestor of the Flower Palace was a woman. What nonsense! Qianhui was exasperated. She waved her right hand, and then a flower petal instantly shot towards Yang Yi. Xiao Tianji and the others were shocked and wanted to obstruct it, but a strand of invisible force had forcefully imprisoned them on the spot, and they weren't able to move at all. Ding Xiaoyao closed her eyes in pain, while the little girl's eyelids twitched. Actually, she was just trying it as a last resort to turn this hopeless situation around, because she wasn't sure if those red threads were really that amazing. That flower petal suddenly stopped when it was just an inch away from Yang Ye's forehead. The little girl heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this, and she said to herself, "That old fellow didn't lie to me. It really can make a man and a woman fall for each other. That old fellow didn't even tell me about something this fun. He'll definitely pull out his beard, hair by hair, after I get back. How could this be possible? How could this be possible?" Qianhui started to mutter as if there was something wrong with her. Right when Shed attacked Yang Yi, even her main body, which was in the outer heavens, actually felt heartrending pain. That pain felt like a very close relative of hers had died, and it hurt to the point she was almost unable to catch her breath. Moreover, her main body even had the feeling that she wouldn't have any desire to continue living if that man before her were to die. Chapter 573. This is absolutely impossible. Qian Hu's face had warped. How could she possibly fall in love with an ant at the Exalt realm? How could that be possible? It was absolutely impossible. The blazing rage within her caused the petal which was right before Yang Ye's forehead to move forward by an inch, and the skin on his forehead was instantly split open before a trace of blood flowed out slowly from the cut. No! Suddenly, Qian Hui howled madly, and the petal instantly stopped. Everyone here was shocked. Qian Hu's face was covered in pain, as if she was enduring some sort of terrible torture. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel shocked, and even extremely terrified, because she actually had the absurd feeling that this man before her was someone she really loved. It was like he was the person she loved the most in her life. However, she was also very clearly aware that all of this was caused by that little girl. So long as she killed Yang Yi, then she would be able to solve everything. However, she noticed to her shock that she was actually unable to strike the killing blow. She actually felt heartrending pain when she thought about Yang Ye's death. At this moment, Yang Yi had a bitter smile on his face, because she actually seemed more and more agreeable to him. He was very clearly aware that it wasn't actually Qian Hui whom he felt was agreeable, and it was the founding ancestor of the Flower Palace, Mu Hanshan, who was within Qian Hu's body. What exactly did that little girl do? All right, stop fighting and go give birth to little monkeys. Meanwhile, the little girl spoke abruptly. It's all your fault. Meanwhile, Qian Hui suddenly raised her head and looked at the little girl with a ferocious gaze. In the next moment, a petal shot violently towards the little girl. It was too quick to the point that the little girl wasn't able to stop it at all. The little girl's face turned slightly pale while panic appeared in her eyes for the very first time. Right at this moment, a figure appeared before her and took her in his arms. No! The little girl couldn't help but let out a shrill cry that pierced the sky. Bang! The petal pierced through Yang Ye's back and was about to shoot through the little girl as well. However, Yang Yi grabbed forcefully onto it, and the support provided by his sword domain and sword intent allowed him to stop it in his grasp. However, his hands had turned red now, and while the injury on his chest was small, it was extremely strange, because that injury was slowly spreading and enlarging. The little girl was stunned, and she didn't even notice that her scepter had fallen to the ground. Yang Yi grinned and said, "I said that I would take you home one day. I won't go back on my word." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi fell down to the ground. At this moment, the originally thumb-sized injury on his chest had spread into the size of a fist, and it was still spreading incessantly. The little girl sat on her knees before Yang Yi. She held tightly onto Yang Ye's hands while a strand of light blue energy surged incessantly into Yang Ye's body, and she slightly choked with sobs as she said, "Idiot! You idiot! You said that you would take me home, so you can't die. You promised that you would take me home. You absolutely can't die. I won't allow anything to happen to you." Besides the little girl, Two clear streams of tears had suddenly flowed down Qian Hu's face as well. There was a voice within her head that was ceaselessly saying, "It's good that he's dead. You won't be shackled by anything once he's dead. Isn't that what you want?" However, her tears couldn't stop flowing. The surroundings seemed to have frozen at this moment. The Beast Emperor, Founding Emperor, and the others closed their eyes slowly. They wanted to lend a hand and save Yang Yi, but they weren't able to move at all, and they could only watch as Yang Yi fell to the ground. Qian Hui suddenly said, "You can't save him. He has been injured by the energy of the laws, so it's utterly impossible for you to save him." The little girl paid no attention to Qian Hui at all, and she just ceaselessly transferred the light blue energy into Yang Yi's body. However, it was in vain because the injury on Yang Yi's chest showed no signs of turning for the better, and it was growing larger and larger instead. It was almost the size of 2 fists now. Bang! Right at this moment, a black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. "Your time is up." A voice resounded from within the black vortex. Qian Hui raised her head and glanced at the black vortex before she glanced at Yang Yi, who was lying on the ground, and then her eyes narrowed. After that, a ball of blue energy emerged from the top of Qian Hu's head, and then Qian Hui slumped down to the ground. The blue ball of light floated slowly up into the air, but it suddenly stopped halfway, and then it transformed into a woman in a blue dress. Mu Hanshan was very beautiful. Her appearance was on par with Yin Xin'er, or even superior. She gazed at Yang Yi's unconscious body while a trace of indescribable emotions resided within her eyes. It was an extremely complicated expression because she wanted to destroy Yang Yi, but she was struggling to make a decision because of the red threads. "Your time is up. Don't blame me for being merciless if you continue to stay here." Right at this moment, the black vortex started revolving madly, and then countless strands of black energy surged ceaselessly around the black vortex, causing it to seem extremely terrifying. "It'll definitely kill you if you're able to live and arrive at the outer heavens." As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Hanshan transformed into a ball of blue light that shot into the sky and vanished almost immediately. After Mu Hanshan vanished, the black vortex in the sky vanished as well, and the sky returned to normal. Besides the sky, the Beast Emperor, Founding Emperor, Xiao Tianji, and the others had returned to normal as well. The first thing they did was to restrain Qian Hui and Qian Yanzi. They didn't kill the two of them because they wanted to let Yang Yi make the decision. Ding Xiaoyao walked over to the little girl and asked softly, "Is he all right?" The little girl's countenance grew paler as she gazed at the injury on Yang Yi's chest, which was growing larger without end, and she had a dazed expression in her eyes. She said, "How could this be possible? He'll definitely not allow anything to happen to you." "I absolutely won't allow it." "Right, the primordial pagoda." The little girl's eyes lit up as she finished speaking, and then she took Yang Yi in her arms and vanished on the spot. The Beast Emperor and Founding Emperor exchanged glances, and they saw shock in each other's eyes. Because even with the strengths they possessed, they were actually unable to discover where Yang Yi and the little girl went. It was like both the little girl and Yang Yi had just vanished into thin air. Chapter 574. Are all of you aware that Yang Yi is dead? According to rumor, he slaughtered every single member of the Flower Palace, and it infuriated the founding ancestor of the Flower Palace to the point she sent her soul down to our continent. My God, it was a Saint Realm expert. It turns out that Saint Realm experts really exist in the world. Yang Yi killed too many, so he finally suffered retribution? Haha. Now, let's see how the Southern Territory will stop the mortal emperor. With the enmity between Luo Jun and Yang Yi, everyone related to Yang Yi would probably suffer calamity as well. Tisk, TSK. I heard the sword sect's Su Qingshi is an extraordinary beauty. Haha. I presume Luo Jun will definitely not let her go. I wonder if Yang Yi would come back from the dead if he found out that someone else took his wife? Ha ha ha. Alas, now that Yang Yi is dead, no one will be able to stop Luo Jun's footsteps anymore. Is the human world really going to be united? The Southern Territory and even the entire human world was stirred, and countless people were spreading the news of Yang Yi's death. The exalted Han Empire. Ha ha ha. Yang Yi, to think you suffered such a fate. A Saint Realm expert. Ha ha ha. The heavens are really on my side. After he found out that Yang Yi had died at the hands of a Saint Realm expert, Luo Jun, who sat within the throne room, completely disregarded his bearing as he roared with laughter on the throne. He really hated Yang Yi to the bone. The words Yang Yi could be said to have become a knot in his heart, and he wouldn't be able to overcome it unless Yang Yi died. For the sake of killing Yang Yi with his own 2 hands, he hadn't hesitated and stopped at nothing to launch an expedition against the Northern Territory with the hopes of conquering it, so that he could obtain the energy from 4 territories to deal with Yang Yi. However, he hadn't imagined that Yang Yi had actually died. Congratulations, mortal emperor. All his subjects congratulated him. Luo Jun calmed his heart and said, "Send my order for Zhao Zhangfei and Zhang Ming to withdraw the forces. Head directly south and set up camp at the Ocean of Anarchy. Besides that, order the 10 regiments, the Soldier Corps, and the Royal Guard to get ready and set out at once. Besides that, notify the other clans and sects to send their elite disciples with me to the south. Kill all who disobey." Once Yang Yi had perished, there wasn't anyone left throughout the human world who was capable of stopping him, so there was no need for him to continue pretending to be courteous when dealing with the sects and clans. Mortal Emperor, aren't we being a little too impatient? Meanwhile, one of the others here spoke abruptly. Luo Jun waved his hand and said, "Yang Yi is dead, so that Half-Saint will definitely not interfere in the matters of the Southern Territory. At that time, do you think anyone would be able to resist my exalted Han Empire once I lead my army south? So long as the Southern Territory is conquered, then conquering the Northern Territory would take half a month at most. Once that is done, the entire human world will be under my control." Luo Jun didn't conceal the excitement in his voice at all. So long as he unified the human world, he would possess the faith energy of the entire human world. At that time, Monarch Realm experts would be nothing to him. He would even be able to go against half-saints. But Yang Yi's death is only a rumor. That subject from before continued. What if he's still alive? The entire throne room fell deathly silent. Regardless of whether they were willing to admit it or not, that Exalt Realm Profounder, Yang Yi, could threaten their exalted Han Empire. So long as Monarch Realm experts weren't able to act against him, then could anyone throughout the entire continent fight him? If he hadn't died and they sent their army south, then even if Yang Yi was unable to resist the army of the entire exalted Han Empire, unexpected events would definitely be unavoidable. At that time, the various powers of the Southern Territory which were led by Yang Yi would definitely make the exalted Han Empire pay a heavy price. If the demon race and devil race were to interfere when that happened, then what would the exalted Han Empire do? In short, if Yang Yi was dead and the army marched to the south, then many of those powers which had sided with Yang Yi would defect. Under such circumstances, it would be absolutely easy to subdue the Southern Territory. But if Yang Yi was alive, then the powers of the entire Southern Territory would be a united front, and the exalted Han Empire would have to pay an extremely heavy price to conquer it. The smile on Luo Jun's face stiffened. If Yang Yi was still alive, then he wasn't confident in being able to deal with Yang Yi, even if he possessed the energy of 3 territories now. Moreover, even if he used the strength of the entire exalted Han Empire to destroy Yang Yi and Yang Yi's forces in the Southern Territory to conquer the Southern Territory, but what next? How would the exalted Han Empire deal with the devil race and demon race when it had suffered heavy losses? Right at this moment, a voice appeared in Luo Jun's mind. A Saint Realm expert descended. So Yang Yi is definitely dead? A smile appeared on Luo Jun's face when he heard this because it was from the half-saint of the exalted Han Empire. Send the order for the army to march south. After they found out about Yang Yi's death and received Luo Jun's orders, the clans and sects of the exalted Han Empire didn't hesitate to dispatch all the elites of their respective powers. Based upon preliminary estimations, just the Exalt Realm experts of those sects and clans amounted to over 5,000 in number. They hadn't held back at all, this time, because their victory was certain. The experts of the Central Territory had swarmed out completely. The Southern Territory. Father, have you really decided? Emo Qingyue gazed at the middle-aged man who was her father and the patriarch which the Mo clan had sent to meet Yang Yi. The middle-aged man laughed bitterly and said, Qingyue, Yang Yi is dead, so it's pointless for our Mo clan to remain here. Understand? They'd only come to help Yang Yi because they wanted Yang Yi to acknowledge his ancestors and return to their clan. Now that Yang Yi was dead, they naturally refused to stay behind and be buried along with the other powers in the Southern Territory. But what if he's still alive? Mo Qingyue said, you should be aware that if he is still alive, yet our Mo clan abandoned him, then it would be impossible for any reconciliation between us. With his character, our Mo clan might face annihilation then. That's impossible, the middle-aged man said. A Saint Realm expert acted against him, so it's absolutely impossible for him to be alive. Qingyue, you should understand that Luo Jun has mobilized practically all the elites of the Central Territory, so how would we resist him? We'll only be giving our lives away by staying here. Mo Qingyue took a deep breath and said, you lead the experts of the Mo clan back. I'm staying here. You. The middle-aged man was exasperated. Mo Qingyue paid no attention to him. She just turned around and left the hall. An hour later, all the members of the Mo clan besides Mo Qingyue left the Southern Territory. The Sword Sect. Su Qingshi gazed at Shu Xian as she asked, you're leaving as well? Shu Xian nodded with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry. I've obtained news that Luo Jun is leading the elites of the entire Central Territory to the Southern Territory. We aren't able to stop him at all. I can't allow my Tranquil clan to be destroyed in my hands. You intend to side with Luo Jun? It was Lu Jianyao who spoke these words. Shu Xian said, I'm going to the Northern Territory. There's a passageway to the Demon Territory at the northern border of the Northern Territory. We intend to give it a try. If it's really not possible. Even though she didn't explain, everyone here understood what she meant. Su Qingshi sighed lightly and waved her hand. Yang Ye's fate was unknown, so the torture both she and Xiao Yushi had suffered in these 2 days was much greater than any other time. So, it felt even worse to them when all of these people were trying to leave as soon as possible. Shu Xian nodded apologetically to Su Qingshi and the others once more, and then she turned around and left. Before long, the Tranquil clan left. What about the city governor's estate of your ancient domain city? Su Qingshi gazed at Lu Jianyao as she asked this question. Lu Jianyao stated, my father said that ancient domain city will always be standing on your side until Yang Yi is confirmed to be dead. In other words, ancient domain city would act just like the Mo clan and Tranquil clan had acted if Yang Ye's death was confirmed. Su Qingshi understood it well. She nodded and gazed at Ding Xiaoyao. What about you? The Ocean of Anarchy will bear the brunt of the exalted Han Empire's forces when it marches to the south. If you don't side with Luo Jun, then your dominance over the Ocean of Anarchy will probably cease to exist. Ding Xiaoyao grinned and said, I notified the members of my Ding clan to move all our valuables to the Southern Territory and destroy all our ships 2 hours ago. Luo Jun's army wouldn't be able to arrive at the Southern Territory in a short period of time without those ships. However, it would delay him by half a month of time at most, because it wouldn't be difficult for the exalted Han Empire to obtain other ships or use the ships of others with the wealth it possesses. The reason Ding Xiaoyao had risked everything was that little girl who saved Yang Yi that day. She didn't know what it meant to be an outsider, but she was very clearly aware that the little girl was extremely terrifying. After all, even that Saint Realm expert had been affected by the little girl's red threads and was extremely afraid of her as well. Even though the chances of Yang Ye's survival was slim, she wanted to make that gamble. If she won, then she absolutely had reason to believe that the Ding clan would never be destroyed while Yang Yi was alive. If Yang Yi lived for 10,000 years, then so would the Ding clan. It was a huge gamble, because if Yang Yi really died, then the Ding clan would absolutely perish. After all, the Ding clan's actions made it impossible for the Ding clan to side with Luo Jun. Su Qingshi was slightly surprised when she heard Ding Xiaoyao. She had thought that Ding Xiaoyao would leave as well, but she hadn't expected that Ding Xiaoyao wouldn't just stay. Ding Xiaoyao had even abandoned everything her clan had gained over the years to stand on Yang Ye's side. Could it be that she likes my husband as well? Such an absurd thought had appeared in Su Qingshi's mind, ancient domain city. After they heard the news of Yang Ye's death, The two clans that were ceaselessly moving from ancient domain city had stopped. The northern clan stopped for a while before it continued again. Because the ancestor of the northern clan had personally stepped forward and said that Nku would cease to be the clan's patriarch if he didn't move the northern clan from ancient domain city. The southern clan. The Exalted Han Empire has mobilized an entire 15,000 Exalt Realm experts this time, and there are at least 6,000 plus at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm or above. As for those at the Spirit Realm and King Realm, they are simply innumerable. Besides that, Luo Jun has dispatched a messenger who said that he's willing to disregard the betrayal of the clan if you're willing to marry him. Otherwise, our clan will cease to exist on this continent. What is your decision? The black-clothed woman spoke to Enbiru within a room. Chapter 575. Continue moving to the southern territory. That was Enbiru's answer. The black-clothed woman hesitated for a moment before she said, Biru, do you think the southern territory has any chance? Even if Yang Yi isn't dead, what would he be able to do when facing over 10,000 Exalt Realm experts and countless profounders at the Spirit Realm and King Realm? And Biru stood up and said, do you think he would fulfill his past promise to us if we returned to Luo Jun's side right now? He wouldn't. The only reason he raised such conditions were none other than to obtain my clan and put on a show for everyone else. It's to show the southern territory that he's magnanimous and would forgive them. But the reality of the situation is that we'll have no choice but to be cannon fodder upon siding with him again. Even if he is able to unite the continent in the future, we'll only be suppressed and even destroyed by him. After she finished speaking, Enbiru walked towards the door, and she stopped upon arriving before the door. She said, no one likes to be betrayed. Luo Jun isn't a broad-minded person. There's also another reason why he has raised such conditions, and it's because he intends to take revenge on me. There's one more thing you have to realize, Aunt. This is our last chance to choose sides, and the slightest mistake would really cause our southern clan to be annihilated. The black-clothed woman sighed lightly as she watched Enbiru leave the primordial pagoda. At this moment, Yang Yi was really in quite bad shape. That injury on his chest was filled with the mysterious energy of the laws. Even if the Greenwood spirit was repairing it incessantly, it was completely useless, and he would have probably died by now if it wasn't for the primordial violet energy within him. However, the primordial violet energy within him wasn't in its truest form. So, it could only delay the growth of his injury but couldn't heal it. After she brought Yang Yi into the primordial pagoda, she held her scepter in her hand while she spoke in a tongue that didn't belong to profounder continent. The scepter in her hand gradually emanated dazzling and resplendent blue light before the energy within the entire 1st level of the primordial pagoda started surging madly towards Yang Yi. It wasn't long before the little girl was pleasantly surprised to notice that the enormous injury on Yang Yi's chest was actually starting to gradually heal as the energy surged madly into him. This princess was right. That woman's law energy was only able to affect that world. The world within the primordial pagoda has its own laws, and they instinctively reject the laws of the outside world, so her law energy has lost its effect here. Haha, this princess is such a genius. The usual icy coldness on the little girl's face had vanished when she saw the injury on Yang Yi's chest healing slowly, and her face was covered in a brilliant smile instead. The energy in the surroundings didn't stop and started to surge towards Yang Yi in an even larger volume. However, the little girl's countenance had become slightly pale. Bang! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Yang Yi, the 4th rank of the Exalt Realm. As the unending energy repaired his body, Yang Yi had attained the 4th rank of the Exalt Realm as well. However, that wasn't the end of it. The little noticed that the energy in an area of 500 kilometers around Yang Yi was gradually being exhausted. She waved her hand, and the extreme-grade energy stones Yang Yi possessed appeared here before over 30,000 of them started to burn into flames and transformed into strands of energy which surged into Yang Yi's body. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed from the little girl's mouth. However, she didn't give up and continued chanting in that mysterious tongue. Before long, Almost 90% of that pile of extreme-grade energy stones had been burnt into ashes. The energy here grew ceaselessly in volume, while Yangyi seemed like a terrifying vortex which caused the unending energy in the surroundings to surge into him. At the same time, Yangyi's aura gradually grew more and more terrifying. Bang! An aura that was 2 times more terrifying than before erupted from within Yangyi. This aura swept out towards the surroundings like a gale, and it instantly caused ripples to undulate throughout the space in the surroundings. The 5th rank of the Exalt realm. The blue light emanated by the little girl's scepter gradually dispersed while she slowly fell from midair, but a pair or arms grabbed her when she was just about to crash to the ground. Yang Yi asked in a slightly anxious tone as he gazed at the little girl's pale countenance, "Are you all right?" Yang Yi hadn't noticed something at this moment, and that was that the little girl's body was material and not ethereal as it had been in the past. The little girl shook her head and said, "I executed a forbidden technique, so I'll have to fall into deep slumber for some time. This is all that I can do for you. You have to understand that you're still too weak. If you're weak, then you're bound to be bullied and suffer unfair treatment. I know you've been working very hard, but you have to work even harder. Understand?" Yang Yi nodded as he stretched out his hand to wipe off the blood on the corner of her mouth. The little girl frowned slightly because she'd never been touched like that by another person. However, when she noticed the gentle emotions in Yang Yi's eyes, her brows couldn't help but ease up. Right at this moment, a ray of violet light flashed before the violet mink appeared here. The violet mink instantly pounced into Yang Yi's arms and ceaselessly rubbed her head against his chest. As if she'd thought of something, she turned around and glared angrily at the little girl because the little girl had confined her earlier, causing her to be unable to help Yang Yi and have no choice but to watch as Yang Yi was injured by that petal. Yang Yi rubbed the little fellow's head and said, "She did it for your own good. It would be completely meaningless for you to come out there under such circumstances. Understand?" The little fellow instantly revealed an aggrieved expression. Yang Yi kissed her on the forehead and said, "I know you were concerned about me, but I would definitely go mad if anything were to happen to you. You're more important than my life to me, so you absolutely can't allow anything to happen to you. Understand?" The little girl grunted coldly in a soft voice and seemed to be quite displeased. However, her voice was very soft, so both Yang Yi and the little fellow hadn't noticed it. "No." Suddenly, the little fellow opened her mouth and spoke. Her voice was very pleasant, like the melodious cry of a bird. After she said that, the little fellow blinked before she jumped into Yang Yi's arms, while ceaselessly hitting Yang Yi with her little claws. It was like she was embarrassed. Yang Yi was completely stunned, and he just stared blankly at the little fellow. He hadn't imagined that the little fellow could actually speak now. In other words, the little fellow has succeeded in receiving the inheritance and can take human form? Cough. Right at this moment, the little girl suddenly coughed lightly. Yang Yi hurriedly looked over and saw the little girl had an exhausted expression on her face. Moreover, it seemed that it was almost impossible for her to keep her eyes open anymore. Yang Yi was shocked in his heart and hurriedly asked, "Are you all right?" The little girl glanced at him and said, "I'm going to fall into deep sleep, and I might have to sleep for a few hundred years." "What?" Yang Yi was surprised. "A few hundred years?" The little girl said, "I've exhausted too much of my core strength, so this is the best outcome I could hope for. The only way to help me awaken quickly is to gain access to the tune level of the primordial pagoda and give me a rejuvenation pill from there. Otherwise, I might really have to sleep for a few hundred years. I'll access the tuned level as soon as possible so you can awaken earlier. I guarantee that." Yang Yi forced out a smile as he said, "After all, I promised that I would take you home." The little girl took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi before she closed her eyes. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by sadness when he saw the little girl in such a weak state. "I vow to become strong." Yang Yi's voice rumbled like a thunderclap throughout the 1st level of the pagoda. Chapter 576. Ha ha ha. No one will be able to threaten this ancestor from now onward. Ha ha ha. At the ghost sect of the Southern Territory, The corpse ancestor was madly absorbing the blood and baleful energy throughout the ghost sect. The corpses of a few tens of thousands of disciples of the ghost sect were lying on the ground all around him, and their blood was still warm. Obviously, they just died not too long ago. When Yang Yi had attacked the Flower Palace and its founding ancestor had shown herself that day, Head left without making a sound. In the end, he was absolutely overjoyed when he heard that Yang Yi had been killed by the Flower Palace's founding ancestor. Because once Yang Yi was dead, then no one could control him anymore, and he just had to absorb the blood and baleful energy from 100 million people in order to recover 80% of the strength he once possessed. Once he recovered 80% of his past strength, then he could definitely sweep through the entire continent when it was a world without any Saint Realm experts. At that time, he could devour the baleful energy and blood from all the humans, devils, and demons of the entire continent. Just thinking about such a scene caused the corpse ancestor to be unable to help but roar complacently with laughter. Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded from the corpse ancestor's mouth. He turned around to look towards the north, and his voice contained monstrous rage and bewilderment. How could this be possible? How could you possibly be alive? As soon as he finished speaking, another shrill cry had resounded from him. You bastard! They'll kill. Big brother. Big brother. Stop doing that with the soul control tablet. I'm coming. Corpse ancestor transformed into a red ray of light that flashed explosively towards the north. The sword sect. Yang Yi arrived at the sword sect without making a song. The worry in Su Qingshi and Xiao Yushi's hearts had finally eased up when they saw that he was fine. They could be said to have suffered tremendous torture throughout this period of time, and it was especially so for Su Qingshi because she was about to give birth soon. Yang Yi listened silently as Su Qingshi told him about everything that had occurred throughout these 2 days. Yang Ye's face was very calm when he heard the Mo clan had left because it was entirely within his expectations. There were no feelings between him and the Mo clan at all, and the reason they'd come to help him was none other than because of his potential and the presence of his master who was at the half-saint realm. All they wanted was to benefit from being associated with him. So, it was very understandable that they left when they found out that he would definitely die. However, he hadn't expected that the Tranquil clan had left as well, and it was Ding Xiaoyao, a woman who pursued nothing but gains, had actually stayed behind and even moved the entire Ding clan to the Southern Territory. At this moment, many clans, small sects, and various other powers of the Southern Territory are prepared to side with Luo Jun. So long as Luo Jun steps foot onto the Southern Territory's soil, then there would probably be countless powers that would go to greet him. The current situation in the Southern Territory is very bad for all of us. Su Qingshi frowned. Yang Yi pulled Su Qingshi into his arms, and then he placed his hand on her bulging tummy. Su Qingshi blushed but didn't resist. On the other hand, a wisp of envy flashed through the depths of Xiao Yushi's eyes as she gazed at Su Qingshi's bulging tummy. Yang Yi rubbed her tummy lightly and said in a gentle voice, "Don't bother about all of this. Just leave it all to me. You concentrate on taking care of our baby that you're carrying. Understand?" Su Qingshi nodded. Actually, she didn't want to pay any attention to the matters of the sword sect once Shed become pregnant. However, no one would be able to do it besides her, so she had no choice. But it was different not because Yang Yi was here, and all of that would naturally become his responsibility. Yang Yi gazed at Xiao Yushi and grinned before he gestured to her. Xiao Yushi hesitated for a moment before she walked over to Yang Ye's side. Yang Yi took her hand and smiled. "Do you want a child as well?" Xiao Yushi blushed, and she hesitated for a moment before she nodded in an almost imperceptible manner. "Then we have to work hard." Yang Yi roared with laughter and hugged them tightly. After 2 days of baby-making efforts, Yang Yi left for Death Abyss with Corpse Ancestor. "Kid, they'll wait for you up here." Corpse Ancestor spoke abruptly on the ground above Death Abyss. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he nodded. He knew that this fellow was afraid of Elder Mu. Even though Corpse Ancestor's body was comparable to the body of a half-saint, Elder Mu was a true half-saint, so it was normal for this fellow to be afraid. As if he knew what Yang Yi was thinking, Corpse Ancestor grunted coldly and said, "Kid, I admit that he's stronger than me now. But if it were all those years ago, I could kill a bunch of experts like him with a wave of my hand. Yang Yi pursed his lips and paid no further attention to Corp's ancestor. He just leaped down into Death Abyss. Before the cottage. I never expected that some Saint Realm experts of legend aren't dead, and they went to another world instead. So, there's another world beyond our own. I really want to go have a look. Elder Mu sat cross-legged on the ground as he muttered softly. At this moment, Elder Mu seemed even older than he was in the past. His hair had turned completely snow-white, and his back seemed to be even more hunched. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel really sad when he saw Elder Mu in such a state. Because while the old man was one of the supreme experts of this world, the old man lived a lonely life. You know, Elder Mu gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I thought that even if my strength were inferior to a Saint Realm expert, it should be sufficient for me to exchange a few blows with one. But I never imagined that just the soul of a Saint Realm expert would be capable of rendering me completely helpless." Haha, just a soul. Even though she had her main body to rely on, it still only possessed less than 1% of her full strength. All below the Saint Realm really are ants. Yang Yi's heart shook. He hadn't imagined that Mu Han's strength was actually that terrifying. Wait, Yang Yi suddenly thought of something. Saint Lu Yun was just a soul as well, but why was the gap between him and Mu Han so huge? It wasn't long before Yang Yi figured it out. Mu Han was a complete Saint Realm expert who still had her main body, so her soul was still the soul of a Saint Realm expert. On the other hand, Saint Lu Yun's body had been destroyed, and his cultivation had declined. Strictly speaking, his soul couldn't be considered as a soul of a Saint Realm expert. Coupled with the fact that his soul had suffered a heavy injury, Saint Lu Yun couldn't compare to Mu Han at all. Meanwhile, Elder Mu suddenly asked, "Was that little girl the equipment spirit of that divine treasure?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "She isn't. She's a person from another world, and she only arrived at our world due to certain reasons." Elder Mu fell silent. Yang Yi said, "Elder Mu, I came to see you because I want to borrow some swords from you." After all the Tao artifacts he possessed had been destroyed after he executed the Heaven Rend, and it really made Yang Yi's heart ache. Now, he had no more Tao artifacts left. In other words, he wouldn't be able to execute Heaven Rend anymore. So, he had no choice but to ask Elder Mu for more swords. Elder Mu laughed bitterly when he heard this and said, "Kid, do you think Tao artifacts are rocks that you can just grab from the side of the road? Not to mention me. Even the exalted Han Empire can't sustain your usage of Tao artifacts." Yang Yi rubbed his nose and spoke in a slightly helpless tone. "I can't help it." His heart was still bleeding from his loss of void flash and lag. After all, those two swords were outstanding weapons. But they were gone just like that. Elder Mu gestured with his right hand, and then a ray of white light shot out from within the cottage before transforming into a pitch-black ancient sword. The ancient sword's make wasn't really great as it was covered in holes. As for its edge, there wasn't one. It actually seemed more like a ruler. "What's this?" Yang Yi was astounded. This sword is called the Sword Ruler. According to legend, it was forged by condensing a star that had fallen from the sky. I don't know if the legend is true, but this sword really is extremely heavy. Ordinary Exalt Realm experts aren't able to pick it up at all, and that was why I didn't give it to you in the past. While your current physical body is still inferior to some Monarch Realm experts, it isn't much inferior, so you can give it a try," said Elder Mu. Yang Yi nodded, and then he stretched out his hand to take the sword ruler. His hand suddenly moved over 30 centimeters down as soon as he took the sword ruler in his hand, and the ground where Yang Yi stood had actually collapsed instantaneously. Yang Yi's expression changed, and he hurriedly exerted his strength to hold it firmly. A wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes as he gazed at the sword in his hand, and he said, "Elder Mu, this sword is truly heavy. If I combine it with my physical strength, I think I should be able to rely on my physical strength alone to smash an Exalt Realm expert to death with a single swing of it. But this sword is really ugly. Moreover, it's much more inferior when compared to Void Flash and Lag. You don't want it?" Elder Mu nodded and said, "Then give it back to me. I only have that one last Tao artifact, and it just happens to work well for chopping wood. Chopping wood? The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. He hurriedly put the ancient sword away and said, "Thank you for the sword, Elder Mu. But, heir, do you have more? After all, my sword techniques really consume swords, and just one isn't enough." Elder Mu was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry, and he said, "Kid, do you really think Tao artifacts are common like cabbage? All of these that I've given you are Tao artifacts that I collected over the course of 10,000 plus years. To tell you the truth, this sword is my last Tao artifact. So, don't utilize that heaven rin drawing technique of yours in the future. It's absolutely wasteful." Wasteful? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Actually, he felt the same way, because it destroyed a Tao artifact every single time that he utilized it. How many Tao artifacts had he destroyed until now? However, he really couldn't help it because other ordinary swords weren't just unable to be utilized to execute heaven rend, they couldn't even be sheathed within the ancient sheath. So, he could only blame the ancient sheath for being too picky. Alright, go on. Quickly kill that fellow, Luo Jun, and then work hard on your cultivation and strive to attain the monarch realm as soon as possible. Elder Mu turned around and entered the cottage after he finished speaking. Right at this moment, a ray of light flashed, and then the sword spirit of the ancient sheath appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi was stunned. What's she doing out here? The sword spirit remained silent for a moment before she said, "Let's go look for my other half." Your other half? Yang Yi hadn't been able to react to the meaning behind her words. She said, "The sword of the ancient sheath." Chapter 577. The Ancient Sheath Sword? Yang Yi frowned and said, "Didn't you say that I was too weak and unable to take control of it at all?" Had been curious about that mysterious sword a very long time ago. Unfortunately, the sword spirit was extremely stubborn and utterly refused to reveal anything to him. She merely said that his strength was too weak, really too weak. The sword spirit said, "You're really too weak, but your physical strength is barely sufficient. If it were in the past, I would wait for you to attain the monarch realm before taking you to seek my main body. But I can't wait any longer now." She can't wait? Yang Ye's face darkened as he said, "Hey, don't get me killed. You said that even the sword sect's founding ancestor wasn't able to obtain it all those years ago. Yet you want me to go get it now? Tell me the truth. Are you trying to get me killed?" Even though he wanted that sword because Shed said that even the mortal emperor sword couldn't compare to it at all, he wanted to obtain it under the preconditions that he possessed absolute strength and confidence in being successful. Aren't I going to give my life away if I went for it now? Yang Ye's gaze grew even more hostile as he gazed at her. "The heavens intend to destroy you," said the sword spirit. Yang Yi nodded and said, "I know, but what does that have to do with that sword? Don't you want to slash the heavens apart?" The sword spirit's voice was actually filled with temptation. "So long as you obtained my main body and executed heaven rend, then you'll definitely be able to destroy the quintessence of the heavens here. In that way, you would have destroyed the source of Luo Jun's strength." Yang Yi grew even more vigilant. Is she trying to get me killed? But it doesn't seem like that. If she wanted to kill me, she had many chances in the past, like when I executed heaven rend that day. I would have definitely died if she caused trouble for me then. But if she doesn't want to get me killed, then why is she acting so impatient now? What exactly has happened? Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. She intended to say something, but Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "I hope you tell me the truth. If you are facing some problem and I have the strength to help, then it'll definitely help you. However, I'm going to flare up if you are trying to deceive me and send me to my death." The sword spirit's lips moved a little before she sighed softly in the end. That saint of the flower palace severely damaged the balance of this world when she descended here. The will of the heaven Tao here has been damaged by her arrival in this world, and many things might be emerging soon. Be a little clearer. Yang Yi frowned. His intuition told him that something bad was about to happen. My main body is called the Sword Precursor, and it was born from within the primal chaos. In other words, it was born before this world had been completely formed. I'm the first sword of this world, and I was forged from the chaotic yin and yang energy of this world. Thus, called the sword precursor. 100,000 years ago, a group of heaven-defying defiant profounders appeared in this world. They'd arrived here from a different world, and their sole intent was to seize the chaotic energy and spirit energy of every single world. So this world was in unprecedented danger. Because once the chaotic energy and spirit energy in the world were to vanish completely, then the world would be destroyed in a very short period of time. The sword spirit spoke softly, "My second master, some human profounders, the devil race, demon race, and many other races including some which hadn't vanished at that time, answered the summons of the will of the heaven Tao, and they joined forces against the defiant profounders. After a brutal battle that lasted for over 10,000 years, the defiant profounders had practically vanished from the continent." "Did they all die?" asked Yi. She shook her head and said, "They couldn't be killed. Some of the peerless experts amongst them had cultivated their bodies and souls to an undying state. Not a single person in our world. No, I should say that not even the will of the heaven Tao of our world was able to annihilate them. Perhaps the experts from the world that little girl comes from might be able to accomplish it." "Since they aren't dead, are you telling me that they are still in our world?" Yi gulped down a mouthful of saliva, while a very bad feeling arose within him. She nodded and said, "My second master joined forces with countless experts of this continent and the will of the heaven Tao to barely suppress them in the demon catacombs. But their forces paid a heavy price to accomplish that. Countless experts perished, and my second master perished not too long after from the heavy injuries head suffered during the battles." "What does that have to do with you?" asked Yi. She gazed at him and said, "Even if countless experts joined forces at that time, and even the will of the heaven Tao assisted them, they were still unable to fully suppress those defiant profounders. So, my master stabbed my main body into the demon catacombs and utilized me as a link to suppress those defiant profounders with the hell of the will of the heaven Tao and the martial will of countless experts. Now, the seal has loosened." Yes' eyelids twitched as he said, "Don't tell me that the defiant profounders are about to burst out of the seal." She said, "I don't know if they are, but I feel an unprecedented feeling of danger. So many years have passed, and this world is getting weaker while its experts are getting fewer. If there's nobody to continue strengthening the seal, then it would be very normal for it to loosen." "How strong are they?" asked Yi. She replied, "The weakest amongst them are at the half-saint realm." "How many are there?" "Numerous." Yi gasped. "How would we stop them if those fellows escape?" The sword spirit answered, "Do you know why Nanjing and Luojun have appeared in this era? Because the world has sensed danger as well, and it needs to reseal those defiant profounders. That's why Nanjing and Luojun have been born. The reason their genius is so monstrous is because they enjoy the karmic luck of this world. However, the heavens probably never imagined that you would appear in this world." "What does it have to do with me?" Yi spoke with displeasure. "Because your presence makes it very difficult for Luojun to unify the continent. That's why the heavens intend to destroy you. Your very existence obstructs Luojun's growth. If he can't unify the continent and gather the experts of the entire continent, then the defiant profounders will definitely awaken once more. At that time, this world and everyone within it will die," said the sword spirit. Yi spoke in a slightly displeased tone. "Hey, you make it seem like I'm a sinner of this entire world. You should get your facts straight. It's they who want to kill me. Could it be that only they can kill me, yet I can't resist?" She fell silent for a short while before she said, "All of you should work together." Yi laughed coldly and said, "Do you think that's possible? This world might really be destroyed if you continue obstructing Luojun," said the sword spirit. Yi replied, "What does that have to do with me? It isn't I who destroyed it in the end. All I know is that it'll kill anyone who intends to kill me. If the heavens refuse to tolerate my existence, then even if the defiant profounders don't destroy it, I'll destroy it myself once I have sufficient strength." "You." She was speechless. Yi glanced at her and said, "If I'm not wrong, you aren't a sword spirit who regards all living beings in this world as part of your responsibility, right? After all, if you were, then you wouldn't have chosen me but Luojun, right?" The sword spirit fell silent for a moment before she said, "I'm suppressing those defiant profounders, but aren't they restraining me at the same time? 100,000 years. My main body has been trapped there for 100,000 years." When she spoke up to this point, her voice carried monstrous resentment and rage. Chapter 578. 100,000 Years. Yang Yi gasped. How terrifying would it be to be restrained at the same spot for 100,000 years? No wonder she had that much resentment. A normal person would have probably gone mad and possess a warped personality after being restrained for 100,000 years, right? I felt the situation was bad at that time, but I couldn't do anything because both my master and those experts weren't existences that I could resist. So, I had no other choice but to secretly separate a portion of my consciousness and store it within my sheath. After that, I fled the demon catacombs with the hope of finding a way to rescue my main body. But I never imagined that this would go on for 100,000 years, said the sword spirit. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Firstly, you really have my sympathies. However, you should be clearly aware that even the sword sect's founding ancestor hadn't been able to retrieve your main body. Don't you think that sending me over would be equivalent to sending me to my death? You've helped me a great deal, and am not an ungrateful person. They'll definitely rescue your main body if I possess sufficient strength in the future, all right? My time is running out." The sword spirit spoke in a low voice. Once those defiant profounders break through the seal, the first thing they do would definitely be to destroy my main bodhi's consciousness. At that time, I wouldn't be myself anymore. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, "You have to understand that we'll be walking towards our graves if we head over there right now." The sword spirit shook her head and said, "When I said that the sword sect's founding ancestor was unable to save me, I was lying to you. It wasn't that he couldn't save me, he chose not to. Because if he were to have saved me all those years ago, then the seal would have definitely collapsed and countless defiant profounders would have swarmed out from within it. At that time, even he wasn't able to stop those defiant profounders, so had chosen not to rescue me. So that was why." Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he said, "Even if we do save your main body, what would we do about those defiant profounders? How would I deal with them? Truthfully speaking, I really want to help you if I can because helping you is equivalent to helping me. However, you should be aware that I can't even go against Monarch Realm experts, let alone half-saints. But the weakest amongst them are at the half-saint realm," she said. "In the past, I hoped that you would grow completely into an expert before you head over to rescue my main body. But time is really running out now. Even if you don't save my main body, those defiant profounders will still emerge from the seal. The only difference is that you'll have a chance to obtain my main body if we head over there. Conversely, I would vanish from the face of this world if we don't rescue my main body, while those defiant profounders would still emerge from within the seal. Looks like I have no other choice." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "We have to do it as soon as possible," said the sword spirit in a low voice. Yang Yi nodded. Yang Yi had just left Death Abyss when he received a transmission talisman from Su Qingshi. A wisp of ghastly killing intent arose in Yang Yi's eyes when he looked through it because Luo Jun had actually received assistance from the oceanic clans in the Ocean of Anarchy. So, Luo Jun's army had already landed on the other side of the Ocean of Anarchy, and the army had arrived before Ancient Domain City. At this moment, Ancient Domain City was in a state of emergency. Yang Yi's figure flashed and rushed towards Ancient Domain City with Corpse Ancestor. The reason he hadn't returned to the Southern Territory was because Ding Xiaoyao had already ordered the Southern Territory's army to gather and rush to Ancient Domain City once she found out that Luo Jun's army had arrived at the Southern Territory. Of course, this decision was supported by both the Founding Emperor and Beast Emperor. At this moment, practically all the elites of the Southern Territory were rushing towards Ancient Domain City, especially the Grand Myriad Mountains. When he flew past the Grand Myriad Mountains, Yang Yi noticed that a dense wave of dark beasts were rushing towards Ancient Domain City. The mountains were quaking. In the beginning, the Founding Emperor and Beast Emperor weren't that resolved to fight the exalted Han Empire until the death because the gap between both sides was truly too huge. Perhaps they would have a chance if they used the Grand Myriad Mountains as the border that they protected with all their strength. However, the Southern Territory didn't have any chance at success if it was a frontal collision between the two armies. However, they didn't hesitate any longer when they heard that Yang Yi was alive and had even attained the 5th rank of the Exalt realm. Forcefully protecting a border would fail sooner or later, but fighting a battle until death would provide them with a chance at success. At the very least, they could make the exalted Han Empire pay a horrible price even if they failed. Ancient Domain City. It was a natural barrier before the Southern Territory, and Luo Jun's army would have to travel through a detour of at least 5,000 kilometers through the east or west of the city in order to bypass it and arrive at the Southern Territory. But Luo Jun wouldn't choose any one of them no matter what because both of them were covered in mountains that towered into the sky, all sorts of rough terrain, and countless dangerous swamps. Besides Exalt Realm experts, even Spirit Realm experts wouldn't be able to pass through from there. So, he could only pass through Ancient Domain City. The city governor's estate of Ancient Domain City. Qin Xie from the Grand Qin Empire, Xiao Yushi and Ding Xiaoyao from the Sword Sect, and a rugged and robust man from the Dark Beast Empire were seated within the room. Besides them, Lu Jianyao was representing the city governor's estate. Based on our preliminary estimations, the Exalted Han Empire has brought at least 15,000 Exalt Realm experts, around 600,000 Spirit Realm experts, and countless Profounders at the King Realm. They are practically all the elites of the Central Territory. Ding Xiaoyao spoke slowly. On the other hand, we have less than 5,000 Exalt Realm experts in total. As for Spirit Realm experts, we only have around 200,000, whereas the amount of King Realm Profounders we possess don't even amount to 5% of the King Realm experts possessed by the Exalted Han Empire. The expressions of everyone in this room became slightly unsightly when they heard Ding Xiaoyao because the gap in their strengths was truly too huge. Ding Xiaoyao said, "However, we have such a natural barrier like Ancient Domain City, so we can persist for some time if we only defend and avoid attacking. However, all of you should be aware that staying on the defense isn't a long-term plan. We have to repulse Luo Jun over and over again. So long as that continues for a long time, then those sects and clans of the Central Territory would definitely arouse the intent to retreat, and our opportunity would appear when there's a divergence of opinion amongst them." Qin Xie said, "But the problem is whether we can defend the city until that happens." Ding Xiaoyao grinned and said, "That isn't difficult. The difficult part is how to avoid any divergence of opinion amongst us. I believe that all the powers that you respectively represent have resolved to fight the Exalted Han Empire until the death. However, I'd like to know if those clans and smaller sects which have sided with you feel the same?" The robust man from the Dark Beast Empire stated, "There are no treacherous clans amongst the Dark Beasts of my Dark Beast Empire." The others remained silent, especially Qin Xie. There were countless clans and small powers that had sought the Grand Qin Empire's protector. Even though they declared their support for the empire now, no one could guarantee that their decision wouldn't change. Qin Xie wasn't confident in them at all, because the Grand Qin Empire had already secretly annihilated some clans that had ill intent towards the empire. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyao said, "Besides going against the Exalted Han Empire, we have to be careful of the powers on our side as well. Because once Luo Jun is able to attack us from both the inside and outside, then it would definitely be a calamity for us. Do all of you think that Luo Jun will spare us if he breaks through the city? He wouldn't, because the entire human world would be under his command once he kills us. So, please be careful of those clans and powers that have joined your side. Once you notice that they have ill intent, then please annihilate them regardless of whether you have sufficient proof. That would probably cause many clans and powers to panic and arouse aversion by doing that." Qin Xie frowned. "We're in harsh times now, so we can only use harsh methods," said Ding Xiaoyao. Right at this moment, a fluctuation appeared in the space before her, and then Ding Xiaoyao frowned. "What's wrong?" asked Qin Xie. Ding Xiaoyao stood up, looked towards the north, and said in a heavy voice, "According to a report from our scouts, 2 men and 1 woman wearing strange clothes appeared amidst Luo Jun's army, and then Luo Jun's army stopped 50 m away from the city." "What do you mean?" asked Lu Jianyao. Ding Xiaoyao said. They did a single thing after they arrived amidst Luo Jun's army. They killed over a dozen Exalt Realm experts within the army. That's a good thing, Lu Jianyao said. It proves that they are his enemies. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head and said, Luo Jun didn't dare counterattack after they killed those Exalt Realm experts, and he even invited them into his dwellings. According to the reports from our scouts, they are wearing very strange clothing, and they don't seem to be clothes from any one of the territories throughout Profounder continent. Moreover, the three of them were extremely arrogant. Alas, I hope other issues don't arise because of this. Luo Jun's dwellings. You're the mortal emperor of this era? A man whose clothes were covered in all sorts of strange symbols gazed at Luo Jun as he spoke. Another man with similar clothing and a woman who wore a crystal blue dress were standing by his side. How audacious! Meanwhile, a soldier within Luo Jun's dwelling shouted furiously. However, he hadn't even finished speaking when that man flicked his finger, and then a strange symbol shot forward. That soldier's expression changed, and he hurriedly created a spatial barrier before himself. However, that symbol wasn't affected by the spatial barrier at all, and it directly shot into his body. Bang! That fifth-rank Exalt Realm expert's body suddenly exploded apart, and then the symbol flew back into the man's hand. The expressions of everyone here changed while Luo Jun's expression grew unsightly to the extreme. The reason had allowed them to enter his dwellings was because he felt that they were extremely strong and mysterious, so he wanted to recruit them. But he hadn't expected that they would completely disregard him and kill his subordinates right before him. Right when everyone within here was about to swarm that group of 3 experts, the man withdrew a command token and shook it before Luo Jun's eyes. Luo Jun frowned, and then he spoke with a ferocious voice upon laying eyes on the command token. No one can save all of you. However, Luo Tian suddenly appeared before them, and he revealed a complicated and shocked expression when he saw the command token. He said, "The Heaven Dao command token. I never expected that it actually exists. All of you are from the hallowed grounds." Chapter 579. Finally, someone who isn't ignorant. Even if he was facing a 9th-rank Monarch Realm expert, the young man didn't reveal even a trace of respect on his face. Moreover, Luo Tian didn't mind it at all. Conversely, he revealed an amiable smile when he confirmed the young man's origins. The faces of Luo Jun and the others fell when they witnessed this scene. What exactly is their background? Why have you emerged into this world? Asked Luo Tian. The young man said, "The forceful descent of a Saint Realm expert into this world caused the seal on the defiant Profounders to loosen. So, my hallowed grounds urgently requires a huge number of experts to assist us in strengthening the seal. We weren't really hopeful because the spirit energy in this world was already dry to such an extent, but I never imagined that someone in this world actually inherited the position of Mortal Emperor. The Mortal Emperor, the Mortal Emperor Sword, the Mortal Emperor Seal, and the karmic luck of the world are very useful." The seal has loosened. Luo Tian's expression changed as he said, "Is that true?" The young man said, "Of course. Otherwise, why would we come to this place?" As he spoke, he gazed at Luo Jun and said, "Since you're the Mortal Emperor, then immediately summon all the experts of the human race at the Exalt Realm and above, and then immediately follow us to the hallowed grounds. We've already sent our forces to contact the demon race, devil race, and nether race. I believe that they'll be heading to the demon catacombs soon." Luo Jun frowned and gazed at Luo Tian. Luo Tian said in a heavy voice, "Over 100,000 years ago, a group of defiant Profounders appeared on the continent, and they almost destroyed our world. At that time, a group of experts joined forces and were finally able to suppress those defiant Profounders at a place called the Demon Catacombs. After that, the descendants of those experts resided there and guarded the defiant Profounders for generations." When he spoke up to this point, Luo Tian paused for a moment before he said, "At that time, all the inhabitants of the continent agreed that once the Heaven Dao command token was produced, then all powers and races had to listen to its holder's commands. Otherwise, they would be regarded as traitors, and the hallowed grounds would be allowed to descend into our world and annihilate that traitor. So there was another unknown power on the continent. Luo Jun felt quite uncomfortable in his heart. Head thought that the exalted Han Empire was practically like an extraordinary overlord throughout the continent, but never had he imagined that a place called the Hallowed Grounds existed on the continent. Moreover, based on how his ancestor was acting, the Hallowed Grounds' strength was probably superior to the exalted Han Empire. How could he, the dignified mortal emperor, be willing to obey the orders of others? Luo Jun was just about to refuse when Luo Tian's voice suddenly resounded within his mind. I know that you're unwilling. However, not to mention that our exalted Han Empire is unable to resist the Hallowed Grounds. We would probably be unable to resist them even if we joined forces with the demon race and devil race. Do you know why our exalted Han Empire had been able to repulse the Sword Sect's founding ancestor all those years ago? It wasn't because of the experts of our empire, and it was because someone from the Hallowed Grounds stepped forward to stop him. So the Sword Sect's founding ancestor gave the Hallowed Grounds face and didn't annihilate my exalted Han Empire. Luo Jun was shocked. He's always thought that the Sword Sect's founding ancestor had retreated because he wasn't a match for the exalted Han Empire, but had never imagined that it was actually because of the Hallowed Grounds. It's a force that even the Sword Sect's founding ancestor feared? How terrifying is it exactly? Meanwhile, the young man gazed at Luo Jun and said, Time is of the essence. We don't have much time to waste. Quickly gather all the Exalt Realm experts of the human world, and then head to the Hallowed Grounds with us. You possess the Mortal Emperor Sword, Mortal Emperor Seal, and can even converge the faith energy of the human world. That's extremely useful to us. Meanwhile, Luo Tian said, Hallowed Envoys, it isn't that we refuse to cooperate, but am afraid that we're unable to do so. The young man frowned and said, What do you mean? Luo Tian gazed at Luo Jun, and Luo Jun understood his intentions. He immediately said, I'm quite embarrassed to say that while I'm the mortal emperor, I'm unable to command the entire human world for now. For example, this southern territory is resisting my exalted Han Empire right now, and it intends to fight my empire until the end. So, I can only gather the Exalt Realm experts of my exalted Han Empire at most. I'm powerless to command the southern territory. The powers of the southern territory clearly intended to fight him to the end. Even though he wasn't afraid of them, he might not need to waste a single soldier to conquer the southern territory with the help of the Hallowed Grounds. So, a smile couldn't help but arise on the corners of Luo Jun's mouth. The young man frowned. He hadn't expected that the mortal emperor had actually not unified the human world. A mortal emperor without the faith energy of the entire human world wasn't very useful to the Hallowed Grounds. Isn't that very easy to resolve? Meanwhile, the other man who held a spear in his hand said, Your army is already here, so just march over and crush them. Don't tell me that the southern territory can resist your forces. Luo Jun said, But wouldn't that cause a huge amount of losses amongst the experts of the human world? Moreover, the faith energy I receive would probably reduce greatly if I were to annihilate all the profounders of the southern territory, right? Meanwhile, the only woman in the group spoke abruptly. You intend to use us to conquer the southern territory? Luo Jun smiled and said, I'm sure all of you've noticed that I was prepared to annihilate the southern territory. However, out of consideration for the fact that our human race should work together, I hope that the three of you would persuade those powers of the southern territory and make them surrender. After that, we can work together against the defiant profounders. Of course, if the three of you aren't willing, then I'll temporarily give up on attacking the southern territory and lead the elites of my empire to the Hallowed Grounds right now. The young man in the lead waved his hand and said, Only by allowing you to gather the faith energy of the entire human race would you be extremely helpful to us. It wouldn't do work even if a single territory is left out. The profounders of the southern territory are bound by duty to resist the defiant profounders. Even though we don't want to interfere in the matters between all of you, the important matter at hand is to seal the defiant profounders. So, they must submit unconditionally to you no matter what and allow you to control the faith energy of the entire human world. Luo Jun was overjoyed when he heard this. Come, let's go meet the profounders of the southern territory. The young man turned around and walked out of Luo Jun's dwellings. Right at this moment, Luo Jun spoke abruptly. What if they refuse? The young man stopped for a moment and said, no one dares to disobey the hallowed grounds command. If they refuse, then we'll annihilate them. He walked off after he finished speaking. The man with a spear and the woman followed him out. The smile on Luo Jun's face gradually widened when he heard this, and then he couldn't help but roar with laughter in the end. Outside ancient domain city. We'll give all of you 2 hours to open the city gates and surrender. Otherwise, today will be the day that all of you are buried. The young man floated in midair as he gazed coldly at ancient domain city, and his voice, which was enhanced by his profound energy, resounded throughout the city. Chapter 580. Ding Xiaoyao, Qin Siye, and the others were standing on the city walls, and Ding Xiaoyao frowned as she gazed at the 3 youths. She said, "Who are you? What beautiful women!" The eyes of the spear-wielding man lit up when Ding Xiaoyao and the others appeared on the city walls, and his gaze was moving incessantly through the 4 of them. He said, "Tisk, tsk. I never expected that while the profounders of profounder continent aren't really great, they have quite a huge amount of beauties. Su Wu, I, Lin Tian, want these women. Don't fight me for them. Haha." He seemed to have intentionally enhanced his voice, causing it to sweep towards the surroundings, and was heard by everyone here. The expressions of Ding Xiaoyao and the others immediately sank. The young man in the lead, who was called Su Wu, glanced at Ding Xiaoyao and the others, and then he said, "You can do as you please once we're done here." Lin Tian was overjoyed when he heard this, and then he leaped up into the air and shot an unrestrained gaze at Ding Xiaoyao and the others. "Little beauties, did you hear that? All of you are mine from today onward. Haha. Don't worry, we'll take all of you to the hallowed grounds to cultivate there if you satisfy me." Swish! A strand of saber chi tore through the air, and it instantly arrived before Lin Tian. 8th level saber intent? Interesting. Haha. Lin Tian stabbed his spear forward. It was like a raging dragon pouncing forward as it instantly blasted the saber chi into pieces. After that, Lin Tian's gaze descended onto Xiao Yushi while he revealed a teasing expression and said, "Cold enough, charming enough as well. Haha, I like women like you. Only such a conquest would be interesting. Haha." Xiao Yushi was just about to attack when Ding Xiaoyao stopped her, and then Ding Xiaoyao gazed at Su Wu's group of 3 and said, "You don't seem to be Luo Jun's subordinates, right? Smart." Lin Tian gazed at Ding Xiaoyao and said, "Out of consideration for your ignorance and the fact that you're so beautiful, this young master will tell you about our background. We're from the hallowed grounds. We came to bring the elites of the entire continent with us to the hallowed grounds in order to help us suppress the defiant profounders. We need the mortal emperor's karmic luck, so all of you shouldn't put up a meaningless resistance and just surrender immediately. Don't worry, my baby. I won't allow the mortal emperor to harm all of you, because all of you'll be mine. Haha. Aren't you going to stop him?" The woman in a crystal blue dress spoke indifferently. Su Wu said flatly, "It's an honor for them that Lin Tian is fond of them, right? Aren't you afraid that he'll spoil our mission?" said the woman. "Who dares disobey the command of my hallowed grounds?" said Su Wu in a cold voice. The woman fell silent and didn't speak further. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head and said, "No matter where you've come from or how terrifying your strength is, all I know is that you've said something that you shouldn't have said. So, all of you'll pay a horrible price for that." After all, what kind of person was Yang Yi? He was a complete madman, and he would give no regard to the hallowed grounds once he was offended by them. Is that so? Lin Tian roared with laughter. He laughed for a while before he said, "Well, pay a horrible price? How truly laughable. The inhabitants of this abandoned world actually intend to make us pay a horrible price. Baby, are you talking about doing that in bed? Haha, don't worry, my spear never falls. They'll be able to hold on no matter how formidable you are." How audacious! Meanwhile, the representative from the Dark Beast Empire roared furiously as he leaped off the city wall, and then he transformed in midair into an enormous fiery red lion as he smashed down forcefully towards Lin Tian. "You're courting death. A wisp of disdain arose on the corners of Lin Tian's mouth while he swiftly stabbed with his spear. An enormous black dragon flashed forward and smashed against the fiery red lion. Bang! The fiery red lion howled with pain in midair while its figure was blasted flying before crashing to the ground. How weak! Lin Tian shook his head with disdain, and then his figure flashed as he descended like a shooting star towards the lion. Swish! Right at this moment, Xiao Yushi appeared in midair, and then a ray of cold light flashed. A huge strand of saber chi tore through the sky and slashed down at Lin Tian. Oomph! Lin Tian grunted coldly as he swiftly waved the spear in his hand, and then a ray of golden light flashed and collided forcefully with the saber chi. Bang! Both of them exploded in midair. Lin Tian chuckled and said, "Little beauty, your strength isn't bad at all, and that saber of yours is good as well. Come, let me give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian gave up on pursuing the red lion and flashed explosively toward Xiao Yushi. Xiao Yushi's eyes narrowed slightly while Shearwing swiftly left its sheath, and then a wave of saber chi slashed forward. Everywhere they passed, space was torn apart, and a very long rift appeared in the sky above ancient domain city. "That woman's strength isn't bad." Suwu spoke indifferently. "Unfortunately, she's bound to not be a match for Suwu, right?" said the woman. "Besides that mortal emperor, is there any other in the same realm of cultivation throughout this continent who can be a match for us? If that mortal emperor doesn't gather the karmic luck of the entire continent, then wouldn't he still be like an ant before us?" said Suwu flatly. The woman remained silent because those were facts. A wisp of surprise flashed through Lin Tian's eyes when he saw the terrifying scene created by Xiao Yushi's attack, and he said, "Beauty, I didn't notice that you have some ability, but it's still insufficient before Big Brother." "All right, Big Brother doesn't have time to continue playing with you." Lin Tian suddenly spun his spear once he finished speaking, and the space at the tip of his spear instantly warped while spear images shot out and covered the sky. In an instant, they blasted Xiao Yushi's saber chi into pieces. At the same time, Lin Tian suddenly appeared before Xiao Yushi, and his spear stabbed towards her. However, Head used the other end of his spear and not its tip. "Yushi, watch out." Ding Xiaoyao's expression changed. She was just about to send someone to save Xiao Yushi when a ray of sword energy shot over from the horizon. Ding Xiaoyao and the other girls on the city walls instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw that ray of sword energy. The expression of the woman in a crystal blue dress changed as well when she saw that ray of sword energy. A sword howl suddenly resounded from the sword in her hand, and it started to tremble madly as if it was about to charge out from its sheath. Suwu's expression had changed as well, and a strange symbol started revolving at high speeds in his hand. The target of that ray of sword energy was Lin Tian. Lin Tian turned around swiftly when he noticed the strong force pressing down upon him from behind, and he swiftly swung his spear against that ray of sword energy. Bang! Lin Tian was blasted 300 m back, and his palm that he held the spear with had split open while fresh blood flowed incessantly down his spear. Lin Tian's expression instantly became ferocious. Right at this moment, Yang Yi and Corpse Ancestor appeared here. "It's Yang Yi. It's Yang Yi. My God. He's still alive. He's still alive. Ha ha. Ha ha. Yang Yi is still alive. He's still alive. Luo Jun is nothing now that Yang Yi is here. Ha ha ha. Yang Yi. Yang Yi. Yang Yi." As soon as they saw Yang Yi, everyone on the city walls of ancient domain city had started to cheer. Actually, they weren't hopeful at all when they were facing the attack of the exalted Han Empire's army before this. But once Yang Yi appeared here, all of them felt that the exalted Han Empire wasn't that terrifying anymore. Hee. Bizarre laughter resounded from Corpse Ancestor as he said, "Kid, looks like you're quite popular here." Yang Yi paid no attention to Corpse Ancestor. He walked over to Xiao Yushi and took her hand before he said, "Are you all right?" Xiao Yushi shook her head and said, "Their background isn't simple. You have to be careful." "Yang Yi, you're actually still alive." Meanwhile, Luo Jun appeared in the distance with a group of people. His expression instantly became extremely colorful when he noticed that Yang Yi was actually still alive. On the other hand, the faces of all the Exalt Realm experts by Luo Jun's side were unsightly while their eyes were filled with fear. You head back in for now. Leave the rest to me. Yang Yi spoke softly to Xiao Yushi. Xiao Yushi nodded, and then she flew up into ancient domain city. Yang Yi turned around and gazed at Luo Jun. He sized up the forces behind Luo Jun, and he immediately said upon noticing that Luo Jun had only brought less than 100 experts, "That's all the forces you brought? Luo Jun, are you sure that just that small amount of forces are able to protect you?" Yang Yi, Luo Jun's expression turned savage. In the next moment, he turned around and led his group away. Because he didn't want these subordinates of his to die for nothing. He had the faith energy from 3 territories now, so he was confident in his ability to fight Yang Yi. But Yang Yi still had the Corpse Ancestor and Divine Gold Dragon. So long as any one of them kept him busy, then all of his subordinates would definitely be slaughtered in a very short amount of time. Had originally led this group over to witness the strength of those 3 youths from the hallowed grounds, but he hadn't imagined that he would see Yang Yi instead. Even a Saint Realm expert wasn't able to kill Yang Yi? Luo Jun clenched his fists tightly while his face was horrifyingly savage. Even though he really wanted to kill Yang Yi, he had to admit besides a Nanjing and himself, there was no other Exalt Realm expert throughout the continent that could stop Yang Yi. As for those 3 members of the hallowed grounds, truthfully speaking, he didn't look favorably upon them at all. Mortal Emperor, wait. Right at this moment, Su Wu said, "Could it be that you don't want to conquer the southern territory? Don't worry, the 3 of us are here. Let me see who dares to resist us." Luo Jun took a deep breath, turned around to glance at Su Wu, and then he said, "Hallowed envoys, allow me to give you a piece of advice. Go back and bring more forces with you if you don't want to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Jun didn't stay for a moment longer, and he immediately led his group and vanished from everyone's fields of vision. Su Wu's face fell. "Looks like your reputation in the human world is really great." Meanwhile, Lin Tian suddenly said, "But it doesn't matter because you'll cease to exist after today. Was that woman from before your wife? Haha, don't worry, we'll take very good care of her once you're dead. Ha ha ha." Corpse Ancestor shook his head and said, "I've never seen someone so desperate to die." Chapter 581. Be careful, Lin Tian. Meanwhile, Su Wu suddenly warned Lin Tian because this man before them gave him a dangerous feeling. "Don't be careless. He's very strong." The woman warned with a solemn expression on her face. She cultivated in the sword, and Shed actually felt her sword tremble when Yang Yi appeared here. She knew that her sword was afraid. She possessed 7th level sword intent and cultivated in a sword technique of the primeval times. Yet this person before her actually made her sword feel afraid. She grew even more curious because of this. Lin Tian laughed with disdain and said, "I have to admit that his ability in the sword seems to be quite good, but if I hadn't been careless and off guard, then even 10 of him wouldn't be able to injure me. Are you done?" Meanwhile, Yang Yi walked over towards Lin Tian as he said, "Old bastard, help me keep an eye on those 2. Don't let them escape." "Bastard. Call me Ancestor. Call me Ancestor. Old bastard my ass." Corpse Ancestor was furious. Yang Yi paid no attention to Corpse Ancestor. His figure flashed and instantly arrived on the ground in front of Lin Tian before he tapped the tip of his foot on the ground. His figure soared up into the air while the sword ruler smashed down like a mountain, crashing down upon Lin Tian. Everywhere it passed, the space before Yang Yi's sword ruler was directly warped, and it formed a very strange arc. Lin Tian's pupils constricted. This fellow from this abandoned world is this strong? Lin Tian didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. The profound energy within him surged madly into his spear, and then he leaped up and swung the tip of his spear against Yang Yi's sword ruler. Bang! An enormous bang resounded as the spear in Lin Tian's hand was immediately curved like a bow, and cracks started to spread swiftly through the ground beneath his feet. Meanwhile, 9th level sword intent surged out from within Yang Yi. Lin Tian's expression changed greatly, and a bang resounded as his high-grade heaven-rank spear was instantly broken into 2. After that, Yang Yi's sword ruler descended down towards Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian moved his head aside at the critical moment, causing Yang Ye's sword to smash down onto his shoulder. Bang! A shrill cry resounded from Lin Tian as his figure was smashed into the ground. How dare you! Su Wu was about to lend Lin Tian a hand when Corpse Ancestor obstructed his path and laughed gloomily. You should just stand here obediently, otherwise your ancestor, I, wouldn't mind killing you. Who do you think you are? Su Wu roared furiously as a symbol in his hand shot forward violently and smashed against Corpse Ancestor's chest. Bang! Corpse Ancestor took 2 steps back while an indistinct mark appeared on his chest. You! How could you have possibly? Su Wu gazed at Corpse Ancestor with astonishment and said, How could you have possibly remained unharmed? Balls of flames suddenly lit up in Corpse Ancestor's eyes as he said, You're from the hallowed grounds. You actually know of our hallowed grounds. Su Wu was stunned, and then he said furiously, Since you know of it, then you actually dare to attack us? Are you looking for death? Corpse Ancestor flipped his palm, and the blood-red saber appeared in his grasp as he said, The hallowed grounds. He. I would kill you even if that kid refuses to. The hallowed grounds? What hallowed grounds? Yang Ye's voice suddenly resounded. Everyone looked over towards Yang Yi and saw that he was holding Lin Tian in his hand. At this moment, Lin Tian was still alive, but he was in quite a horrifying state. Firstly, the shape of his mouth had been severely distorted, his face was completely swollen, and his teeth had been completely shattered. Besides that, the bones within his limbs were completely smashed apart, so his entire body was limp and needed Yang Yi to support him up. How audacious! You actually dared to treat someone from my hallowed grounds in such a way. You and 10 generations of your family will be annihilated. Su Wu roared furiously. Old bastard, teach him some manners. Yang Yi didn't even spare a glance at Su Wu, and he just held Lin Tian in his hand as he walked towards the city wall. Hee, I really like your character. Ha ha ha. Corpse Ancestor flashed explosively towards Su Wu while he swiftly slashed with the blood-red saber in his hand. Su Wu's expression changed, and he didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. He circulated all the profound energy within his body, and an enormous symbol surged out from within him before smashing down towards Corpse Ancestor. The woman didn't just stand by idly and watch the battle. The sword in her hand left its sheath and emanated a blue glow that enveloped down towards Corpse Ancestor. Yang Yi paid no attention to Corpse Ancestor. After all, Corpse Ancestor's terrifying defensive ability would even allow him to withstand a few frontal blows from Monarch Realm experts. Yang Yi brought Lin Tian to the city walls before he slapped Lin Tian's face with the sword ruler, causing his face to immediately swell up even more. Lin Tian gazed at Yang Yi with a resentful face. Yang Yi said, Go on, apologize to them, and then it'll make your death swift. You'll die. You'll definitely die. Lin Tian spoke resentfully. Slap. Yang Yi slapped his sword against Lin Tian's face again, causing the latter to let out a shrill cry while blood sprayed from his face. His face was beyond warped at this moment. Bang! The nether ghost flame appeared in Yang Ye's palm as he said, I don't have much patience. If you still refuse, then you might not even be able to die even if you wanted to. Do you know what you're doing? Meanwhile, Su Wu roared furiously while he fought Corpse Ancestor. We're from the hallowed grounds, yet you actually dare to treat us in such a way. You'll definitely die a graveless death. We're from the hallowed grounds. Lin Tian seemed to intend to say something, but the answer he received was a strand of flames. The flames entered through his ear, and then his eyes instantly opened wide as if they were about to pop up from their sockets, and his eyeballs were covered in blood-red threads. He wanted to shout, but he noticed that he was actually unable to speak. Right at this moment, the sword spirit appeared by Yang Ye's side. You can't kill him, said the sword spirit in a low voice. Yang Yi was quite surprised and asked, Why? They're those people who are guarding the demon catacombs, or as they call themselves, the hallowed grounds. Killing him will bring you great trouble. When she spoke up to this point, she described the background of the hallowed grounds to Yang Yi. Corpse Ancestor, Su Wu, and the woman stopped fighting as well. Su Wu and the woman gazed at Corpse Ancestor with astonishment and vigilance, but they didn't dare fight him, because they noticed that their attacks were actually completely useless against this skeleton monster. A short while later, Yang Yi nodded and said, "So there's a place called the Hallowed Grounds beyond this world of ours. They are all the descendants of those heroes who protected the continent all those years ago. If you kill them, then it'll definitely arouse displeasure in the hearts of countless experts who still remember the events of the past," said the sword spirit. "So could it be that only they can kill me?" Yang Yi laughed coldly. The sword spirit fell silent. Meanwhile, the woman in a blue dress suddenly said, "We merely came here to ask all of you to head to our hallowed grounds and join forces to seal the defiant Profounders. Is that so?" Yang Yi laughed coldly, and then he slapped Lin Tian on the head with his sword. Then what was he doing? The woman fell silent. Su Wu spoke in a low voice. "Do you realize who you're dealing with?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I tried to reason with you, but you intend to threaten me and use strength to determine things? All right." As he spoke, Yang Yi suddenly swung his sword forcefully, and Lin Tian's head was instantly smashed into pieces. "Now, let's talk with our strength." Chapter 582. You actually dared to kill a member of my hallowed grounds. Su Wu's expression became slightly ferocious. There was also deep shock besides the killing intent within his eyes. If Yang Yi didn't know about the hallowed grounds, then he could understand it as fearlessness from ignorance. However, Yang Yi was clearly aware of how terrifying the hallowed grounds was, yet still dared to strike a killing blow. So he truly wondered where Yang Yi got the courage to commit such an act. The woman revealed shock in her eyes as well. That fellow actually dared to kill someone from the hallowed grounds? After all, when they arrived at Profounder Continent, even those old geezers who had cultivated for a few thousand years acted amiably and didn't put on airs at all when facing them. Corpse Ancestor was quite surprised as well, but he was even more pleasantly surprised. He said, "Kid, you're really interesting. You even killed members of the hallowed grounds without the slightest hesitation. Do you know that even if it was during the ancient times of over 15,000 years ago, no one dared to disobey the commands of the members of the hallowed grounds that showed themselves on the continent? Do you think they would let me go if I were to spare them today?" said Yang Yi. "They wouldn't." Corpse Ancestor said, "They'd kill you to make an example of you. Moreover, everyone related to you, and even all the Profounders of the Southern Territory would be slaughtered by them, because the hallowed grounds tolerates no offense. All who offend it die." Yang Yi shrugged and said, "Doesn't that answer your question? Since reconciliation is impossible, then why should I keep him alive? Isn't it better to seize this opportunity and kill as many as I can?" "Ha ha ha. Well said." Corpse Ancestor roared with laughter and said, "Kid, you really shouldn't be called the Sword Emperor. You should be the Sword Demon. You'll die a horrible death." Meanwhile, Su Wu spoke ferociously. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I don't know whether you'll die, but I do know that you'll definitely die." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was already in front of Su Wu when he appeared once more. The latter's expression changed violently when he saw this, and then countless symbols surged out explosively from within him. However, those symbols suddenly stopped on the spot after they'd just emerged from him. "It's the sword domain. He has comprehended the sword domain. Su Wu, watch out." The woman spoke with astonishment from the side. Unfortunately, it was too late, as Yang Yi's sword ruler had smashed forcefully against Su Wu's head. Bang! Su Wu's head instantly exploded into pieces, and countless strands of blood and brains sprayed towards the surroundings. Yang Yi put the sword ruler away, gazed at Su Wu's corpse, and then he shook his head and said, "Old bastard, are all the members of the hallowed grounds this weak? It's you who is too strong." Corpse Ancestor spoke truthfully. "It would probably be difficult for you to find a match in the same realm of cultivation even during my era." Yang Yi shrugged, and then he flashed explosively towards the woman. She was horrified by this and was about to draw her sword. However, she noticed to her shock that she was actually unable to draw it. In just this instant, The sword ruler had descended down to her head, and then it was blasted apart like a watermelon. I thought that you would be merciful to women. Corpse ancestor spoke abruptly. Merciful to women? To an enemy? Yang Yi shook his head and said, How stupid would I have to be? Indeed. Corpse ancestor nodded and agreed. If I hadn't been an idiot all those years ago, then I wouldn't have been reduced to such a state. Kid, even though you happily slaughtered them just now, have you thought about what you would do if the hallowed grounds dispatches experts against you? Yang Yi said flatly, They'll take appropriate actions when they come. Corpse ancestor shook his head and said, The hallowed ground's strength is beyond your imagination. Let me put it like this. You might only be able to go against it by converging the strength of the entire continent. However, do you think that the demon race, devil race, or Luo Jun would help you? I don't think so. Especially Luo Jun. He would probably wish for nothing more than to see you die. The hallowed grounds isn't that terrifying. At least it isn't to you. Meanwhile, the sword spirit's voice suddenly resounded in Yang Ye's mind. Their half-saint realm experts are unable to easily enter the continent because those experts and my second master created a barrier between the continent and the demon catacombs. Experts at the half-saint realm and above are prohibited from entering the continent from the demon catacombs. Why? Asked Yang Yi. Because it would destroy the balance in the continent. At the same time, it's so that those half-saint realm experts couldn't abandon their responsibilities, said the sword spirit. So that's why. Yang Yi said, Your main body is within the hallowed grounds? Yes. Yang Yi continued, In other words, we have to head to the hallowed grounds, and then take your main body away from right under the noses of those half-saint realm experts? Yes. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched as he said, Do you think that I can defeat a half-saint right now? We can sneak in, said the sword spirit. Yang Ye's face darkened. He suddenly felt that promising the sword spirit to retrieve her main body was a mistake. He didn't have to be fearful at all because their Saint Realm experts couldn't come over to the continent. After all, he was a 5th rank Exalt Realm expert now, so even if he couldn't defeat a Monarch Realm expert, he felt that fleeing shouldn't be a problem by relying on the Stellar Shuttle and the Sword Domain. However, if he were to head over to the hallowed grounds with the current strength he possessed, then he might have to face those half-saint realm experts, and he would have no chance against them. The members of the hallowed grounds are aware that the seal has loosened, and they intend to gather all the experts of the continent to strengthen the seal. However, they're utterly unaware that all their efforts are in vain. I'm able to sense that some defiant profounders have awakened, and they are just waiting for even more to awaken. Otherwise, they would have probably charged out of the seal by now. If we're late, then the consciousness of my main body will definitely be obliterated by them. At that time, it'll cease to exist, said the sword spirit. So, you mean that everything the hallowed ground's doing is in vain? Yang Yi frowned. She said, Not entirely. If Luo Jun is able to unify the continent, then there might be a slight chance if the faith energy of the entire continent combined with the Mortal Emperor Sword and Mortal Emperor Seal were utilized to strengthen the seal. However, it's obviously impossible for him to unify the continent. Firstly, it's because of your presence and the fact that he's an enemy of yours. Secondly, even if you don't stop him, it's impossible for him to unify the entire continent in a short period of time unless both you and Nanjing assist him. Yang Yi laughed coldly. Do you think that's possible? The sword spirit sighed softly. Luo Jun's greatest mistake was to become enemies with you for the Flower Palace's sake. If he didn't become enemies with you, then he would absolutely be able to unify the entire continent in a short period of time with both Nanjing and your help. Even if he couldn't unify the continent, if all of you join forces once those defiant profounders break through the seal, you may not necessarily have no fighting chance against them. Unfortunately, you've become enemies. Yang Yi said, I'm no savior, and I've never thought about being one. In my opinion, I kill anyone who intends to kill me, regardless of whether that person is a hero or a savior. Don't worry, I'll definitely rescue your main body if I can. That wouldn't just help you, it would help me as well. I presume that executing Heavenrend with your main body and the ancient sheath would definitely yield extraordinary results, right? It won't disappoint you. said the sword spirit. Yang Yi smiled, and then he opened his eyes and gazed at Corpse Ancestor. Don't you love killing? Are you interested in killing to your heart's content with me? You intend to look for trouble with Luo Jun? Said Corpse Ancestor. Yang Yi smiled. Don't you want to? Haha. Let's go kill to our heart's content. I've been wanting to absorb blood for a long time. Ha ha ha. Corpse Ancestor flashed explosively towards the distance. Yang Yi took a deep breath, stomped the ground with his right foot, and then transformed into a black ray of light that vanished into the distance. As expected, men really are neglectful fellows. Qin Xie grunted with displeasure when she saw Yang Yi leave. After all, she had finally met him after so long, yet had left without even saying hi to her. Xiao Yushi glanced at Qin Xie. She didn't say anything, but a sharp strand of saber intent surged out from within her. Qin Xie refused to display weakness, and her black whip appeared within her grasp. Both of them revealed the intent to fight on the city walls. Ding Xiaoyao said, Do the two of you think that it's easy for Yang Yi? No, it isn't easy at all. Not to mention the exalted Han Empire. He has to face the revenge of the forces which stand behind those three fellows as well. We can't give him much help, so I hope that both of you don't force him to become worried about the relationship between all of you as well. Xiao Yushi withdrew her gaze and shot it towards the distance. Qin Xie grunted coldly and put away her whip as well. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head. Yang Yi is really going to have a headache in the future. Luo Jun's army was garrisoned over 50 kilometers away from ancient Domain City. Are you sure that the hallowed envoys were killed by Yang Yi? Luo Jun gazed at the armored man standing before him. The armored man nodded and said, I am. The three of them were practically unable to resist even 2 moves of his. According to my estimations, Yang Yi is probably at the 5th rank of the Exalt realm now. The others here gasped when they heard this. Exactly how brave is that fellow? Does he dare to do just about anything? He's a complete and utter madman. Ha ha ha. Luo Jun started laughing instead and said, Yang Yi is digging his own grave. He actually dared to kill members of the hallowed grounds? They will definitely not let him live. Now, I don't even have to do anything because the hallowed grounds will deal with him for me. The others instantly realized this as well when they heard Luo Jun. Indeed, the forces of the hallowed grounds stand above the entire continent. Would they let the matter rest since Yang Yi killed their members? If nothing unexpected happens, then Yang Yi will have to face endless revenge from the hallowed grounds. But with the hallowed grounds' strength, they would probably only have to launch a single attack to make Yang Yi die a graveless death. Bang! Right at this moment, an enormous explosion suddenly resounded. Mortal Emperor. The situation is bad. Yang Yi and that skeleton have entered the army and are madly slaughtering our forces. Chapter 583. Yang Yi was naturally not stupid to the point of going head-on against Luo Jun's army. After they entered amidst the army, they killed anyone they saw, and normal profounders were utterly incapable of resisting a single strike of theirs. Especially when Yang Yi's sword threads were combined with his 10th level sword intent. Only an expanse of corpses laid in his wake. It was a slaughter, a true slaughter. In the beginning, there were still some profounders within the army who resisted them, but as time passed, not a single one of them dared to resist, and all of them fled madly towards the surroundings. The entire army had fallen into chaos. Ha ha. How satisfying. There's so much blood here. Ha ha ha. Corpse Ancestor's blood-red saber was waved about incessantly, and a few dozen lives would be reaped every single time that it was waved. On the other hand, the blood of those fallen profounders would be completely absorbed by him and Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't intend to absorb the blood, but it couldn't be helped as he couldn't stop it from entering him at all. Conversely, he seemed to not feel any aversion towards it. According to Corpse Ancestor, he, Yang Yi, was one who was bound to be a demon. Yang Yi shrugged with indifference towards that. What was a demon? What was an upright person? He didn't want to make a clear distinction of it. Nor did he want to intentionally become a demon or anything else. He was determined to act according to his heart, to repay kindness shown to him and avenge enmity formed with him. He would give hell to anyone who gave hell to him, just like this very moment. Luo Jun was causing trouble for him, so he refused to give Luo Jun peace as well. Anyone who dares to flee will have 9 generations of their family annihilated. Luo Jun's voice resounded through the army. The troops that were fleeing suddenly stopped, and then they took a knee in unison towards a single direction. Luo Jun and a few hundred terrifying 9th rank Exalt Realm experts had appeared not too far away from them. At the same time, countless experts at the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm or above flew into the sky and formed an enormous net that enveloped Yang Yi and Corpse Ancestor. Moreover, more and more troops were enveloping around them from the outside of that net. In next to no time, Yang Yi and Corpse Ancestor were surrounded by numerous layers of profounders. "Kid, the situation doesn't look very good. Should we retreat now?" said Corpse Ancestor. Even though his physical body was comparable to a half-saint, his strength wasn't. So, even if such a huge number of experts couldn't kill him, they could still tire him to death. Yang Yi shook his head, swept the army with his gaze, and then said, "Old bastard, that technique you executed the other day, that palm of doom or something, let them have a taste of it. They'll cover you." "Kid, my physical body is practically invincible beneath the monarch realm, so I'm quite confident in my ability to escape regardless of how great their numbers are. But you're not the same. Even though your physical body isn't bad, it isn't to the point of being invincible beneath the monarch realm. I dare not guarantee that it'll be able to bring you out of her alive," said Corpse Ancestor. Yang Yi said, "It's fine, just do as I said. Give them a taste of the palm of doom. I don't have sufficient blood and baleful energy, so I can only execute a miniature version of it." Corpse Ancestor flashed up into the sky, and then he slowly raised his hand. In an instant, a terrifying aura swept out from his palm. Zhao Zhangfei saw this scene from afar, and he spoke with shock and terror. Quickly stop him." Head personally witnessed how terrifying this technique was, so he could only wonder how many would die if that skeleton were to execute that technique here. There was no need for Zhao Zhangfei to say that because numerous 9th rank Exalt Realm experts had shot explosively towards Corpse Ancestor. However, they hadn't even approached Corpse Ancestor when an invisible force enveloped them, and then countless rays of light descended like raindrops and slashed at them. Some of the Exalt Realm experts who led the charge were immediately slashed apart. Spatial Cage. Right at this moment, the over 100 Exalt Realm experts by Luo Jun's side flew into the air, and then they executed the Spatial Cage technique against Yang Yi and Corpse Ancestor. The spatial barrier created by over 100 9th rank Exalt Realm experts was extremely terrifying. Not to mention Yang Yi and Corpse Ancestor, even a Monarch Realm expert would probably need to use his full strength in order to blast apart over 100 spatial barriers that were overlapped together. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. Right at this moment, the violet mink appeared before him, and then she waved her claws lightly. In an instant, a strange scene appeared. The space around Yang Yi suddenly became quite strange, and strands of faint ripples undulated slowly towards the surroundings. In an instant, the spatial barrier created by over 100 9th rank Exalt Realm experts collapsed. It vanished just like that, as if it had never existed. Everyone was astounded by this scene. Yang Yi was shocked by this scene as well. Exactly what inheritance did the little fellow obtain? Why has she become so terrifying? Spatial domain. It's the spatial domain. Meanwhile, Zhuge suddenly cried out involuntarily, and he gazed at the violet mink as if he was looking at a monster. Had only heard of spatial domain in legends. According to the legends, it could control space. Of course, it wasn't just a simple form of control but complete and utter control. One who comprehended the spatial domain could instantly shatter space within the domain or instantly repair the space within the domain. It was like the energy of the laws. Zhuge hadn't imagined that Yang Yi's pet demon beast would have actually comprehended the spatial domain of legend. Not to mention the spatial energy of Exalt Realm experts, even the spatial energy of Monarch Realm experts would be utter trash before the spatial domain. Watch out. Protect the mortal emperor. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhangfei flashed over and stood before Luo Jun. All of the others looked towards the distance, and they saw an enormous palm that blotted out the sky had appeared in midair, and it was carrying terrifying might as it smashed down forcefully from midair. Luo Jun's expression changed when he witnessed this scene, and his gaze grew even more ferocious. Why are there so many monsters by Yang Ye's side? That violet mink is one, that divine gold dragon is another, and that corpse ancestor is one as well. Why are all of these existences who are considered to be invincible in the same realm of cultivation following Yang Yi? Is he the mortal emperor, or am I? Kill them. Stop at nothing to annihilate them. Luo Jun's slightly savage voice resounded amidst the army, and then countless attacks immediately covered the heavens and the earth as they rained down upon Yang Yi and corpse ancestor. Right when the enormous palm was about to descend to the ground, two rays of blue light suddenly shot over from the distant horizon. The blue lights shot through the enormous palm, and then an explosion resounded as the enormous palm was blasted apart by the blue rays of light before it could even fully take form. Meanwhile, a man and a woman appeared in the sky above the army. Yang Yi frowned because the style of their dressing was similar to those three members of the hallowed grounds which had just killed. They're from the hallowed grounds? Meanwhile, the gaze of the woman in a white dress suddenly descended onto the violet mink on Yang Ye's shoulder, and then she pointed at the little fellow and said, "I want it." Chapter 584. The violet mink immediately glared angrily at the woman and waved her little claw, and then a strand of violet light appeared before the woman in a white dress. A wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes as she said, "So it's a spatial mink. Very good." As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't seem to have done anything. But that ray of violet light had instantly been blasted apart and transformed into specks of violet light. What a strange attack. Yang Ye's brows knit together slightly. Her method of attack was quite strange, because he hadn't sensed even a trace of fluctuations from profound energy. So, her attack might have not been executed with profound energy and was like a soul technique. Luo Jun forcefully restrained the killing intent in his heart when he saw the man and woman, and he indicated that the army and the surroundings should retreat. Obviously, these two had come because of the death of those three members of the hallowed grounds. So, Luo Jun intended to wait for Yang Yi and the members of the hallowed grounds to fight and injure each other before he reaped the rewards. Meanwhile, the man by the woman's side said, "Lan Ling, you need that little fellow?" The woman nodded and said, "It's a spatial mink, and it seems to be one that has successfully obtained the inheritance of its race. I really like it." The man smiled, and then he gazed at Yang Yi before he tossed a scroll at Yang Yi. "The members of my hallowed grounds don't bully the weak. That's a high-grade heaven rank technique, and it should be something that you'll never be able to come into contact with throughout your lifetime. From this moment onward, that heaven rank technique is yours. Moreover, it seems like you've encountered some trouble. Don't worry, I'll help you deal with it. On the other hand, you just have to do a small thing for me. You know what I mean, right?" The violet mink was exasperated and about to wave her little claw, but Yang Yi held her in his arms. Yang Yi felt quite amused as he gazed at the little fellow, because since Shed suddenly spoken that day, Shed started to hide and had never shown herself again. Yang Yi was actually really curious about her appearance when she took human form. However, based on the little fellow's embarrassed state, he knew that it would take quite some time. The little fellow's face turned rose when Yang Yi held her in his arms, but she didn't resist and just allowed Yang Yi to do so. The fondness in the woman's eyes grew deeper when she saw that scene. The man noticed it, and he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "What? You think it's too little? One can't be too greedy." Meanwhile, Luo Jun spoke abruptly, "You're both from the hallowed grounds, right?" The man gazed at Luo Jun and said, "How did you know?" Luo Jun stated, "Because three members of the hallowed grounds came here before this. Unfortunately, they're dead now." The man's eyes narrowed. "Who did it?" Luo Jun answered, "He's right before you." The man and woman frowned, and the man gazed at Yang Yi as he asked, "Is he telling the truth?" "It's a lie." Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged as he said, "They were besieged and killed by him and his army, and he's trying to annihilate us because we bore witness to it. The man's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this, and a cold ray of light flashed within them. He turned around to gaze at Luo Jun as he spoke in a cold voice. You actually dared to kill members of my hallowed grounds and dared to deceive me? Die. As soon as he finished speaking, the man formed a strange seal and pushed it forward towards Luo Jun. A blue ray of light shot out from the seal head formed with his hands, and it spiraled down towards Luo Jun. Protect the mortal emperor. Zhao Zhangfei roared furiously as he leaped forward and swiftly executed a stab with his spear. A strand of spear energy shot forward violently and collided with the blue light. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded as the spear energy was instantly blasted apart. However, almost 100 attacks of all types appeared behind the spear energy and instantly enveloped the blue light. Luo Jun's guards were just about to attack when they were stopped by Luo Jun, and then Luo Jun gazed at Yang Yi as he said, "What's wrong, Yang Yi? When have you become someone who doesn't dare to bear responsibility for his actions?" Yang Yi shrugged and said, "That's none of your business." Luo Jun's face twitched violently while a sword howl resounded from the mortal emperor's sword in his hand. The mortal emperor's sword? You actually possess the mortal emperor's sword? You're the mortal emperor? Meanwhile, both the man and woman had suddenly spoken with surprise as they gazed at Luo Jun. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "Look, his army has surrounded us. Do you think that we would be able to stop him if he intends to kill us to keep our mouths shut? Moreover, if he were to kill us here, then would your hallowed grounds know that it was he who killed you? I don't think it would, right?" The man and woman instantly became vigilant when they heard this. Even though they felt that their strengths weren't bad, they didn't think it was sufficient to go against an entire army. "Yang Yi, you're such a shameless fellow." Luo Jun spoke in a low voice. "Those 3 hallowed envoys really weren't killed by me. They died at Yang Yi's hands. Don't let him use you." Yang Yi said, "Do you think that my strength is sufficient to kill those 3 hallowed envoys? How could they have possibly been killed with such ease if the mortal emperor hadn't besieged them with his army?" The young man's gaze towards Luo Jun grew even more vigilant, and only the woman seemed to be lost in thought as she gazed at Yang Yi. "Kill him. Kill Yang Yi with all your strength." Luo Jun roared practically immediately. Corpse Ancestor was just about to attack when Yang Yi stopped him, and then Yang Yi flashed over to stand behind the man and woman. He said, "He intends to kill me to keep me quiet. Once I'm dead, then there'll be no witnesses left, and he'll definitely push the deaths of those 3 hallowed envoys onto me. You must stop him." Corpse Ancestor shook his head. When did this fellow become so shameless? The young man's expression changed slightly when he noticed that Luo Jun's subordinates intended to attack, and he shouted, "How audacious! Could it be that you want to kill me as well? Do you know that even if you're the mortal emperor, you'll still die a graveless death for killing members of my hallowed grounds?" Luo Jun was beyond exasperated as he roared furiously, "It was Yang Yi who killed the members of your hallowed grounds. It wasn't me." Luo Jun had never felt so aggrieved in his life. If it weren't for their identities, he would have already given the order to kill them. "How audacious!" The man shouted furiously. "Do you think that I'm a 3-year-old child? He's only an Exalt Realm Profounder. How could he possibly kill 3 members of my hallowed grounds by himself?" Moreover, Lin Tian's group came to the human world to look for the mortal emperor and not Yang Yi. Why would they become enemies with him? Even if they became enemies with him, any one of them could annihilate him with ease. "What nonsense!" Luo Jun roared furiously. "Do you know how those 3 members of your hallowed grounds died? He instantly annihilated each and every one of them with a single wave of his sword. They had practically no strength to resist at all. If we join forces now, then perhaps we'll have a chance to kill him right now. Otherwise, if we allow this opportunity to slip by, then no one can kill him unless a monarch realm expert acts against him." The man glanced at Yang Yi, and then Yang Yi instantly revealed a harmless expression. The man took a deep breath and gazed at Luo Jun as he said, "Now, I'm sure that even if those 3 members of my hallowed grounds weren't killed by you, their deaths were definitely related to you, because you actually used such an absurd reason just to kill him and keep him quiet." They weren't even able to resist a single attack of his? Do you think that we're half-wits? The woman frowned as well. Even though she felt that there was something strange about all of this, she felt that the mortal emperor couldn't be trusted. She knew the strengths of Lin Tian and the others. Even though they could only be considered as below average in the younger generation of the hallowed grounds, they were absolutely not existences that an exalt realm profounder of this world could defeat, let alone annihilate in an instant. The woman glanced at Yang Yi, while she felt even more confident in her reasoning. Because Yang Yi didn't seem like an existence capable of annihilating Lin Tian's group, regardless of how she looked at him. Luo Jun's face became completely icy cold. After all, even the nicest person had a temper, let alone the dignified mortal emperor. The mortal emperor's sword in his hand seemed to be unable to hold its back any longer, and it ceaselessly emanated sword howls. Besides that, the army around him glared angrily at the young man, Yang Yi, and the others. So long as Luo Jun gave them the order, they would completely disregard the fact that the young man and woman were from the hallowed grounds. After all, they had the numbers in this battle. The young man's face fell when he witnessed this scene, and he couldn't help but form a strange seal with his hands. The woman by his side frowned slightly as well, and then layers of a strange force rippled incessantly through the space around her. A wisp of a smile arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth when he witnessed this scene, and then he nodded to the violet mink. The little fellow understood his intentions, and she raised her little claw and shot a ray of violet light towards the army. In an instant, a few Exalt Realm experts was caught off guard and instantly blasted into bits. That ray of violet light was like a fuse that instantly lit up the battlefield. Kill them. Spare no one. Luo Jun spoke with a calm expression on his face. How audacious! The young man was utterly exasperated, and he formed a seal with his hands and swiftly pushed it towards Luo Jun. A few thousand rays of blue light flashed forward, and they covered the heavens and the earth as they smashed down towards Luo Jun and his army. The young woman closed her eyes slightly, and then strange energy overlapped forward like ripples and swept towards the army and the surroundings. Yang Yi and Corpse Ancestor didn't stand by idly as well. Their figures flashed explosively towards Luo Jun. At this moment, it was a great opportunity to kill Luo Jun, and they weren't willing to let it slip by. Corpse Ancestor had completely abandoned any attempts to defend himself, and he just allowed the attacks to strike him. Yang Yi didn't dare do that, so he made the little fellow ceaselessly form violet barriers of light around him. Both of them were extremely swift, and they instantly arrived a little over 100 m away from Luo Jun. Meanwhile, the latter had an indifferent expression on his face, and there wasn't even a trace of fear there. When Yang Yi and Corpse Ancestor arrived just 30 m away from Luo Jun, three old men who had exactly similar appearances appeared in front of Luo Jun back. The three old men roared furiously as they simultaneously slapped their palms forward. In an instant, countless palms overlapped each other as they flashed forward, and they instantly drowned both Yang Yi and Corpse Ancestor beneath them. After a moment of silence, a ray of light suddenly flashed out from amidst the palms. After that, Yang Yi arrived before Luo Jun, and the sword ruler slashed down swiftly. Mortal Emperor, watch out! The others in the surroundings were shocked and horrified. A wisp of ferociousness flashed through Luo Jun's eyes as the Mortal Emperor's sword left its sheath swiftly while a ray of white light shot into the sky. He flicked the Mortal Emperor's sword upward with a slanted swing, and it collided forcefully against Yang Yi's sword ruler. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.